lost, there is still a possibility of making it into Top Cut later on today. But these are the top players, but the performing players. Let's see the top performing or usage rate Pokemon actually in Oceania this weekend. And you can look, and there is a clear, top 5 there. It appears the Arcanine has kind of terrestrialized a little bit there, but Arcanine's usage has shot up as high, but nowhere near as high as Iron Bundle and Fluttermane.
Yeah, I think Iron Bundle and Fluttermane have been this pair that I've seen so many times, and a lot of people just kind of trying to close out games with them, right? Just using that raw offensive power, maybe get themselves in a slightly advantageous position, but then close it real quick, move it forward, and get into a fantastic point where you can just use their offensive prowess to round out the game. The other thing I want to talk about is that mouse hold. Of course, we're looking at day 2, and a lot of players, as we talked about yesterday on the show,
现在老鼠的掩护还是越来越凶了，也就是说被大家开发的越来越凶了。旁边大家赛不好，旁边在大家快龙。
You were thinking, oh, that's a knockout, I've seen that one before. And then you look to the other side of the screen, you see the mouse hold, and it's no longer a knockout. So a fantastic bit of innovation from a number of players here in the tournament. Of course, the other one I really like is the Dragonite. I've been very, very, very impressed with the Dragonite so far this tournament, and I'd love to see how it kind of shakes out going towards that top 8.
It's very interesting that Iron Hands had 50% usage in Orlando the last tournament, but here it just has 31% there. So that's kind of a massive drop-off in percentage-wise. So I wonder how it breaks out between each of the trainers there, but it is, that is a staggering difference from where it was last week.
I'm still waiting for kind of that breakout showing of Iron Hands, right, where it completely runs over the game. That's where I'm sort of missing the mark a little bit, in my opinion. Like, I've seen it. Yes, it's got Fake Out. We know Fake Out's really cool, but I want to see that big performance where it takes like 2, maybe even 3 knockouts and starts to win. So it's definitely one of those Pokemon that looked a lot better in kind of the beginning of the format. And now it's dropping off a little bit, and people are finding alternatives.
Well, if you would like to get your hands on a Pokemon that ran through a tournament, you can do that by putting in the code for G-Sock Lee's Garganacl that he used to win the San Diego Day 2 Championships. That was the first regional championships held in the Scarlet and Violet era of VGC.
大家记得领延时距离啊。
Far enough within Pokemon Scarlet and Violet to actually have mystery gifts
时限只到20号。
So you can put in the code FIRSTCHAMP-SV and receive that very famous Poison Terra Garganacl that G-Sock Lee used to win.
Well, I thought it was such a cool piece of innovation, and that's every tournament so far. We've seen something innovative come to the fore and be able to play it. But the Poison Terra type caused so many problems. The Salt Cure as well, I think a move that a number of people had overlooked. But just being able to do that set amount of damage between turns, we've seen it in previous formats, Joe. It's pretty strong, pretty cool. So get your hands on it, try it out, and see if maybe it's still got a place in the metagame. It's definitely dropped off a bit, but I still think there is an argument to use it.
Yeah, the only one we've seen so far this weekend was a Ghost Terra Garganacl, so even that Garganacl metagame has been alternating here down under, and so as we are getting ready to head over to the stage, we have our round 10 match of our first match of the day, but round 10 of Swiss. It's going to be exciting because we're playing all the way down to the final 2 today, Adam. We're starting with 32 and ending with our last 2.
Yeah, 30 players are not going to be joining us tomorrow, and that's going to be pretty devastating for some of them. That's going to be a tough beat to take for some, but some people only need like a top 8, right? They've already picked up points in their regionals and are able to start growing.
Day 2 的第一场比赛
we're going right to the top of the standings. 1 and 2, you saw them earlier. It's going to be Yuki versus Gavin. Very excited to see these 2 players come to the fore. I think they've both approached the team build very, very differently.
雨天海豚
I believe it's 0 Pokemon in common across both
对上我们
of these teams.
这个好像是日本人
It's a bit of a rarity.
哦，不是不是
So it's really nice to see it growing in.
诶，是吗？
Some really cool
好像是
ideas,
哦。
some older ideas, and some newer ideas being blended together to make a good read on this metagame.
Yeah, pretty cool to have that
没有没有没有
12
啊，对对，日本人
in this matchup because especially since half of the field is running Fluttermane and Iron Bundle to begin with, yet neither
忘
of
记
these
看那个国籍
trainers
JP 吗？
have one
我就记得这个
them.
Yuki
The
是
next highest rate would be the Golden Go on Yuki's side.
然后同样一样是
Gavin Michaels
系列
we
一
saw on stream yesterday
没有打算要用
had a
悖
really
论种
dominant
的意思。
performance with that Palafin Pelipper team in his game 1.
全场
But then
12只宝可
game
梦
2,
只有一
it
只
was more
铁臂
around
膀，
his, was it the Ghost
接下来就
Terra
没有悖论
Excalibur?
种
I can't remember its Terra type off the top of my head.
The Baxcalibur, I believe, was the
poison like Garganacl. That's right.
Yep.
It was Poison Terra Baxcalibur that just swept through the game
to deal with, fighting attacks and such. But one thing I like to focus on in this matchup is it really is about the water types. And speaking to players, there's a lot of opinions on how do you fit one good vital water type on your team, and a lot of people are leaning towards the Iron Bundle, right? It's obviously very, very fast, very, very powerful, and has a very interesting combo with the Ice typing as well.
他们讲到重点了，这个环境好用的水系在哪呢？比较直观就铁包袱，可是水泡问题大家都知道了，也不用多说了。那接下来你可能就要改伺候霸了，那不然就是直接用雨天，或者是直接挂海豚。可是单挂海豚其实偏尴尬，所以你可以看到海豚玩家干脆就直接说好，我就直接组雨天，我直接让场上开始下雨，我就用那只大嘴喽。
All right, so Gavin Michaels and Yuki Munakata Zaninovic is our round 10 matchup. Game 1 starts now. Iron Hands and Palafin is the lead for Gavin on the top of your screen. Golden Go and Glamora for Yuki.
Yep, that's going to be a really tough one.
马威加海豚可以，因为马威至少可以让你回收的时候比较不会那么痛苦，只是你起码是限制对面一直行动，因为海豚一定要回收变身了，但你收回去的那回合就真的是让对方轻松打伤害。我现在对面完全不想马威，什么情况？金光转开始赌了，那是 V 转吗？好凶啊
！Glamora already, but the Iron Hands is able to bounce
out with
the Volt Switch.
But
it will just get caught by that poison tick. So yeah, this Glamora is all about poison.
另一个问题是现在场上两只蜈蚣，然后你如果想杀金光花，又会掉毒。
I guess it's great in the mirror as well because it would clear the opposing toxic spikes. Don't think it's going to be relevant here, but getting bits of poison down is certainly an interesting approach to the game that we haven't seen for a while actually in the video game championships.
Yeah, and I think this Glamora is obviously different than the multiple Glamora we saw on stream yesterday that were all choice specs. And that's actually what we saw. I believe Amelia Forbes Glamora that was popular was also.
赛弗好带 trick 不错，换道具可以卡对面。不过他刚刚是选择先卡你球，也 OK 了。哇，这个金光花他打算放到最后再处理吗？金光花打人还是会痛好痛啊！
goes into Iron Hands and the mortal spin yet again.
这个血一直掉，真的要害。
From the wild charge,
本来不会死。哇！不过也没有到不行，因为对面铁臂膀现在这样子，也快挂了。那就是看海豚有没有黑雾了。早安。这样应该海豚有黑雾吧？或者是孤有庆宴，所以现在吃吼这边要说稳也没有。标准的水波动冲上菜替身守住啊。
Could just try and cause some problems that way. You're not going to get enough damage with the mortal spin, so that's going to be something to try and navigate. But if you're trying to go for like big single target attacks, Amoonguss can redirect away
这个是龙太极
surprisingly well. Something to note as well, we haven't seen any terror types revealed so far this game, so both trainers holding onto it for a more important situation.
And it really depends on who Gavin's fourth Pokemon is in this matchup, because Palafin only has water attacks and Dondozo's terror typing is dragon, so those would be resisted attacks.
Oh,
no damage, but no terror typing. Just
好痛！怎么会被他？等一下，为什么你要让他电这一发
？Iron Hands knocks itself out thanks to the recoil, but that does give Gavin a free switch in later on. The substitute is used though.
他不该让他电到这一发，我觉得很奇怪。
Of his Dondozo. Now you're gonna have to do 25% of Dondozo's HP just to break the substitute, and you would think how Yuki wants to play it out is the leftovers recovery by the time the
这样打是最亏的，就是你要嘛是直接独弹那只铁臂膀，让他不要两只都可以一起打过来。啊，如果你被吸走就被吸走没关系，这样你至少还有替身到。你也不会被睡。他刚那样打就是我全部都放给你了。我打金光转转，那个金光转转我觉得不行。 有点奇怪，因为你打不死人，然后对面又已经中毒了，然后另一只也不会中毒，你这样就是给对方打伤害的同时，你又放这边睡，感觉不是很好。
Can you beat this pairing that I'm about to throw down on the field? As Glamoura's not doing much anymore. May as well get Commander going with the Tatsugiri switching in for it.
And especially since Glamoura would be weak to those water attacks if Palafin ever wanted to try to target it down, that Tatsugiri is going to activate its commander and boost all of Dondozo's stats by 2 stages. So now it's going to be even more difficult to break through.
应该有啦，因为他对我有铁力榜，所以他也不需要放近身战。这个太水好像是点攻击耶，好狠哦！
bonus attacks because he is already a water type. That's the benefit of using a type or a terrestrialization for a type you already have compared to switching it to something differently like the Dondozo has. This dragon, kind of a turn too late since Iron Hands was able to get so much damage off while Dondozo was a water type in that previous attack. It's already very low.
点波动冲，然后没打到人。
leftovers.
然后这边直接朝海豚点了，我点好痛哦！这就是龙太上菜吗？真的痛哎，有点猛。
Some health for Amoonguss, 25%, and bringing it back over to over 50% here. Pollen Puff is used onto Gavin's teammate with his
好像对面也抓的有点多了。
recover a little bit more health there, so really nothing too crazy happened.
Yeah, the Palafin as well missing its attack, not being able to land anything into that substitute. Probably try to catch and push down that Gamora while it was asleep. But of course, the Tatsugiri switches in and jumps in the mouth of Dondozo with the commander, so does just get away with it in that regard. Seems like kind of a wasted turn, but we're now just full sending on the Palafin, as I believe we would say.
真的有，然后手把没有办法超速，太狠了，太狠了，
But this one is going to be very,
太狠了
very helpful.
哇！这样打不赢，手把这边打不赢，因为伤害出不去。
To a neutral state, and that order go into the Pelipper that just switched in. So Gavin has revealed his 4th Pokemon in this matchup. It is not the Baxcalibur. It is instead that Pelipper to bring the.
这手把血有点太多了，它是 H 练满哦。你想一下，200。
Palafin loves getting those extra
原始血量225，接近血练嘛，接近，所以没有速度是正常的。哇，这样撞黑雾海豚是真的。 直接被消能力，直接结束了。
Punish, something that's a little bit lower health, like the Dondozo, of course. The Terror type into Dragon is going to help out in that regard. But how many?
如果他金光花是太吵，他刚刚可能要按，他不按就没有机会了。你是说他金光花不是太吵啊？ 刚那个场合我怎么看都可以，他已经给金光花了，就是他被电推的那一拳，那回合感觉是可以太吵啊。所以我刚刚没有仔细看他是不是太吵，来不及。
You're just basically trying to make sure that when it does get its substitute broken, it's able to stick around. Maybe even if you're feeling audacious, set up another substitute. It's a slow play, but it makes a lot of sense in a number of situations.
那这个一定够，这个雨天波动虫气阵一定掉。我这边再补一发暴风。他最后如果 C 很多的话，应该是足够打死。
I think the substitute is still intact, so it was not enough damage since he's a dragon. He's a dragon type there. Oh, actually, no, it did break the sub. Excuse me there. I didn't see the animation. So that Hurricane did bring it down very low. One more hit. Looks like it could potentially be enough to knock out the Dondozo.
Yep. I think one more hit, even with a little bit of leftovers recovery worked in there, is going to be a problem. Oh no, the Dondozo is going down. It does, of course, take the recoil.
From Wave Crash.
Yeah, Wave Crashes and goes down. So it's now just
Glamoura 他是太饿哦。
Of course, the Glamoura
好吧。
against this Palafin and
对，我觉得金花花只能太吵。太饿是他想要拿来打双超，不然我想不到太饿的理由。
just connect things correctly, I think you'll be in a good position.
Tatsugiri does 4 times resist Palafin's water attacks, but
对，我只想知道他要拿来打双槽。
So that should help a little bit there, and it's not like Tatsugiri are really trained to be generally bulky, since it's usually a choice scarf, which is what Yuki has in this matchup. So it's not like it's gonna, even though it is a strong resist, it's not gonna be too defensively bulky.
Well, the Tatsugiri with the choice scarf. Yes, it could fire off an attack. You need to take this Palafin down, right? But Amoongus says no. Amoongus can just try and cause issues that way and redirect it. You could fire off on the spread moves, the Muddy Water and Icy Wind that it has access to, but I don't know if those are going to be enough. It's going to be a sleep turn there, as Palafin, though, is just ready to go, taking out the Glamora.
Yeah, 1-hit KO. That is the power of our hero Palafin at this point in the game. Pelipper has been knocked out, though, so the rain, once it goes away, will not be able to be set up again. But that Draco does go into Palafin's going to lower his special attack, but not be enough for the KO. And now Amoongus puts the Tatsugiri to sleep, thanks to the spore there. So that could have been a really risky turn from Gavin if that got a crit on Draco.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit surprised that he didn't just leave the Glamora alone for that turn and just go after the Tatsugiri, but it makes sense. Get it to sleep and plan things out a little bit better. Let's see. Obviously, this can take some work, so it probably did need the sleep turns overall.
那这个龙线没出去就真的没了。
A little bit of extra damage coming through from the. Oh, Amoongus is actually pollen puffing to the side.
I think that's the right play. The pollen puff towards your Palafin to increase its HP, because now the next Draco Meteor is going to have -2 special attack from Tatsugiri, so it's actually going to be doing less damage.
他太热好像是双超对策嘛。
The writing on the wall, and Gavin Michaels and his Palafin are going to be able to break through Dondozo here in game 1.
That Palafin was just absolutely tearing it up, right? Being able to put down that pressure, got in, got out, came back as the hero form, and then just started to take KOs and put down big chunks of damage, even into a team that, on paper, resists it really well. The Dragon Terror from Dondozo, of course, the natural typing of Tatsugiri as well, just being able to resist that doesn't matter. He's just so strong. He's able to fire on attacks, fire out big hits and start causing those problems.
Yeah, and I think, obviously, if you are Yuki, you're going to need to make an adjustment here in Game 2, but I wonder where that is, because it's not necessarily that Yuki, I think he played pretty well. There was the Iron Hands crit on Wild Charge.
Iron Hand 果然还是猛，有推到那一下嘶吼就真的是很厉害。我觉得他就左边真的就差那一手了。为什么金光花面对一只已经中毒的铁玉榜跟菇还要继续点金光转转？那一手真的很迷，是抓换人吗？是我的画面已经冲，因为直接点铁玉网毒弹不会有任何的损失。
But clearly the answer is there, right? The haze has been revealed, and the haze is available on the team sheet as well. So felt a little bit odd to leave that one, as Gavin leading off just with that pairing that just worked for him in game number 1. Of course, he's got a little bit of work to do. Got to activate the 0 to hero there over on the Palafin, but is he just going to be able to switch it out for free and cause some huge damage that way?
Yeah. So this time around, Gavin actually leads Pelipper next to Palafin, having the rain set up already on turn 1 compared to what he did later, where in the previous game Pelipper was his last Pokemon revealed, and Yuki with the Golden Go and Glamora. The Glamora was actually pretty cool for those first couple of turns. It wasn't taking any damage at all. It was poisoning Iron Hands. It was really kind of a problem for Gavin. The only issue was once Amoongus put it to sleep, it became kind of not very relevant. And there is the manual switch out for Palafin.
Yep, the Palafin as well, did so much work in the last game with the Jet Punch is something to note. Obviously, needing to brush up on my translations of Jet Punch, but it definitely feels like, being able to use that priority, something we talked about yesterday, was very, very helpful. Of course, get that ability going, go wild, as it looks like the strategy has definitely changed.
配招看起来是地面系
onto this Glamora with the dark typing. So trying to help itself out a little bit, not getting completely shredded by something like this Pelipper.
Yeah, that would have been super effective since it is a rock type, but instead it's just a neutral hit. Really strong though, considering because the rain is up, that's why it was still doing more than half. But he's going to recover some HP thanks to the berry, and the Shadow Ball brings Pelipper down to its focus stats. There's not really any bulk on that Pokemon. Now it's at 1 HP, and all you need to do is
这节奏看起来 OK 啊，稳稳打嘛。
This does let the Palafin switch back in for free if Gavin does choose so.
Yeah, I think that's actually kind of what Gavin wanted, right? Is he gets the pivot around to the Iron Hands, which was very good, and just gets a little bit of room. It's going to be the Amoongus, so doesn't want to take advantage of the rain that's set up now, but I think this pair should be in a solid position to maybe open up the door and force Yuki's hand a little bit so the Palafin knows what it has to target a little bit easier and can kind of game plan more. You know, maybe if he sees the Dondozo, he can guess that it's going to be Dondozo Tatsugiri and then play accordingly to that. So waiting to see the third and potentially fourth Pokemon. Very smart when Palafin is something that can close out a game as well.
Yeah, and the Iron Hands does have close combat, right? So this Dark Terra Glamora is not necessarily too safe sitting in front of Iron Hands. That's something that Yuki is going to definitely have to worry about on these turns. Sure, he has access to fake out, but you can catch your opponent off guard if you don't go for the fake out, and it looks like he did not go opt for fake out in this spot. Shadow Ball is not doing too much damage since he's in Salt Vest. That is Earth Valor, super effective as well, but not enough. So Iron Hands takes both hits from his opponents and is going to Volt Switch to safety.
就是这只金花花是超弹型，没有练特攻啊。好像有点扯。
Yuki's side have already attacked and didn't get that knockout. So now Palafin's on the board. It's still in the rain. It's a nice pivot around, and I'm pretty sure Amoongus is going to be able to deal with one of those threats. There it is. Let's get that Glamora back to sleep.
你都跑去人家家里面玩 Overcooked 了，你心中怎么还可以想着别的女人
？Somewhat of a non-factor in the matchup. Since Glamora had already attacked this previous turn,
你应该要专情一点。
It is going to be forced to stay asleep this turn.
Yeah, and we can see as well that Yuki does have that Dondozo Tatsugiri combination ready to go in the back. So you know this Palafin is able to just start really throwing down that damage nice and early.
就是要一直转，真的假的？我是在场上疯狂转圈圈，然后你全员中毒，这样吗？太狠了吧！哦，连 double switch 绝对不会被水。可你等一下还是要被消能力。那好。
Right, yeah, it's one of those odd interactions in Scarlet and Violet that are kind of different than how other switch out works, as Tatsugiri becomes, you know, somewhat untargetable. So if you were to target into that slot, you're actually not going to do any damage. And with the fist bumps, it looks like that is exactly what happened. So Dondozo is able to switch in with Commander, getting it set up without taking damage.
Yeah, no damage done there, but of course the Palafin still has access to Haze, which is something we saw in the last game as well. So, you know, all of those boosts could be kind of dealt with pretty promptly. And of course, you know, you're asking a lot.
我感觉是纯粹想要消耗一下，可是你消耗得起来吗？它菇可以回收，然后可以帮旁边花粉团。这个消息好像打不起来。但我没说，他把那只换上来。你怎么会这边上这个呢？为什么？
As the haze comes out, it's going to get rid of all of those.
等一下，我觉得你估价那个留在场上跟他撸应该没什么问题吧？为什么要上来吃这个中毒伤害？他一定会守住，然后守到你毒死吧？而且他还有龙态还没交。哦，他龙态交了。哦，那可以。守住只能拖一次。 然后黑雾之后铁鱼网比较快，再读一次不会死，所以等一下有一发电推。OK， 怎么办？电推吃定了。太监也交了。好，那好像他想的比较远，合理。
Get that Amoongus back in, maybe try and you know, draw some attacks away potentially moving forward, but also got use of the regenerator. Looks like we're going all in on Palafin once again.
Yeah, the Iron Hands is going to be saved for later for that one last turn, either fake out pressure or a strong wild charge into Dondozo, or even say the close combat into Glamora later on when that is forced to come back onto the field. But Gavin is going to Terra his Palafin yet again to have this boost. While the rain is up, you might as well take advantage of it. And that is resisted damage from Palafin, doing over 60% into Dondozo. This order up, even with a critical hit, That's why Hayes is so important. Everybody needs Dondozo answers, and Gavin has shown you his.
It didn't even look that resisted, Joe. I mean, it still did well over half. Like, I know
没雨天了，这样等一下波动冲撞不死。
The water terror, it's gonna hurt. But that is
不然他为什么他刚刚要回收上铁臂膀，然后再把孤换回来？那个轮转的用意是。
The amount of damage you take just dealing with this
Dondozo,
wave crashing it, you've really got to make it up with the pollen puff. But Gavin is so committed to making sure
那
OK. No wiggle room.
然后这个应该是点自己吧，睡人或点，或者是补自己，全补自己 OK。但我觉得他这样打就好了，就吃我爸这样子，他的消息完全出不来。他应该是打算说，我知道我会被黑雾啊，但是我就是吃我爸上来，先把你的血消一轮。可是我看对面两只都可以补血，我觉得这个消血是打不起来。
Yeah, protect coming through from the Dondozo. Of course, just getting that leftovers recovery, trying to push Yuki back into position where, without the rain in particular, these wave crashes are going to be a lot more manageable to take as well. Amoongus going for an attack into the Dondozo as well, so not able to get anything done, but all Yuki gets is that leftovers recovery between turns, and it's still going to be tight. I mean, yes, of course, it is very tricky without the rain to be able to do that, something that Gavin's not going to be able to reset because of the Palapa going down.
我也是觉得他应该要帮铁臂膀回血，可是他现在好像不太敢换，他怕哪一边吃个上菜，铁臂膀死了，这样换就失去意义。现在就变一个僵持状态。我是觉得你先睡他啦，刚刚补可以，那我觉得这边继续卡在场上，然后睡了，然后等一下再看要怎么轮转补血。先睡过去就对了，因为这个打不死。
Ooh, that brings it down into the red, but is not enough to knock it out. You're gonna have a little bit of recoil damage on Gavin's side as well.
还想偷
？Yeah, it's gonna be a fail
sub. It looked like he went for substitute.
还想偷？
那完蛋了。25% of his HP remaining. Substitute cost you at least 25% of your remaining HP there. So, and on top of that, you're put to sleep by Amoongus as well.
That is an absolutely brutal.
这样就上铁臂膀回血了。
To get that substitute up, it looked like without the rain, it may be a little bit closer, but still not there. The sub just wasn't able to work out, and then the Amoongus punished.
他也不是没消到血，可是
Gavin Ray says, "Okay, try to substitute. I dare you."
消得很无力。可是其实对面是真的没怎么扣，而且还让那个铁臂膀可以奶一口，这样反而是让对面血变多。这个卡在场上的时候。现在睡他之后就是，我现在送进宝可梦中级，对，我现在开始回血了，开始恢复体力。他不换了，为什么？哎，早安。哦，他要睡那个马米粒，可以。死在梦中。早餐吃什么？我还没买。
Of that slot there, the question is, what does Amoongus go for? And it is the Spore! He called that would be enough damage. We saw how strong the Water Terror wave crashes were into Dondozo. So, Tatsugiri gets popped out and immediately put to sleep.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic play there from Gavin. That's why I'm excited to see somebody understand the exact mechanic, right? That once the Dondozo's gone, the Tatsugiri is getting bounced out, and then you can punish it immediately because they can't do anything on that turn. It's just sat on the field and not able to play the game. So, really nicely done from Gavin there. I haven't seen enough players kind of take advantage of that yet. And so I think that's kind of a really good mastery of the game. But Palafin now, facing down some more offensive threats and a sleeping Tatsugiri, does have to be careful as those wave crashes keep adding up.
可是不知道海豚有没有练术，大部分海豚是没有练术，所以有可能要跑出赛服啊。
Yeah, Gogo actually switching out right as it comes in, trying to bait Gavin into targeting that attack where he doesn't feel Glumora is as valuable in this matchup as Golden Go will be. Rage Powder would redirect an attack away, but because obviously they're put to sleep, no attacks are going to be coming onto Gavin's side. So it's all up to Palafin on This turn is going to have the only attack that looks like it's going into the Glimmora, which will be another KO. And now Yuki is down to his final 2 Pokemon. The Toxic Debris will activate, but it's not really going to matter. This Iron Hinge is at like 5 HP anyway, and Amoonguss is a poison type.
Yeah, I mean, the Amoonguss doesn't care. Iron Hands is already poisoned as well. And that's just another great turn. I think it was very smart. Obviously, you need to weave in a Pollen Puff if you want Palafin to close the game. But, your options are really limited with this Golden Go, and it has to make a choice. You know that it's got the choice specs available.
这好像看米粒有没有醒，
Not going to be great against the
有醒有变数。
Then you've got the access to the Shadow Ball. Okay, that's going to get redirected. And so is the Power Gem as well. So Amoonguss can keep things safe.
开始败。
Yuki looks like he's waiting for this Tatsugiri to wake up and start causing problems. So
还在睡。
let's see how the turn shakes out.
所以不然我跑赢。
Tatsugiri does not wake up for Yuki.
好，没有。好吧， 那就恭喜右边了。现在在瑞士轮啊，其实，所以不用太气馁。
He did click into Amoonguss, but that is the 3rd knockout of the game for Palafin. And as long as Amoonguss can keep Palafin healthy, he kind of has more than 100% HP with all the Pollen Puffs. He's kind of had like 230% HP in this matchup because he's been healed so much.
Well,
没有，我觉得
a sticky situation, right? You
他
have
点
to
怒
jet
粉，好吧。
punch. Otherwise, if the Tatsugiri wakes up, it could just to catch you there. But it looks like he's just going to be able to keep on going. Yeah, there's the jet punch.
反正等一下有一个马威加一发。
When Tatsugiri wakes up, if it does, it is able to wake up and land a Muddy Water.
Oh, but the Muddy Water does not claim the KO on to Palafin. He just barely hangs on, so you can stick around for one more attack next turn, and there are no accuracy drops as well. So now he is choice locked into the Muddy Water.
It's the right choice. You have to go spread move, otherwise you're just going to get caught by Follow Me all the time. You have to lock in because of the choice.
Muddy Water,
But, you're kind of fishing for it with the Muddy Water, just trying to get those accuracy drops.
可是我看那只菇要打好久才打得死。
And that's going to be a massive problem.
好了，被睡到应该结束了。
Easy Spore right there.
就结束了。
Yeah, he's not going to turn Spore into sleep powder in that spot.
这边是不是补血？然后
Spore, which is why Amoonguss is
哦，不是波浪虫，
so
不是。
viable and so strong throughout its entire history in VGC. So now
波浪拳，然后补自己吧。看他要不要补自己啊？或者他想要直接花粉团打过去也可以。
Because Tatsugiri cannot attack.
Yeah, Tatsugiri can do nothing.
这个是补自己，太狠了，太狠了。
Jet punch. You have to jet punch now, or else the recall is going to knock you out. So being able to just stick
太好了，
there
这个人太狠
jet
了。
punch, get a little bit of extra damage down. Certainly not the
不过这样很稳
right
啊
now,，
没什么问
game
题
is。just on lock for Gavin Michaels being able to take down a top competitor. It is an early wake up. But Muddy Water's not really the way to go. There's an accuracy drop, Joe. Is it coming? Is it happening?
Are we going to get 6 accuracy drops in a row? The answer is no. 2 resisted Pokemon that don't worry about the damage Muddy Water.
哦，好痛，波龙虫。
Palafin gets all 4 knockouts in this matchup, and Gavin Michaels is going to win our round 10 match over Yuki.
For anyone who wasn't convinced,
对面雨队控的真的是蛮好的。
It is a fantastic Pokemon that takes a little bit of wiggle room, takes a little bit of maneuvering to really get it on a roll. But once you get going with it, you get, I think it was 4 Pollen Puffs that game.
Yeah,
that's a ridiculous. That's 300% of your health basically.
以前加铁臂膀，铁臂膀对包袱是必胜，基本上是必胜。
Go a little bit crazy, and I think it, in the battle of the water types, is it Dondozo? Is it Palafin? Fins up for me, Joe.
剩下的交给海豚处
I
理。
think that is the answer. And for Yuki, obviously a great trainer.
这是雨天海豚啊，雨天海豚真的强啊。如果是单挂的海豚就不一定。所以感觉海豚现在应该跟2个，就是你要么跟雨天，要么跟灭格，像 Wolf 一样搭灭格。
Than what we've seen many other VGC trainers have effective use of. I think this is kind of. This idea of Glimmora is more similar to everybody's original intentions or original thoughts of what Glimmora can provide, the toxic spikes and the toxic debris and mortal spin and things like that. It's kind of like what we originally thought that Glimmora's viability would be.
I think Glimmora as well is something that a lot of people looked at with kind of the moveset that you think of it, right? It's a Pokemon so dedicated to entry hazards. The toxic spikes, the regular spikes as well, which was a move available.
好，因为这位选手其实昨天有被采访，我先 2个早餐。有一个人拿过分享打 Day2，聂哥还是这么猛。总之，这个玩雨天玩家他是觉得，反正就是雨天现在依然是算强势可以玩，然后加上挂海豚的黑雾可以去对车伺候。对，先买早餐，反正大家应该知道他等一下采访会说什么。
he knows the Dondozo is going down. He catches the Tatsugiri on the way out. That just shows like a mastery of being able to play through the turn in your head and make those correct moves. Because in a lot of cases, people will just double up on the Dondozo and then the Tatsugiri gets away. But it's nice to see players understanding, you can immediately punish Tatsugiri when it comes out.
Yeah, he understood the pacing of how the interactions were going to work there. And I do agree with you. I think Gavin Michaels is one of the best players in North America when it comes to board position. Like just talking his ear off and seeing how he sees the game and how he sees matchups and understanding 2, 3, 4 turns ahead of where he needs to be. For example, leading Palafin with Pelipper in game 2 and knowing it's like, I actually want Pelipper to go down so I can get future benefit of having Amoonguss and Palafin next to each other instead while the rain is up.
And I'll give Gavin credit as well. We asked for it. We wanted to see a little bit more out, or I wanted to see a little bit more out the Iron Hands. And I got to see it. I think he did a really good job in game number 1 as well, landing those big wild charges. It was good to see it used outside of this world that's just like, I use fake out and buy me a turn. It's nice to see that variety. So a lot of credit to Gavin there for being able to be successful with a Pokemon that other people seem to be struggling with.
Yeah, and you can see the synergy with Gavin's team because Palafin does not have the flip turn, so it has to use manual switches. But then, of course, because of Volt Switch on the Iron Hand, you're able to get it back in for free later on. But for now, we are actually going to head over to the interview with our Round 10 winner, Gavin Michaels.
Thank you so much, you two. Yes, first off, congratulations, Gavin, on another win. You're now 9-1 in Swiss. That is fantastic going into this. Just first off, how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling around as good as I can be. Last time we spoke, it was after round 3. 3-0, it's like, who knows? It could go a lot of ways. 6-1 is probably the best way it could have gone afterwards. So, I mean, feeling around as good as I can be. Just got to be continuing to play my best throughout the rest of the day.
And then 8-1 on the first day of Swiss. I mean, obviously you're taking the wins. Was it easy coasting on through, though? Or tell me about how it actually went down.
I mean, I think there's always that point in the tournament where it's like you expect, like, okay, there's going to be a loss or whatever. But then at a certain point, you're like, wait, this is kind of a crazy run. Okay, hold up. Because for me, what it was after round 5, I played the one matchup that going to tournament, I thought, oh, this is impossible. I'll never beat this. That's okay. I'll punt it. I'll beat everything else. And then I beat it. So then I was like, all right, I can do this. So ever since then, it's just been huge surge of confidence.
What matchup was that?
It was basically a mirror, but like with a nasty plot Goldango. So like, and all of their Pokemon are faster than me. It's kind of like a bad dream where it's like a test you haven't studied for and you're in your underwear. It's like not great.
Well, then going into day 2 now, you know of what teams are out there. Is there any teams that are going to be sparking that same type of feeling, or is it a little nicer of a field?
What I'm scared of personally is Mousehold Annihilate, because I thought those things went extinct. Like, I thought that at Series 2, the Paradox Pokemon came in there, and then, I don't know. But then I'm here, they're in the field, they're doing really well, and that's definitely a little scary to me. So that's the one thing I'm hoping not to place, and I'll probably face it next round.
That's how it goes. But there's still a couple rounds of Swiss, so a little wiggle room. And then now that you've gotten through this first day of Swiss and even this round, I want to know your thoughts on the MVP of the team. Because I know we have ours, the Palafin kind of went crazy, but I'd like to hear it from you.
Sorry, can you repeat that question? I couldn't hear.
Yeah, so which Pokemon on the team would be the MVP for you now that you've gotten through your first day of Swiss?
I think my MVP is got to be Amoonguss. Because, like, honestly, I think that with the rain and the Palafin and all of that, those are really just accessories to show off how crazy Amoonguss can be. Because Amoonguss protects Palafin like nothing else, and when you're clicking Wave Crash 20 times, it turns out Pollen Puff is really nice. You get the Spore to cover, and like with the rain, you can Terra Steel the Amoonguss so that nothing's hidden it, and it's just like so obnoxious to deal with. So for me, using Palafin and using rain has really been a way to just use Amoonguss as much as humanly possible.
All right. And then before I send you off to get ready for your next round, any final words from you?
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out to Elisa for all the support, I want to give a shout out to Bars for helping with the team. And I want to give a shout out to the greatest country on earth, Tub Nation.
Thank you, thank you. Best of luck going on forward. And for us, we are going to be sending it back to our casters.
All right, well, I guess I got to get some Tub Nation fun facts ready for future events there from Gavin.
I'll let you work on that one.
Yeah.
I don't think we're hosting a regionals there.
Hey, you never know.
What if they like fill out like a top 8 like that?
There's actually a huge percentage of that. I was talking with those guys as we were walking in today, and they're saying like there's going to be some team KOs. It's inevitable. We have to face each other, and under these unfortunate circumstances, they're going to knock their friends out. So it's sad that you have to take out your own teammate and his dream to making it to a championship at the international level. But it is also a positive, I would say, that so many of your friends are that high caliber of trainers.
Yeah, I mean, it means that you've all kind of trained and made really good decisions together, right? It shows that there's definitely a level of understanding of the game that when shared and when you work together, a rising tide raises all ships. And that's very, very true for a number of those team building groups that we talk to, and we understand that, they don't always bring the same team either, but sometimes they just bring the same kind of thoughts and feelings about the metagame, and then it just works really nicely for them.
Yeah, kind of similar to how we have in our trading card game. We have some groups that all work in tandem to find the best 60 cards, but then sometimes they will iterate a little bit, and one player goes Lugia, and one player goes, Reggie's or something like that, or maybe Eternatus if you're fancy.
Hey, don't talk about my Knoxville ideas already. It's getting a little bit too exciting.
Breaking news: Lugia might be played in Knoxville.
Oh yeah. Don't forget though, at least in trading card game, they can ID. So they can navigate around that.
Right.
But it seems like we're on a bit of a tangent right now. So while we get ready for our next round of the day here in Melbourne, we can throw it over to a quick break.
Hey Pokemon trainers, Joe Brown here. Let's take a quick look at some of the highlights from the 2023 Pokemon VGC Regional Championships in San Diego. This was the first official VGC event played in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. So the singular goal of the over 500 trainers was to become the very first champion in the new era. This was also the first opportunity for trainers to earn championship points on their journeys to the World Championships this summer. The story of San Diego was Dondozo versus the field.
Even though players have come prepared to this tournament, I actually would put my money on Dondozo winning the tournament.
With almost a quarter of all trainers bringing Dondozo to San Diego, the odds were high that Dondozo would order up a victory.
Showing how the Dondozo can just win games on its own.
Emilio Forbes proved that the Dondozo Tatsugiri Commander combo deserved to be feared by going undefeated through 10 rounds of Swiss. The lone player that has not lost. Flying was the Terra type of choice for Dondozo, and Emilio was flying high through day one of the competition. With a top cut of 32 trainers, some traveling from as close as LA to some as far away as Korea, San Diego was an exciting debut for Scarlet and Violet on a global scale. Wolf Glick started day 2 where we left off, with a dominant victory in top 32 over international champion James Beck. Then, in top 16, 2 New York friends faced off in Angel Miranda and Chuppa crossed the 4th. Chuppa continued the Dondozo domination with a special twist of his own, Pawmon. The hands-on Pokemon has access to Revival Blessing, which can bring a fainted teammate back into the fray, and led Chuppa to victory. Dondozo wasn't the only water type surfing it up in San Diego, because Rain Team showed up in a huge way. San Diego was Aaron Brock's first regional tournament, with Pelipper setting up the Rain and giving Dreadnought double speed.
Would you believe it? Dreadnought. Okay, I can't believe it, Aaron. We actually get to see the Dreadnought in action.
Aaron used that duo to swiftly defeat the competition. He then faced Dragonite enthusiast Giovanni Costa in top 8 and waited until Game 3 to finally let his opponent know it was time to bite back.
Now comes out and sweeps this endgame, gets the liquidation off in tutorials, and Aaron's going to move on to top 4 here in San Diego.
Aaron's rainy day would come to an end when he faced off against G-Sock Lee in top 4. This is where the story takes a turn, with unexpected heroes Baxcalibur and Paldean Tauros. Trainers weren't prepared for that duo, so G-Sock was perfectly positioned for this tournament. And if those two weren't enough, Terra Poison Garganackle was the rock that held the team together. In the finals, Chuppa and his Dondozo tried to prove that the most popular strategy would prevail, while GSOC wanted to show that variety in team building was crucial. Baxcalibur reigned supreme in San Diego, and Paldean Tauros was the right meta-call for GSOC Lee to bring home the title.
And that final knockout crowns GSOC Lee your 2023 San Diego Regional Champion.
How will San Diego's results impact future events in VGC? Will Dondozo be back for vengeance, or will a completely new strategy steal the show? Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for all the information you need to follow or join in on the action.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to sunny Melbourne, Australia, here for the 2023 Oceania International Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Labuisa Akjosh Chromie to bring you through round 10 here, round 11. We have a lot of Swiss rounds today, still going for day 2.
We're in the double digits for sure, and you're right, you know, the temperature may have cooled a little bit. It's still very sunny in Melbourne, but the Pokemon action is still as hot as ever, as these trainers who have made it all the way to day 2 are going to battle it out through a further 5 Swiss rounds to try and get into that elusive top cut of top 8.
Yeah, we've already have 1 Swiss round down, so we still have 4 more to go, and the competition is absolutely fierce because everybody is vying for those top 8 spots, and they're going to be hard to come by. We have 32 players competing today, so that's going to be a quarter of the competition.
Well, that's the thing. You start narrowing it down to be who's going to be the best of the best at this point. So no matter what match we're able to bring you, you know it's going to be a high caliber player. And I mean, what a match to start us off with as well. I know Yuki was a firm favorite coming into this, and unfortunately just wasn't meant to be in that game, but you know, there's still a couple more Swiss rounds to go, and Gavin really did pilot that Palafin to show why it's so amazing.
And there's a little bit more room for error today because we actually didn't have any players enter into day number 2 with a perfect record.
That's true.
So everybody at this point maybe has a loss under their belt, maybe 2 at this point. So you're still sitting pretty, maybe 3 losses, and that might be the cutoff there.
That's the thing. You kind of want to make sure that you can't afford a loss at this point, particularly if you came in towards the end of that kind of top 32 bracket, but it's definitely possible. We've seen a lot of, you know, as Adam always says, those Cinderella stories, right? Where players come from maybe, you know, losing very early in a tournament and then just win out and can go all the way.
Absolutely.
I seem to remember it was a special event back in Bilbao in Europe, and the player who ended up winning lost round 1 because he got lost on the metro. So he was late and then won out to win the whole tournament. So, you know, these things can happen.
Absolutely. And I think even still, if I'm not mistaken, at some point last season, Eric Rios started a tournament at X1.
I think so, yes.
And then won out the rest of the day and then, of course, won the whole tournament.
Yeah.
Happened probably a few
That's what it
times
takes
there.
to be a champion, right? Like sometimes you need
that
just that
mindset.
Yeah. Maybe it's the extra pressure helps you perform better.
The adrenaline.
I know some people are like that before exams where it's like it's kind of, you get to, the nearer it gets to, the better you can study, and maybe it's the same with
That's
Pokemon,
me too.
who knows?
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings here for our top players, looking at day number 2 after our first round, and we still have Colin, Gavin, and Aurelia that won out their round number 10. And a couple other players now still sitting at that X2 record that have a great shot moving forward to tomorrow and top cut.
Exactly, and you can see those 2 French players, Aurélien and Thomas, were actually facing against each other, I believe, in that previous round as well. So really interesting to see, you know, that Aurélien was able to come through. We talked a little bit about him yesterday, you know, being able to come through seniors into masters, and is now battling it out with these players, you know, like Thomas has been in Masters Division for a while. He's a really well-known player, and being able to hold your own against, you know, not only a high player, but a fellow countryman, I think is a really, really cool thing to see. Again, taking a look a little bit further, Zachary Thornberg there as well, the Sylveon player that I know we enjoyed commentating yesterday, as well as a lot of other players on the other side. Alfredo Changonzoles as well, I remember him in seniors.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be another player that aged up just like Aurelia did into the Masters Division for this season. So great to see both of these players doing so well in the tournament so far. And of course, you still have that global representation here from all of our regions.
Yeah, my eyes are on Jessie Beard there, number 15 slot, because of course representation, but also I hear a cheeky rumor that Jessie is running a Gastrodon, so we all know that that's a player I'm going to be really excited to see. Hopefully Gastrodon, you know, I think a lot of people have checked it out a little bit, you know, they kind of said it's done its time, you know. It won the recent World Championships, you know, it's a high caliber, but maybe it's not the best water type. I disagree, and I'm glad to see that Jessie also disagrees on this point.
Yeah, and I think you're going to get your wish here, Lou. I feel like you spoke this into existence at the moment, because we are going to see Jessie Beard up against Yuya Tada for our Swiss round 11. And you can see on Jessie's team there's that Gastrodon, but there's also another pick that I feel like has dropped off in a lot of popularity based on what we saw in the Sword and Shield era. That's Grimmsnarl that I'm looking at there.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl was a Pokemon, like you said, in the Sword and Shield era. It was a really key Pokemon, a great support Pokemon. It can set up those screens and light screen and reflect, and can get up to a 3 tricks as well. I think coming into the Scarlet and Violet side of things, it got parting shot, and it was a Pokemon that then suddenly everyone kind of said, this is going to be so broken, it's going to be on everyone's team, but actually we haven't seen as much utility from it. I think, speaking of kind of dark types, we've seen a little bit more coming through from Murkrow and from Hydreigon. Grimmsnarl maybe just couldn't squeeze its way onto the team in that dark type spot, but it's nice to see it here being able to provide that support once again for Jessie.
And I think there's another reason why we've seen Grimmsnarl drop off in popularity, and that's the existence of terastallization. You have a lot of dark type Terras running around, and because of Grimmsnarl's Prankster ability, you aren't able to actually use those status moves into dark type Pokemon. So that's another hurdle that this Grimmsnarl is going to have to overcome here. But I don't see any of that on the other side when we look at Yuya Tada's team, at least at first glance, right? My eyes are immediately drawn to the Iron Moth, however. That is a Pokemon that we saw a little bit of usage of in Orlando, but didn't find this type of success here to make it into Top Cut.
I think there were 2 Iron Moths in Top Cut here in Oceania, and it's nice to be able to, showcase one here. I mean, again, a Pokemon that can run a nice variety of moves. You can run things like Energy Ball and Flamethrower for that kind of coverage as well. You know, Flamethrower really nice for all the Steel types that we've got running around, whether it's, you know, in their natural form in Golden Go or, you know, Steel Terror. We saw that a lot with Fluttermane yesterday, for example. And then on the same kind of coin, we've got a lot of Water types running around. You were talking earlier about the emergence of Water type Terror being a new defensive play, and that's where a move like Energy Ball can be really effective.
Yeah, that's such a great call out there, and I think that one of the reasons why we've seen that Water Terra come more into the fold is that it's one of the best defensive Terra types that we have to offer. It has very few weaknesses and a lot of resist there, so you're looking at just having some nice coverage options to make sure that you're going to be able to stay in the meta. The other thing that's really nice about the Water Terra is, despite the fact that it is not super great against like electric type attacks and grass type attacks, there are very few of those types of Pokemon or those coverage options really running around right now.
Yeah, we saw Golden Go running Thunderbolt a little bit at the beginning of the meta to account for all the birds that were running around, you know, but it's kind of dropped off in popularity. The Pokemon, obviously, I want to see is that Gastrodon. Now, according to the graphic, in my book, it's the wrong Gastrodon. I am a favorite of the blue and green variant, but hey, I'll take what I can get at this point in the tournament. And I think Gastrodon is a really great pick for this particular matchup. If you take a look at Yuya's team, you've got that Dondozo Tatsugiri combination again. And we've seen how powerful Dondozo can be with those wave crashes running around. So you might possibly want to have your Gastrodon there in order to absorb that all up due to its Storm Drain ability. The opposing Dondozo is running wave crash, and that, you know, we know that it likes to deal out that heavy hit. So it's something potentially that, you know, Yuya has to worry about. That little Gastrodon jumping into the fray.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that too, you've got the Muddy Water as well on the Tatsugiri. So another great Storm Drain target. But I love that you called out the Iron Moth here, because the Energy Ball is definitely a move that I'm going to keep an eye out for, and how Jessie will keep this Iron Moth in check if it does end up coming to the game. Because the other thing I'm looking at is just Iron Moth in the earlier stages of its development in the meta was running Acid Spray, and now that's a move that we haven't seen very recently, and I feel like that's going to be really well paired with the Fluttermane as well as the Tatsugiri to be able to drop those special defenses.
We could see kind of a great war going here between Iron Moth and Gastrodon, because as you've identified, you know, you've got this Energy Ball. That's something that Gastrodon would usually quake in fear at, you know, 4 times super effective damage coming its way, but it is running that Fire Terror type, so it could always change into that and just be like, haha, Energy Ball, try and hit me now. And on the flip side, however, you know, Iron Moth is going to be very susceptible to something like an Earth Power coming out from the opposing Gastrodon, and that's why Iron Moth has the Grass Terror type to be able to absorb that really well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little clash of the Titans between these two Pokemon. I've said it, they are Titan Pokemon.
I think you're right about that one. Gastrodon really cemented itself as a force to be reckoned with in the Sword and Shield video game times, and now we get a chance to see how it will perform here. It does have the Covert Cloak as an option too, so you know that you're not going to be able to get faked out. There's a lot of other ways that Covert Cloak will keep it safe, especially looking across the way at just the kind of secondary effects that are available. So I'm super pumped to see how Gastrodon's going to do in this case. And even if Grimmsnarl makes an appearance, there's a few things that I feel like are kind of standing in its way right now. I'm looking at the Heavy Slam here on the Dondozo, maybe just being able to get a lot of good damage down onto that Pokemon, but also just the Acid Spray as well. That's not something that Grimmsnarl's going to want to take.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Doesn't want to take an acid spray at all. I mean, I hate to keep doing this. I don't. That's a lie. I'm coming back to the Gastrodon because you just talked about Dondozo and how it's got that heavy slam. That's why, again, having this fire Terra type could be amazing for Gastrodon. You know, you're not going to take too much damage from that steel type attack. And in particular, Dondozo is running that steel type Terra as well, which we saw it kind of shift to the metagame because of Clear Smog running around, particularly on Pokemon like Amoonguss. And when you're in that steel type, then you're not going to worry about any poison damage. But let's get into the Pokemon action here. It is going to be Fluttermane and the Dondozo out on the field for Yuya, and on the opposing side, Fluttermane, but paired up with that Talonflame. Oh, and keeping my fingers crossed, Gastrodon's in the back.
Oh, I think you're right about this one, Lou. At least I would hope that Jessie has brought Gastrodon to this game number 1, especially seeing that Dondozo across the way. But there's immediate speed control available from Jessie's Talonflame. So you could go for something like the Tailwind here, especially to allow your Fluttermane to really do some damage. But I love the Will-O-Wisp as an option as well, just to start keeping this Dondozo in check.
Yep, completely agree. We've seen it time and time again with Dondozo getting burnt or getting put to sleep as a way to kind of neutralize its offensive pressure on the field. And no surprise, it's actually going to switch right out of here in the face of that potential Will-O-Wisp. Remember, it's open team sheets. This is information that Yuya will be privy to, and bringing in the Arcanine, a Pokemon that's not going to be affected by that fire status move at all, and you can throw down a cheeky Intimidate primarily against that opposing Talonflame.
Yeah, but I think there's also a really nice other option there. So a very safe switch here for Yuya to be able to bring in that Arcanine, because what if you do have the Iron Hands in the back as well as the opposing Arcanine that is present on Jessie's team? But we're seeing a Terrestrialization right away, and we will see that Will-O-Wisp fail into the Fire-type Arcanine there.
Yeah, really nice adjustment from Yuya here, and going for the Shadow Ball as well into that Talonflame that didn't opt to use its Gale Wings to set up a Tailwind here, but will do a significant chunk of damage to it. Fluttermane, however, going to retaliate with a Shadow Ball of its very own from Jessie's side, and that's why it's a really nice Terrestrialization into Grass type on Yuya's side, but it did get that drop.
Yeah, the special defense drop could be really important here, just looking at the Fluttermane being able to do a little bit more damage, but there really isn't too many other special attackers on the team to help follow that up unless that Gastrodon is in fact in the back. But as of right now, I'm really looking at this Fluttermane on Yuya's side, not only because it's been able to deal some good damage to the Talonflame, but that Terrestrialization means that Dondozo can't do that now.
Yeah, that's very true. Dondozo isn't going to be able to go into that steel Terra type we were talking about. That is something that Fluttermane has claimed. But I think it was the right situation here. You're going to be able to try and get a opposing Shuttermane or find a way to shut down this Talonflame, which I think is a good reason why then Jessie switching out, knowing it seems to be a prime target for Yuya.
Yeah, and you can actually see there that Gastrodon is not in the back for this game. So I'm kind of looking at whether or not there's going to be a good answer to the Dondozo if the Tatsugiri is also present. But look at that.
Grimmsnarl's gone. We're talking about Pokemon being present. Grimmsnarl's not even here anymore. It was good for it to be able to jump in and jump right back out. But I think it's wise to preserve that Talonflame because the Fluttermane on Jessie's side can now deal with the opposing Fluttermane that was applying pressure with that Shadow Ball.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, you're really looking at Jessie trying to make the most of every single turn here. After losing the Grimmsnarl so early, you don't really have the ability to help keep your defense up more, and especially when you're against that Dondozo, this is going to be
昨天看到一个157的，我以为已经够疯了，这个偷到160。
Yeah, Talonflame's back in action
什么情况？
We did see the extreme speed come out from that opposing Arcanine, so that's something that Talonflame
还是他是那个无阵型吗？
the best defensive capabilities, and obviously
就是那无阵跟我说什么？他想要巨魔开墙，然后冥想正义法。 大概不会是这个吧？疯到底的那种。全耐久，完全没有练速度。
Whether or not Yuya sees that there's that, you know, how much of a threat is Tailwind, right? Or how much of a threat is just the Talonflame in general? And it looks like Yuya's just going to go ahead and opt to switch out the Arcanine and get things going here with the Dondozo and Tatsugiri.
There we go. Little Tatsugiri jumps into the mouth of the Dondozo, activates his Commander ability, and is going to get all these.
我现在声音应该 OK 吧？
Whether the Talonflame would fall victim to the possibility of that coming through, we will have to see. This could be a nice opportunity for Jessie to do some good damage to this opposing Dondozo, particularly with a Terrestrialization here.
Yeah, the Terrestrialization could be really big just to be able to keep this Talonflame a little bit stronger, especially because Jessie was kind of expecting the extreme speed to come through. So the Ghost Terra type is really nice to be able to negate that type of pressure. It will allow this Talonflame to go for the Will-O-Wisp though without the threat of that priority move. And to burn the Dondozo here is nice to get rid of some of that attack, as well as just be able to keep it.
真是不幸，人家有重磅。
unfortunately, the bird's not going to save it this time.
Yeah, critical hits are a thing, and that's sometimes what you need to do. Dondozo was going to take that burn. The Talonflame was really brave, actually, going for that Ghost Terror to avoid taking the normal type extreme speed, and then, you know, in retaliation, the Dondozo's like, yep, sure, I'm burned, but I've still got a lot of weight behind me. I can throw that Heavy Slam down and deal with the Fluttermane. Iron Hand's now on the field, though, and again, this is a Pokemon that can still deal considerable amount of damage to that opposing Dondozo, something like a Wild Charge, considering that, as you mentioned, Dondozo cannot go into Terra Steel now. It's still going to be that water type. It's going to hit really hard. There's no way to remove the boost necessarily, so that's why the burn was so critical.
Yeah, and this taunt is really nice as well because it shuts off Dondozo's ability to go for Yawn, which might be a really nice way to keep this Iron Hands in check. But the Earthquake here, and look at just how little it does to the Iron Hands. And with the Ghost Terror, yes, Talonflame's going to take a little bit of damage, but it is still up.
It's not every day you see a bird getting hit by the Earthquake, but that Terra typing, you know, it's normally we see it when it's kind of roosting down on the ground, but no. And it's able to survive, and I think that's a credit to the Talonflame and the way that the trainers built it as well.
Absolutely. I mean, that survivability can be really big here, just to be able to go for some damage. I mean, you've done your job with the Will-O-Wisp as well as the taunt to start shutting things down, and you still have this Brave Bird available to go for some of this damage. I don't think at this point you're really that worried about speed because this Iron Hands isn't going to be able to make too much use of that at this point. So just try to soften up this Dondozo and see whether or not this Iron Hands can finish the job.
It's going to be a tall order of Iron Hands, though. Talonflame is now gone. It takes the recoil from that Brave Bird. Yes, it got a little bit of damage across, but Iron Hands now has to face down against not one, not two, but three Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. Earthquake comes out again. It single targets, so it does a little bit more damage to that opposing Iron Hands. It does, of course, get to eat its Citrus Berry, but at the end of the day, the defensive boost on that opposing Dondozo are still going to be in action. So the Wild Charge, yes, it's going to be able to do good damage, but it's not enough to get the KO.
No, I mean, Dondozo's defensive boosts are still going to be really helpful in this case. And while the burn is available, you are at least shutting off the leftovers healing that this Dondozo would be getting. But it's still in dire straits here for this Iron Hands. You can't KO everything right now, and this Earthquake is still going to do a considerable amount.
我刚看到好像是巨魔涣散，然后被围掉，直接被神速月炮围掉，好像是这样。最后还有疯狗维赫加米莉，应该是不会赢，不是背信那不是迷勇气。
coming back in, and Arcanine can not only deal some decent damage, but can also throw down and intimidate, weaken the potential of Iron Hands to close out the match for Jessie.
Yep, and there's not a spread damage option available on this Iron Hands as well, so you're looking at that as just not a way to clean up both Pokemon. And with the Tatsugiri holding this Choice Scarf, it's going to Dragon Pulse off first.
Yes, not enough to get the KO, but there's Arcanine waiting in the wings to be like, I'll finish off the job and take game one for Yuya.
Right, really clean game there for Yuya to be able to pivot around and get that Dondozo and Tatsugiri in at the perfect time.
我好喜欢这种玩家，他把那个独而异法用得很好。
To go to that Grass Terra, it was awesome to see that he had the foresight to realize.
哦，他把双神速概念用进来，然后独而异法加伺候，太简单又直观了这个队伍。可是就是强，不得不说。
Talonflame wasn't as reliable as we've seen it be before. You know, it could only deal one Brave Bird out, and it had such little HP to be able to take that recoil.
水波动。
My question now is if Jessie's going to bring that Gastrodon. I know if I was piloting this team, it would be considered high infidelity if I didn't bring the Gastrodon. I don't even look at the matchup. I want to bring it, but I do think it makes sense. You're able to apply some good damage to that opposing Dondozo as well. One issue that you have to contend with, though, is I think using that Talonflame to greater effect. I really liked how Jessie brought it, but there wasn't ever any kind of tailwind going into action. You could see that both the Fluttermanes, their most very speed Pokemon used was happening to move first. So possibly having a tailwind in action might have changed the way that those Fluttermanes interacted.
Yeah, I was looking at that as one of the first options as well for that turn one. But I do feel like at the end of the day, Jessie wasn't able to pick up the KO anyway because of that Terra. So it's a little bit of a tough call, and it's very risky to figure out how to manage that first turn. If we see the same leads, I do expect a little bit of a switch up from either trainer just to maneuver through that first turn a little differently.
Yeah, I completely agree. I felt sorry for the Grimmsnarl as well on Jessie's side. I almost think with Grimmsnarl, it's a great Pokemon out front, but not so much in the back. You know, because out front you can get those screens set up, and it doesn't matter necessarily if it goes down early because you get the free switch into a Pokemon from the back that can then start capitalizing on the defensive support it's got from Light Screen or Reflect. However, in Jesse's case in game 1, it switched in, took damage, and was gone, completely KO'd back into its Pokeball. So possibly, you know, if you're bringing Grimmsnarl, I'd like to see it out as a lead. Or, you know, let's be honest, I would like to see a bench for that.
你看他把上菜那个修掉之后，赤红应该稍微弱一点，就是再稍微弱一点。
I wonder if it was brought maybe to be able to keep like a Dragonite in check there from Yuya. Just having the Spirit Break available to at least do a little bit of damage there, and then maybe be able to weave in a
两只水系看到包袱是真的不是很舒服。狮吼组合嘛，
But it is
看到加
tough
速
because
包
you
袱
know
就是
what
不
do
舒
you
服。
really bring? This is very much like even our analysis towards the beginning of the match was so back and forth of like, but this Pokemon, but wait, but Yuya has this, but oh, hold on a second, Jessie has this. And so that matchup really does, I think, lend itself to you have to be precise about the Pokemon you bring and also how you pivot them through the game.
Well, you make a great observation. It really comes down to the ball position.
这个我没特别算过。
And whoever's going to have the upper hand on that is going to get the momentum in the match because, like you said, there's so many different elements to this triangle of damage. We're talking about the energy ball and earth power and so on and so forth. So really coming down to which Pokemon are on the field and whether that will shape the ball position and momentum into your favor. As we saw Yuya do at the beginning, you know, it was a very defensive capability. Just on Jesse's side, again, having that support going for the Ghost Terror to avoid the extreme speed, but it didn't happen. Arcanine didn't fall for the bait. Again, you look at the team sheets, you know that there's the Ghost potential on that Talonflame. You know Jessie hasn't gone for it yet. So switch out that Arcanine reserve from back, and then you just go Dondozo mode. So actually, it was quite a safe turn for you. Possibly Jessie could have capitalized on the Terror.
属性重复成这个样子，还可以发挥这么好。
Yeah, maybe the Iron Hands, but it's a little tough there because you know that the Arcanine is waiting in the wings. But this time around, we are going to see the Dragonite make an appearance here for Yuya's team next to that Fluttermane, and just right off the bat there, going for the Arcanine and Fluttermane.
Yeah, love the Arcanine coming out here. Obviously, the Intimidate going down onto that opposing Dragonite. Really nice to get a drop on it. It is multi-scale, but it is rocking Choice Band. So, you know, it's going to be able to deal a huge bit of damage, particularly if it wants to go for something into Terra Normal and start throwing extreme speeds all around the field. You know, Arcanine would be the prime target for that. Fluttermane still being a Ghost type at this point is like, hey, I'm safe, it's all good. But then Dragonite still has loads of utility options. So getting the Intimidate down on it kind of forces Yuya to either go for that Terra to try and deal big damage or possibly think about switching it out. But it's going to be the Terra Normal onto Dragonite. Possibly extreme speeds coming the way of that Arcanine.
Yeah, and regardless, you know, you
那这样被神速加月爆是不是会
weakness there to the Fluttermane on the opposing side, knowing that Moonblast is still an option. But a protect coming in here from Yuya's Fluttermane really makes the play that Jessie went for very safe there with the extreme speed on the Arcanine moving first.
Love this, the double up from Jessie, following up with the Moonblast, the Terra Normal on there, enabling that Dragonite to be able to survive. And it does over 50% to that Arcanine with a Stomping Tantrum.
Yeah, so not seeing the extreme speed come out here, I love that Yuya was going for just that super effective damage down onto the Arcanine. And no matter what, Yuya or Jessie ends up switching in there, and as long as it's not the Talonflame, you're still going to be able to do great damage to no matter what comes in. So very nice coverage option there.
Yes, I like the way Jessie went for that extreme speed just to break the multi-scale to enable that Moonblast, if it hadn't terrored, to be able to get the knockout. But speaking of almost knockouts, we see one Shadow Ball from one Fluttermane into the other, going to take a cheeky bit of life of recoil as Fluttermane deals with that Terra Dragonite with the Moonblast, just giving the Arcanine a little sigh of relief that it doesn't have to take another one of those Stomping Tantrums.
Yeah, and the Choice Band tech there, I mean, Jessie is very much knowledgeable about what this Dragonite was going to go for, unless it does get the switch out there. So I like the Flare Blitz just to be able to get some more damage down onto Yuya's Fluttermane. We're still seeing a little bit of a disparity when it comes to the
A 如果我到16我是血杀正义法，而且他甚至还是命运，但是疯狗是 A 不够啊。
Yeah, it's almost a shame for Jessie there that the Fluttermane didn't go down to that Flare Blitz.
他都配那么多攻击招，可以 A 不够了，好像有点怪怪的。
on the field, and that kind of makes you think, hey, Dondozo's very likely hiding out in the back. But then again, Tatsugiri can hold his own. It can always go for something like a Muddy Water at this point. 是对面正义法问题还是疯狗问题？这些耐力线看得我一脸错愕。
Did you see the switch here?
I didn't. I was looking at the team sheet. It is. Yes. Let's go, Gastrodon. It's here on the field, and this is a great call for that Muddy Water. It's going to be able to just use Storm Drain and get a special attack boost. It's not going to be able to help out the Fluttermane, but Fluttermane's like, it's alright, I got myself in check.
Yeah, no way. Gastrodon's going to take that Moonblast as well, but it's not going to be too worried about that. The Life Orb recoil there is going to knock out Yuya's Fluttermane as a return Moonblast right into the Tatsugiri, removes it completely from the game.
Absolutely commanding turnout here from Jesse. That's what happens when you bring
他刚先出招没事
okay?
他是
You would have, could have, should have in the first game. It's here now, proving why it is a valuable member on
这是什么可怕的换血
the fact that Dondozo, the last remaining Pokemon for Yuya, is here. It doesn't have the utility to fuse with Tatsugiri in this point, so it is going to be a little bit of a Lone Ranger, and you can see why Yuya's locked in that forfeit here, and it's going to be 1-1 apiece. We're going to a game 3, Rosemary.
Yeah, I mean, that game looks a little bit differently as well. If Yuya did not get the miss of the Muddy Water, then we would see Jesse's Fluttermane get knocked out there and unable to pick up the knockout onto the Tatsugiri, providing Yuya a free switch for the Dondozo to get that duo starting to work together. So, really big miss there.
You can see how Yuya was trying to pilot out that game too, for sure. And just sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles.
首先，刚对面的异法，他命运的球好像打太少，我也觉得不该那么少，所以他代表他 C 没有练到满，可是他又是装命运这种以及稍微首要任务的道具。然后还有另外一个点是，他居然耐住了，看起来应该是有练不少 A 的疯狗。以他的配照，我就觉得他有练不少 A 啊，不然配照应该是不会长那个样子。他居然耐了那发火推，然后我方这个正义法血高达160。
Strongness in the sense of running that Dondozo
我都看不出来他们到底怎么练的。
I think it wasn't expecting the Arcanine to be there to intimidate it so early on. So do you think Yuya's going to bring Dragonite again?
刚回来请问早餐吃啥？
I feel like when you had the
路易莎咖啡，
because that's the Pokemon that the
日式烧肉汉堡，再加粉红泡泡慕斯蛋糕，再加英式红茶拿铁。粉红泡泡慕斯蛋糕，好吃。
So I'm kind of leaning towards going back to the Arcanine in this case.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. You know, having the Arcanine to intimidate around, we've seen be really beneficial as well. But let's have a look. Game 3 here. It's going to be Dragonite once again, paired up with Dondozo.
我觉得他就不应该开这只快龙。
for Jesse.
Okay, so Jesse's going to get the Arcanine onto the field and get the Intimidate drop onto both the Dondozo and the Dragonite. And so this is pretty big for Jesse just to be able to have that very strong start on this turn 0. But there's still so many options for Yuya here. You might have the Tatsugiri in the back. We don't commonly see the Dondozo coming to the game by itself. And so either, yeah, I think that there's Yuya's spoiled for choice.
Definitely a lot of flexibility, and it's going to then come down to whether Jesse makes the right reads here. Again, Fluttermane wouldn't be surprised to see it going for something like just another Shadow Ball at this point to try and deal some damage into the opposing.
刚刚那个跺脚打伤害太低了，然后他现在这边硬开这只快龙，又再是一个威吓，然后顺便伺候也是威吓。因为正义法这边爽爽输出。 等于那个快龙不是必要，我也不知道他怎么想，可能他有办法打回来。
Okay, well we're gonna see Dragonite make a quick rotation away. Did get that Intimidate drop, so nice to be able to reset that. As you see the Tatsugiri come right in, and so Dondozo at this point I don't think is too upset about having that Intimidate drop because you do have the Commander boosts to make up for it a little bit.
Yes, exactly. You'll now be up +1 attack rather than +2, but hey, that still will pack a punch on the battlefield. You can see as well, Fluttermane just going for the Protect here. Doesn't want to take any unnecessary damage from Dondozo. It can potentially leave the Arcanine a little bit vulnerable. It was going for the Extreme Speed into what was in that slot Tatsugiri switched in for. So really nice defensive play here from both our players in a sense.
Yeah, so while, you know, Jesse does miss the mark there onto the Dragonite,
这样回收疯狗，人家再爽威吓一次。这样我就开我的那个防御阵线上来就好了。
And so seeing the double swap here feels really nice there for Jesse. Not only to be able to get the
防御阵线直接换上来，海兔臂膀。 直接弄得你不舒服。不过至少它有地震，可是现在就只有加一阶攻。
Yeah, you're right here. I do like the double switch, not only because Gastro's on the field, but you have got two.
是还行啊，至少海兔不会回血。
Dondozo doesn't fall for it though. Goes straight for the earthquake. Does a significant chunk of recover 吗？ As well as the Gastrodon taking about a third damage here. However, Iron Hand's in a position where it can go for one of those wild charges.
有自我再生，那好像走远，一直会吸收权，一直会自我再生，好像也难打这好像有点难打咯，两只都会回血，这个消血做不出来。
On Jesse's side, that Iron Hand's getting that Grass Terra type to allow it to resist those Earthquakes just a little bit better. And now when you look at that survivability, maybe there is an option for Jesse's Iron Hands at some point to be able to go for a Sword Stance.
Do you know, I really love this from the Iron Hands play. It's going for the Wild Charge now, doing a little bit of damage will take a little bit of risk. But I think the key thing with the Grass Terra here is you're looking at Earthquake and you're looking at Wave Crash. Both moves that are relevant of Gastrodon that the Iron Hands is going to be able to take really well now it's in that Grass typing. It also has access to something like the Drain Punch, so it's going to be able to regain a little bit of HP, as Gastrodon is demonstrating it can do too with recover. But the key thing is that you're not
两个肉块在场上伺候爸什么都不能做
because the Drain Punch is going to do a huge chunk of damage while they're making Iron Hands even harder to take out. So I think a great territory here from Jesse.
Yeah, and Jesse's also just going to go ahead and cover for that option. You'll see Yuya start to go for these yawns here. No talent in sight here for Jesse means that there's no taunt on the board to be able to remove that, and there's also no way to set the electric terrain. So either way, this Iron Hands is in on a bit of a timer here before it does get put to sleep. But Gastrodon's Earth Power is still going to take this Dondozo quite low.
Yeah, that's the power of the Gastrodon. I mean, taking a look at the Dondozo as well, its main, obviously, recovery state here is it's got the
然后这边就算疯狗进来被抓，好像也没差吧。
protect damage.
反正他应该就是，我就
So unlike Pokemon like the Gastrodon that can recover at any time, it shows that Gastrodon's difficult to deal with. Arcanine coming in here, I like this play, making sure that the Iron Hands doesn't go to sleep while throwing down another Intimidate, bringing that Dondozo back down to neutral. I mean, Gastrodon's going to have a little bit of a safer time in the face of those.
Yeah, and I think that Arcanine's going to be able to take those pretty well as well when you look at the spread damage across the board. We're about to find out because this Dondozo is going for Earthquake, but the Gastrodon protected itself, so let's see how much this does to Arcanine.
Yes, Arcanine can be trained to be very bulky. It does over about a third of damage there, so in a reasonable position. And Arcanine now, you know, it can be in a spot where it can always, you know, try and go for something like it can go for extreme speed. It can always go for something like try and maybe burn, something like that, although it's not going to be too effective. But again, stops the Dondozo just going, I can go Terra Steel because it doesn't want to take a Flare Blitz.
Well, I love this terrestrialization here from the Iron Hands to that Grass Terra as well, because you can see that Jesse is finding opportunities to cycle through those Intimidates here as well, knowing that this is going to be very safe. Yuya's still going to go for the Yawn, but regardless of that, there's a nice switch in the back there of the Arcanine, and based on how much damage it took from just a neutral Earthquake from this Dondozo, another Intimidate drop there is going to be very safe for this Arcanine.
他刚好瞟到那个疯狗血，这边又再逼退一次，有点东西。
and just throwing those Intimidates down, because Iron Hands is now reasonably healthy at this point, so it can afford to come in and maybe take an Earthquake. It looks like Jesse's happy for it to go to sleep, however, as the Earthquake comes out, connects on Iron Hands, does a little slither of damage, and it can retaliate with that Drain Punch. So again, chipping away at this Dondozo, getting a little health back. I think you're right, though, at this point in time, Arcanine throwing down those Intimidates means that the Iron Hands can actually afford to go to sleep and, you know, take some damage and wake up the Drain Punch at the end. You can see Gastrodon trying to get the KO on Dondozo, but just not quite enough.
Well, I think the problem that Yuya's running into right now is Jesse has pinned down this Dondozo. You already brought this up, that the Iron Hands is going to be able to resist these attacks better from the Earthquake and the Wave Crash. But the Gastrodon also removes that potential for the Wave Crash, and then you can see how little those Earthquakes are doing as well. So fantastic position here from Jesse, and this Dondozo is on its last.
因为要做等一下电推，然后加一招过去的局，这边直接就先不作死。 我就切不动，等我臂膀醒来再说。哇塞，这个局谁出来了？
But this is a really key example of it. Dondozo obviously can't switch out. It's got Tatsugiri fused together with it, so there's not a lot that it can do. It's just forced to keep going for these yawns. You've got to watch out for the amount of Earthquakes that this Dondozo has left as well. It can't go for Wave Crash with this Gastrodon on the field. And those Earthquakes are going to run out very, very fast.
Oh, well, unless you get a critical on Dondozo, that will be plenty to knock it out.
我设下这个局，很可惜我的臂膀不给力啊。
but you've removed such a big threat there on Yuya's board of that Dondozo. You do get a free switch now, though, so the Dragonite's going to come in pretty scot-free. And so now, if you are Jesse, you have to worry just a little bit about this Dragonite getting set up with an aerial ace or an eye spinner, any of those potential options.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Arcanine come back in just to throw down and Intimidate again against that Dragonite and just stop its potential with that Choice Band. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Yu still hasn't gone for Terrestrialization.
No, he hasn't.
So there's still that in Yuya's back pocket to be able to deal big damage with
他
something
刚
like
在
the
点个智慧，
Dragonite.
然后
Yeah, I really do love this Arcanine switch in, and
然后看
that
那个
does
铁
make
网
that
再
Dragonite a
再
bit more
点一刀，
manageable there
哎，
with that
醒来的
Choice
话我再
Band
点
in
电
tow as well. Iron Hands is still asleep here, and so that doesn't feel super good. But you're also going to see the Icy Wind coming out from the Tatsugiri, and so now we kind of have the reverse problem here for this Iron Hands. It's just a sitting duck against the Icy Winds, just to be able to drop those speeds too, but also this Dragonite, and it's gonna get knocked out.
Yeah, Iron Hands Pokemon that gave Yuya a lot of trouble there in that Dondozo section is now down and out. And this is the thing I was saying, the Iron Hands can afford to be asleep for these kind of turns, but you almost needed to not KO the Dondozo during those sleep turns, because as soon as you did, both these Pokemon in the fray, Yuya's now able to have two
刚好等一下，我方赛的刚好是爽到对面，然后对面赛了还是爽到对面。 现在这种情况
still has a great option in the back to deal with the Tatsugiri and the Dragonite. However, this is where speed interaction really comes into play. The booster energy here on this Fluttermane, we have seen be able to boost up that special attack, but it had already been on the field, so it's not there anymore. You're not entirely sure you're going to be able to get those KOs, and it's not the speed. So is this Tatsugiri faster with it?
We'll have to see. I mean, Tatsugiri is running the Choice Scarf, and so Scarf. There we go.
Yes.
I somehow went northern then. But it can go again for that Icy Wind and start lowering the speed a little bit more. Of course, not worry about taking any damage here from an Icy Wind.
我要害的是爽对面，然后对面要害的是爽到他自己。
Maybe like the Icy Wind doesn't drop the speed of the Fluttermane enough, so that we do see a bit of a big knockout here from Yuya. But it is time to Terrestrialize, and so Terra Normal now for the Dragonite again, removing that weakness from those fairy type attacks on Fluttermane.
Well, yeah, this is exactly what we saw in one of the previous games as well. Arcanine can always go for that extreme speed and break the multi-scalability and then follow up with a Moonblast, but it's not to be
还好，因为对面是卡中锋，这边还不会吃到水招。
Just to prepare it so that possibly the Fluttermane can follow up later and deal some good damage. Icy Wind coming out once again from this Choice Scarf Tatsugiri, able to find its mark for a little bit of chip on the Arcanine. It's interesting Yuya's got two choice Pokemon on the field now, so from Jesse's perspective, you know exactly what these Pokemon
为什么他可以抓这么准？
Aerial Ace coming out from that Choice Band.
他怎么这么准？
Not enough to pick up the KO.
No, it's not. And so you can see that Jesse is really trying to focus down onto the more imminent threat of that Dragonite here. And I think that's really smart, because you want to make sure that you do get rid of all of that damage. But the other thing about this too is that Tatsugiri really isn't doing very much at the moment. It is locked into that Icy Wind, and regardless of the speed getting dropped here, the Arcanine still has the ability to go for these priority attacks, so you're not as worried about that. But maybe this switch will also help to preserve this Arcanine for later, so that you can get the
等一下，正义法应该还 hold 得住，
allow the
毕竟我威吓过，那个验法应该不够，而且还是练耐一法。
further this Dragonite that can still do a lot of damage with that Aerial Ace. Gastrodon has, I think, kind of done its moment on the field at this point, so it's going to have to take the Icy Wind as well as the Fluttermane, and this is where that speed interaction you were talking about will come into the fray. It's still faster, it can go for the Moonblast.
Okay, well that's just a nice big knockout there onto the Tatsugiri, making this a little bit more manageable. Jesse does have two Pokemon remaining at the end of this one, and that Gastrodon's going to hang on. That third in the back there of the Arcanine provides a nice switch to be able to reset these speed drops, especially when you see the Fluttermane on the opposing side now for Yuya as his fourth and final.
That's the thing, Fluttermane coming into action here. If you are now the Fluttermane on Jesse's side, you've taken that speed drop, so you can always try and switch out. Arcanine's there to give you that respite, so you can come back in without having taken the drop. But the issue you've got at hand as well is the Intimidate from that Arcanine will go down against that Dragonite. This is Yuya's last two remaining Pokemon, so that Dragonite is going to be going for Aerial Ace for the rest of the match.
Oh. Yep. 先让对面命运扣血，然后等下影子球杀他，然后等下处理快龙。不对，这样好像还是换不赢，好像还是不够。
The HP bars are running down on Jesse's Pokemon though, so he's got to be careful that he doesn't accidentally lose a Pokemon.
哇，我觉得刚刚那几回合交流下来，我方应该是要赢的，可是对面运气太好。
Into the opposing Fluttermane, so Arcanine going to be able to take that really nicely and allow Fluttermane from Jesse's side to come back in with its speed stat intact.
Yeah, and the other thing about this is that we did see just how much damage that Shadow Ball did to Jesse's Fluttermane before. And with the Icy Wind damage that happened from that Tatsugiri, I now wonder if we might be able to roll into a KO here from Yuya's Fluttermane into Jesse's Fluttermane.
That's very true, and of course the Fluttermane
他先瞟了这发引球扣一些，可以啦，感觉是他能做到最好了。让这边一发先扣一次血，然后这边海兔能出招应该是点智慧吧。所以他要拼2包，好像要拼2包。
Yeah, and this is where you can see Jesse making that decision. Like, does Yuya go for the protect there on the Fluttermane? And does Jesse call it? Yuya will go for the protect, and so now
会长功逆推是因为他要害吧？好像是因为他要害。不然应该没有这个局的。
Going for that Shadow Ball, we know it was going into the Ghost, not the normal type. And Aerial Ace will get the knockout on that Gastrodon. I think we saw Jesse trying to go for the recover, maybe thinking that you would double up into that Fluttermane, but no, the Dragonite, even though it's intimidated, just shows how hard it is.
对啊，我也觉得是拼2包，
因
为不会放海兔回血。
And even still, I think those intimidate drops maybe
我都忘了你跑出对面。
But the Fluttermane does hang on Jesse's side, so we'll be able to use the Shadow Ball into Yuya's Fluttermane to be able to get it pretty low, but it's just not enough. Yuya's Dragonite gonna clean up the game here and bring him one step closer to that top 8.
请问这是 Dragonite Comeback 2 吗？又要被剪进精华了。Dragonite Comeback.
That Yuya was having, you know, bringing that Fluttermane very early on in some of the earlier games, but then bringing it in late.
这个好像真的也是1打4哎。
Wasn't the momentum. Despite the fact
不过旁边有正义法，可能不算1打4。
It just wasn't enough against that Fluttermane.
Yeah, that was a really expert positioning. They're on both sides. I mean, Jesse had such a commanding game number 2 to be able to really put that Dondozo in an awkward position. But then in this case as well, Yuya just being able to kind of bring it back. Really, really great match here.
Exactly, and I want to thank Jesse as well. I mean, my love of Gastrodon is bigger than the whole sky, so it was great to be able to see it on the Oceania International broadcast here. Even if it didn't win for its trainer, it's still winning in all our hearts, I am sure. I mean, Jesse will now drop down to X and 3. You're still going to be able to advance speed on an X and 2 record there.
Yeah, X and 2 is definitely going to be a little bit safer, but you're still not out of the running with that X and 3. So really looking forward to seeing how the rest of our Swiss rounds go for day number 2. That's 2 rounds down, 3 more to go.
Exactly, and the competition is just going to get more and more intense as our players get one step closer with each round to trying to get into that top 8 contention. I mean, that's really where the battles come down to that knockout stage as well, which is a whole different mentality when you approach a game. In the Swiss rounds, you can afford to lose 1, 2, sometimes 3 matches, and when it comes to those knockouts, it really is all to play for.
Yeah, and so everybody is very hungry to get that first international title of the Scarlet Violet era. That's so exciting. I mean, we've already seen some high caliber play, and we're going to continue to see that throughout the weekend. But all these trainers are bringing everything that they have to the table in order to try to get that crown.
然后受到这种被4倍的攻击，不应该要直接倒下，所以我们给他多重鳞片。然后后来就设计出钛金属性，让快龙变得更猛。
I saw running around.
Yeah,
一切都是有慢慢在铺陈的。
The one team that I'm really looking forward to hopefully being able to catch is Alberto Lara's team actually.
先具备一些厉害的特性，属性很差也没关系。
Great effect in San Diego, and it was actually on the broadcast as well, where he was victorious
in that match. One of his favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, and you can see why he pilots it so well. I'm sure he's one of Corviknight's favorite trainers too.
I think so. I have a sneaking suspicion that's a mutual relationship there. But it's really awesome to be able to see some of these more unique choices. I mean, Iron Moth now making an appearance not only once but twice in terms of the top 32, and we even see a couple of other very unique choices. There's a couple of Glamora running around. That's going to be really cool. There's a Dragapult. There is a Dragapult in top 32. I can't believe that I'm saying that right now, but it has been able to find that success this weekend, and so to see once again these maybe 1-time, 2-time kind of appearances is really, really cool.
Oh, 100%. I think in the Battle of the Moths, though, Volcarona is still reigning supreme.
Yeah.
You know, I am Moth there trying to take its title, but, you know, Volcarona has been a really key Pokemon that I think's done so well thanks to, you know, terrestrialization. Being able to go for that Grass Terror actually makes it really difficult to deal with.
Poor Slitherwing.
I mean, it got a lot of love on the Orlando broadcast, you know, not necessarily in game, but in conversation.
Yeah,
but nobody seems to have cracked
Renault
it yet. I'm
top
sure that Adam will still be talking
那
to
这
a
次已
lot
经
of
在
players
前12
trying to
榜
get
单
them
了，
to
真
bring
不
it
愧
to
是
the
快龙。
next event.
I
You never know,
think
you
so.
might see it at
我
EUIC.
记得好像还有一个是
Maybe,
我很惊
yeah. I
艳
mean,
的，
first impression, pretty
忘记什么
strong. So
刚好看
as
到
long as
前
you
4
can
好
find
像
a way
有
to
一只
weave that
我
in
很惊
there,
艳。
maybe that will be the
忘记哪一
right
只
meta call to make.
Anything is possible. I remember
哎，
Jamie
还
Boy
是
back
快
in
龙。
Europe. He's a 3-time regional champion.
Yeah.
He won a regional with a Cottony.
Yeah.
And that still to me is
对，好像
always
就是
one
快
of
龙。
the most amazing pieces of team building magic.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see how a lot of these more creative team builders like
这
Jamie
个
Boy
包
is
袱
definitely
一
one
法
of those
统治
players
环境的
that I look
这
up
个
to for
危险的
that.
片刻。
Fox as
Yes.
well is another one that I
依
feel
然
like has
挤进了
always
使
been
用率
able to
前
bring
12
very unique Pokemon choices to a
真不愧是
match,
鲁
but
鲁
they
迷，
always all
太
have
厉害
a
了。
purpose.
Yes.
Like they're not just I want to throw on this Pokemon because it has maybe lower usage and I just want to try to be like edgy or and different, but they do actually have a very distinct
所以我
purpose
们
on
快龙的攻击已
Oh,
经
yeah,
高到
100%,
我们只
and
需要
that's
一
what
眼
makes
反
these
围一就
players
够
not
了。
only creative but brilliant, and that's why they get the
系统无法限制我，就算你再给我再烂的飞行招，我都还是可以打得赢，打得死。
And I think another player who's really good at that is obviously Wolf Flick.
Yes.
You know, maybe not always the nichest of Pokemon, but maybe the more difficult archetypes. We saw obviously him win Orlando with the Screamtail and running that Paris Trap variant. And that's again a Pokemon that I think a lot of players will have wanted to pick up, being like, hey, I want to run Paris Trap. But actually, unless you have the expertise or kind of, I suppose, the familiarity with it, it's really hard to just pick up and play.
Well, I
跟我
have
讲那个
a news for you,
那个
Lou.
飞太爆发
There
也
is
是
a
打不死人，
Screamtail in our top
所以好像挂
32,
厌
but
烦
it's not
才
running
是真
Paris
的。
But there is
才是
one.
对的。
There
Yes.
is one.
Yeah, there is one. There is one.
That's good to know.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of more action to show you, but for now, we're going to head over to the stage with an interview with Sierra.
飞太爆发的伤害没有那么
Yes,
高
I am， here,
就好
the
像
winner of a
你
round
挂厌烦
11
才是
here
正
at the
解。
Oceania International Championships. Yuya, that was a fantastic victory here. How are you feeling after this win?
大変素晴らしい試合でした。ただいまの気持ちと教えてください。
なんとか勝てて本当に良かったです。結構苦しい試合でした。
Honestly, I think this was a really hard match, and I am really relieved that I won this round.
That game two especially, there is that muddy water miss, and it ended up knocking out your Tatsugiri and really quickly going to game 3. Were you worried about the set after that moment?
他问他有没有就是觉得那个 G2 的浊流 miss 让他很难过，很伤心。前面那一段是问他对这个对局感想怎么样，他就说觉得蛮艰难的。
2戦目ですかね。
はい、2戦目です。ごめんなさい。
2戦目はそうですね。濁流外した段階でもう負けるのが決まってたので、もうさっさと終わらせようとも思ってたんですけど、その後続行したのはいろいろ技を打っていくことで相手のポケモンの耐久をちょっと割りたいなということで、その後も続行しました。
Obviously, when I missed the attack, I thought I was gonna lose the round, but I tried my best to keep on going.
And then your
他
team
觉得
is
当下
really
快输了，不
cool
过
with this
他还
Iron
是
Moth and just
想办法打到他的
couple
最
really
好的。
strong pieces. How did you decide the team coming into this event?
你是怎么決定的隊伍
今
的？
回の構築で鉄の毒牙など大変珍しいというかユニークな構築をされていると思うんですけれども、どのようにチームメンバーは決められたんですか？
今回友達主に2人と、3人で一緒にもう全部決めて今回持ってきました。全員日本人です。
I had two Japanese friends who also tested with me, so with 3 of us, we made this team.
而这队伍包含了3个人的灵魂，因为他跟另外2个好朋友討論。
特に誰かにありがとうと伝えたい方っていらっしゃいますか？
そうですね。やっぱりこの構築作ってくれた2人にはやっぱり感謝隠しきれないので、やっぱり2人のためにもこの大会優勝してトロフィーを日本に持ち帰りたいと思います。
I have to say thank you very much to 2 of my friends, and I really wish to win the whole tournament, I'm hoping that I'm taking the trophy back to Japan.
他很想拿下这场 IC 赛的冠军奖杯，他是这么说的。他想把冠军奖杯抱回日本，看他之后能不能做到了。VGC 社有人问了深奥的问题。我看一下，是在 DC 吗？网页的话，我现在不好切，因为网页要卡在这个画面。
I think as well, like you say, the team building creativity that we were talking about a little bit before the interview as well does flourish in trainers like Yuya as well. So, you know, someone's keep an eye on for the rest of the competition.
For sure, and I definitely feel like that was a strong showing there from the Dondozo and Tatsugiri, and that's going to be an archetype that we see a little bit more of heading into our final rounds of Swiss for today, and probably into Top Cut.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, talking of Top Cut, there's the Pokemon we've kind of coined the big three a little bit with Fluttermane, Great Tusk, and Iron Bundle. And so far, for my section of the broadcast, it's really been all about that Fluttermane, but Iron Bundle and Great Tusk as well, you know, really strong Pokemon, high usage at this particular event. And I think particularly the Great Tusk is the one that's caught me by surprise the most. I know it was popular in Orlando, but I kind of thought there'd be more counters to it coming into Oceania.
Yeah, it really has like just upticked in popularity there. So we've got Great Tusk and Talonflame, really nice duo. We also have the Dondozo and Tatsugiri, and there's way more to show you as well. Maybe we got some Trick Room in the mix. But we're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we come back, 3 more rounds of Swiss to go.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, Believe in Eevee. For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving
迷你 Q 要怎么配努力带什么道具？当然 Google 是不会有啦。不对 ，Google 应该会有，可是你要先去其他网站。他到底要重播几次这个？他干脆把刚刚那个 Dragonite 康贝再剪进来好了，反正刚刚那个也差不多是快龙一打四。这个太多了，真的不好太多次了啦。我也不知道迷你库挂空间要怎么练。我现在一律跟他讲 AS 命运，这样可以吗？这样就解决他所有的问题了吧
？And Tobias now completely free to just relax,
我想我现在要怎么攻略这个丝网
？And taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
He wakes up and goes for an earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Ariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Ariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked down 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with powerful. Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle. He still couldn't knock out June's Pokemon Dragon. The tide took turn, and Tobias could see the winning blow.
今天没有看到 KO， 怎么太老梗了吗？有广告就不错。好啦，就我在想那个王要怎么打难打他是推荐用冰打，没错。不是用这个啊？不对，应该是，应该是冰没错。可以强化一下哦。 我看他强的话会变怎么样？外形会变吗？哦，看起来是没变，但是显示是加1。然后我看一下，哦，攻击力有上升，可以。哎，好像连射力也有。好啊，用这无敌的结冻去打那个网吧。让12其实快开始了，他们赛程安排蛮紧凑的，不过有可能是刚刚那一场打得比较久。然后我发现啊，对，好像还是在回血，没错。哎，等一下，好像是这边先买这个那个2倍药吧，对不对？我们是番茄在那边。哦，我上次留在这边的，你看我帮我记下来。然后我再把这番茄拿走，然后我现在就2格血，然后加一颗番茄，还有升级过的冰冻，我来挑战你的狮王。我来挑战你！哎呦，差点手把掉下去。好，回来，等一下再开始。帕拉饭 ，OK。他们在聊海兔的时候是大家老朋友了。当 Wave Crush 太强了。看攻杀会 ，VGC 从那个直接从墨尔本这边出发、哦，去年那个直接没有好吧，那就直接从墨尔本出发，然后下次是4月 EUIC， 然后再来就 NAIC 3个 IC 吗？你是不是应该先睡，下午起来？应该，其实我不知道塔布卡什么时候开始，我也不知道他们最后今天是几轮。打5轮 ，OK， 所以还有3轮，然后 Top 8，好。到底什么时候公布 WCS 时间？我不知道。哦，有人势不可挡，10-1耶！ 太狠了这两个。哎，对了，那哇，我支持的 Marco Ferro 好像没有出现在榜上。不过这个战绩连续第2天是真的蛮狠的，就前一天2败的人真的就蛮危险。Eric 吗？哦，没有，不是 Eric， 不是 Eric。OK，Giulio。哇，就不要被我发现是你没挂腰闪的锅 ，Marco Ferro。三头龙 Pug， 这看起来是背心嘛？没错。现在这个环境还在三头龙的，我是觉得只能背心了。还是他 G7有这么厉害的吗？因为 G7请的看到腰闪正义法真的是头痛到爆开耶。虽然背心的也差不多了，可是背心的起码你是对双超蛮厉害的。对，这样好像是G7也行啊，也可以。我只是觉得这个环境太近，应该给一些输出更暴力的人，给三头好像有点可惜了，因为三头打人力度就差一点。不过G7的话好像够了，也行。 果然原版3头还是比未来3头厉害。原版3头，我现在就直接刚泰独泰，我队友可以打地震，因为我还是浮游。然后未来3头，哦不，我不能刚泰或地泰，因为队友地震会把我打死，所以我只能想办法继续让我自己飘在空中。No， 对，就这个差别。然后未来种基本上让一个特性，答案很明显了，请用原版3头。人手一支正义法啊！正义法太强了。组队先放包袱一法。鬼太金 ，OK， 标准配招。哇，他凶我要挑衅，什么情况？等一下，他是班如果没有守住的话，你直接地招飞过去，好像没有什么问题吧？不过没关系啊，反正包袱对啊，还可以耐这一发。不过换起来好像蛮亏的。他很执着也要动风去消旁边的血，好像，没关系，还可以。问题就是会 miss， 不 OK 啊，这个打得死。左边继续连崩。 然后对面如果后手铁包袱上爱管的话，就会被惩罚。那你好像要先上，可是先上红莲也是完蛋欸，那只能拼他后面没有带包袱啊，你只能先上爱管吧。对，有这个就出问题了，因为那个动风会太痛啊。你已经打过那个第120了，降特防了，完蛋。他这样切解不了班欸。Yep， 果然是动感，动感很稳稳的。这边还有一个龙舞，我的天啊！这个龙舞，哇塞，要结束游戏嘞！你知道现在问题在哪吗？他就算塞了一个2包，还要过畏惧啊！我感觉他还是还没赢啊，要被双收啦！不是，问题在哪？我觉得这班好像是有可能会怎么讲？空间中比那个凯奇先动欸。这个好像有点不太对欸。这边是这样打的吗？不知道他有被降速啊，他前面有被动风啊。他前面有被动风啊，还是他动风没有降速？有吧？我觉得你得探一下速线，兄弟，先不要放弃。你探一下速线吧。哦，他是比较快的班，这确定的。要不然就是他是底速开启，不知道是哪一种。有龙武估计是有练不少速哦，那个班吉拉的话。太狠了，太狠了！ 我就知道班吉拉一定行，可是为什么他是，这个孤家猴子有点不太懂。那猴子不知道什么型的，哦，好像可以去查一下。猴子这样应该是健美吧？哦，冲动了，有人要直接开扁了，忍不住了，包袱一发直接开出来，这样还是抽数诶。哦没有抽，没有抽，因为那个大象也是过不了那个对面包袱，很正常的健美。我方看起来超级劣势，怎么办？有点惨呢。要切双超上来啊！是不用抽啊，重点是有没有闪光啊？我觉得对我有班级啊，那个正义法就是命鱼，来看看是不是 ？OK，I see win。所以我觉得他好像应该狠一点，他应该要直接切双超啊。不过后面有班级啊，这样还是哦，有这个好像要爆开了。闪光是然后掰了。原来是可以耐吗？哎呦！看起来还是没救，感觉还是没救。我说这边他已经给开启。真的吗？他有是抽数吗？他这边进这个看起来是没有抽数他进大象才有抽数吧？进这个大概是要爆了。等一下，怎么会变这样子？为什么会变这样子？啥情况啊？兄弟，你也抓太狠了吧？你就不能稳一点？ 也抓太多了吧？抓的有点多哎。不是，那至少你要有一招去哦，他正义法直接被要害这样，要不然正义法不会死哎。换他赛回来这样子。班不是飞转无敌了吗？等一下再飞转啊，先不要飞转啊，现在不要啊。不是，他可以先不要飞转啊，这边还有个菇可以吸啊。他为什么要守住？为什么？我不太懂哎。怪怪的，怪怪的。你现在是不是要那个2保一下了？我怎么看那只菇都不会出得到招啊？所以就把攻击吸过来就好了吧。我左边这位选手也是蛮激动的，什么情况？太激动了吧！不是他怒粉，然后不是怒粉，然后把凯奇打死啊！我再飞转，这样不是赢了吗？还是说他从头到尾他都不是飞行系？还是他班级他是没救的钛金属性，是这样吗？哦，那是半没打点对耶，龙武守住，然后演2，那是完全打不赢雄伟牙的那种班耶，完全打不赢的雄伟牙，所以他是仰赖刚刚的菇可以杀个碎粉吗？ 没有，我感觉他没打错什么。其实，刚是因为他正义法被要害了。不是这两个对看就是真的，就是大家都没什么想法，我就先开这两个、啊，然后我就跟你拼数，我就先打一波，就是不管怎样我就先拼，跟你拼数就对了，我就跟你拼了，不是没有差吧？不是东风对看吗？再抽一次啊！哎，你是不是在偷啊？你怎么会跑出对面？怎么回事？他的气儿也在偷吗？洞风是为什么对面一法比较快？你不是有加一阶段？哦，你说上一场那个正义法斜线水炮还是有机遇死就对了。哦，是这样吗？哦，是205。哦 ，sorry， 原来是这样。真假的？对，没错。抽到底哦，好吧。好痛！把第一局看神兽龟在抽啊！我都不知道你动风之后还只剩205跟对面一法抽数呢，太可怕了！这就是为什么我还是比较喜欢空间，请大家推荐几个不错的空间手啊，不要长颈鹿，因为长颈鹿有点尴尬。好，其实好像也没剩几个了。如果不要长颈鹿的话，长颈鹿我觉得它尴尬点是它耐久还是不太够，然后你的高音打不到正义法，比较多问题在这边。没有啊，我尽量不是出 1.5 吧？先阶段才哦，好，我懂你意思了，我懂。哈？他是不是这边要碎？回收菇。兄弟，你是不是？What are you doing？ 这真的是 misplay 了。再怎么样，你丢个腰闪过去也好。等一下，他这样不是被推爆吗？好，估续点碎粉啊。好好，请问这边该不会是抽数吧？好，没错，就是抽数。哎，这个血好像被刮死。哇！来，大胆再抓一个龙舞。再跳一次，再跳一次 ，one more time。哦，没错，我要看的就是这一个。你说靠刚刚杀爆去那里对面腰闪了？他这样加两阶段数好像比正义法快了耶！哇！嗯，等一下，应该点招不是点空间吗？眼崩完全不灭。这个人真的有点激动哎！现在才瑞士轮，冷静一下，冷静一下。早安，早安。我这边 James event 吗？还有 James back。 有名的玩家也是他朋友到场帮他加油，不错。他可能觉得他已经腰闪，他会死吧？应该是吧？就算有沙暴掩护，他可能不够硬，然后加上他不是背心，他没有自信耐吧？合理吧？连严峰都不相信，你应该没有招可以相信了。严峰已经是最好的了。其实我个人还是觉得班级要好好的带背心，用起来还是比较直接。那个龙舞蛮微妙的，因为它的速度原本就太慢。他第一个令好像指的是爱管的，不是指正义法的。反正他就说，好像他就觉得他自己有打错几手啦，不过还好最后有一个 miss， 就直接把他救回来。 总之他觉得他打上来算幸运的了，然后他说他原本就预备好准备2-3之类的就走了啊，不过他现在走到这一步了，好，看他之后能不能继续走下去。Both James 应该是 James Beck 跟 James Event 吧。差点忘记感谢父母。好，对啊，离开一下下。刚好是最后一轮，是不是？没仔细看。嘛，反正还有很多场，我先暂理一下。 哦，他又重播了被要害的重磅冲撞。太难过了 ，Snow， 差一点就进决赛了。好，他们还有一段时间，那我就先来开战。
And here we are.
我刚刚是不是没有把那个调回来？就大家刚刚是有听到画面声音，是不是？好。好，自闭流。我有感受到这个强化之后的射速，太厉害了！这个射速变快，变有让它结冰的更快了，赞了！哦，等一下，等一下。太惨，冷静，稳稳打就好。哈哈。 没有抓准。一定是我的射速不够，非常的恐怖。等一下，不要 ，OK， 安全机。OK。Round 13，等一下是最后一轮，还有1分钟，应该差不多够让我把这只狮子耗死。它怎么不会冰起来？太狠了！这看起来就不是用正常方法躲，是这么密集的攻击，这不变冰块是很难躲的。不要，等一下，你先不要。这我刚应该往角落，是不是？OK， 没错，吞掉GG龙，然后接下来是他的这个形态。好，我们先回来比赛。123，这应该没有回音吧？因为我现在是有截取音讯输出。哦，是 James Event 跟 James Beck 双 James。
You know, sometimes that's the game that happens, and
you know, just didn't have the best.
他们来评比赛是真的有说服力
It is something that
看他们怎么
is
说
really hard as a competitor, so something that I need to improve on.
Yeah, mental is definitely one of those things, especially with long days. We did get out here nice and early. Love that, appreciate that, but it definitely is a lot. And then, about yourself?
So similarly, same name, same T-shirt on basically. It's IC title. I also went X3. I kind of started out the day like pretty slow. I had like really bad brain fog. Like I just couldn't think correctly. So that kind of like I just wasn't playing my best. And then I had some pretty like crummy luck as well. Like I hate to sound like that kind of guy, but like, oh yeah, if like things went like this way, I would have been fine.
Sometimes like that.
Yeah, like it just stings a lot, especially just coming off of Orlando, and it was like I was like, yeah, I'm invincible, nothing can touch me. Like, but it happens sometimes. I had a lot of people like reach out to me yesterday, and I was just like really down in the dirt, and I was like, man, this sucks. Everything sucks. But a lot of people reached out yesterday, and I really do appreciate that. Like Pokemon is just a really like great community, and even when I don't feel like I belong, everyone else makes me feel like I belong. So even if I didn't do well here, Pokemon's taught me a lot of times all you need to do is just get back up and keep at it, and I'm really thankful.
There's always another event. There's always another one around the corner, and I don't want to talk too long about the losses because I'm not here to
没有错，
start
有
going on
伙
about
伴
that.
很重要。
That's my bad.
然后
But just
他说他觉得说被淘汰了，但他的宝可梦依然告诉他继续加油。
go through that heartbreak right now, but then coming into OCIC, then off of Orlando Regionals, obviously then we've gotten to see our little taste of Series 2. We've gotten to see just the power of these Paradox Pokemon, and we've gotten to see a lot of similarities so far already this weekend with how Orlando went down. Has there been any surprises, or have things just really lined up with how you thought they would?
I think the lack of Infinity Armor Rouge, the fact that Alfredo and there's only 2 Australians in general that were running it in the top 32 this weekend, I thought that was pretty surprising, and there were a lot of Iron Hands in the usage stats, but me and James Evans talked about this, and we only faced like 4 combined out of the 18.
Were they any good either? Because I really just do not think Iron Hands is
昨天那个是谁 ？James Event 啊
early rounds especially.
What is it? My take was that like when we saw the
NAIC champion 跟
and it had 50%.
Like 53.
应该是18年青少年组世界冠军吧。
I shouldn't be playing this Pokemon at least like every single round. It's good. Like I think out of all the Paradox Pokemons, it's the most like quote unquote consistent in what it does. Excuse me. It's one of those things where it's like it had. Oh, my alarm's going off. Excuse me for one moment.
Hey,
Okay,
I mean,
there we
I'm
go.
the one interrupting the lunch break and dragging y'all back here, so we're good. We're good.
Sorry, but Iron Hands had like the most consistent role out of all the Paradox Pokemon, but also that role is kind of like okay. It's not very good at like doing everything that it wants to do, and it kind of has to struggle for a lot of that. It's similar to Pokemon like Garganacl, where it has all these really good tools at its disposal, but because it can only do 1 per turn, and it's like it needs to do all of them per turn, it can't really get itself going, or it's gonna oftentimes like find itself just sitting on the field, and it's like, please either knock me out or like let me live, and it's never going to either get one or the other. And like it just struggles a lot, and it's not like as dedicated as something like Iron Bundle or Fluttermane, where they just like take knockouts or are just super fast.
Well, what I feel like is interesting is this Great Tusk. It obviously did really good at Orlando, and it just seems like one of these really unstoppable Pokemon at the moment. Even like, it seems like the Fluttermane and the Iron Bundle, they're so frail and they're fast, but they're getting KO'd so early on, and then this Great Tusk is in the back, and it's just sweeping. It's taking names. I mean, is this a Pokemon that maybe either of you guys slept on? Is it just like, no, this was obviously like one of the best, like this is exactly where it should be?
I think offensively, just Great Tusk does a lot of damage. I mean, you have the Terra Ground, you've seen some with Life Orb, and it has a really high base attack and physical defense stat, and they're both pretty incredible. So just like the lack of ground coverage in this format, but there's so many ground type weeks, and a lot of players like to opt for instance, like Terra Steel, we've seen it on Annihilate and Dundozo especially, so being able to break through and do like 60% to a boosted Dundozo is just absolutely incredible. So it's not really a surprise, I think, for Great Tusk to do really well, as it has really good speed. It can be used in Tailwind, which we've mostly seen throughout the tournament. And yeah, it's just really able to do a lot, especially with the headlong rush. Like unlike Earthquake, for instance, you don't have to have like a flying type of levitate mon or protect next to the Great Tusk for it to do well, right? You can just go for that headlong rush and really it's really hard.
他们在讨论那个，他们觉得大象是真的很猛，就是你可以先开包袱一法打一波，后面再大象出来地震，然后就是他也不像猎瑶那样子绑地震，队友一定要扶有或守住，他有单体第120差别。
The way I kind of like to view Tusk specifically is that it's very similar to Kartana from 2017, where a lot of people like to run either Focus Sash or they like to run this offensive variant of it with like a Life Orb or something. And you can either run the Sash and you can kind of run like things that it's good with, like Headlong Rush, Close Combat, Earthquake, just kind of cover all your bases, do good damage.
蛮有趣的，他把大象比喻成卡塔纳，确实蛮像的。那个比喻有它的道理。同样都是物耐很强，然后同样都是弱特防，只是止御剑是比较快啊，但更脆一点没错。大象的物防就真的是顶了。
Something like Substitute or like having a coverage move like Ice Spinner or Knockoff is really, really useful just because you can either cover bases onto something like a Terra Flying, like Dragon Knight, or in the case of Substitute, which I like running, you just set up in their face, and now they have to worry about Great Tusk behind a Substitute, and now that 53 base special defense does not matter because it's going to take a hit guarantee.
We're gonna get your mic a little tilted towards you going on forward.
You can tell this is my first time.
We're all good. We're all good. A team that I want to talk about though, which was something that we got to see with Series 1 and then kind of seemed like it just completely fell off the face of the earth heading into Series 2, is Gavin Michaels' team with this Pelipper. Because the Pelipper in the rain, I mean, we've had these big long discussions about, oh, Pelipper was best bird and now it's completely gone. Nobody talks about Pelipper and it's out here in Oceania just doing the thing.
等一下，他们现在是午餐时间吗？
Even just like an archetype that was just affected whatsoever, or is it really showing that there's still a lot of versatility in this metagame?
我觉得他们聊的算不错，蛮有内容。现在讨论主题是为什么大嘴欧还是有人把它用上来，就是用它打上来。
Because we've seen like the haze that he played on stream for the Dundoza matchup, which I think is really strong. But also the fact that the Jet Punch really with the Terra, Mystic Water, especially option in the rain, there's so much damage.
其实我觉得操作人也是有占蛮大的要素的啦。他是真的操作很好，因为现在你会不想要玩大嘴欧加海豚，真的就是那个包袱太烦了嘛。
And one of the things that was inspired by probably like players like Emilio Forbes and a few others from the Orlando Regional Championship, Palafin is actually really strong into that because the Jet Punch
聊到这边应该差不多了。我决定听芊芊的，说得好。
really well, and I think Gavin really knows how to play it because he did play it in Series 1, so he's just taking a look.
他这个人，Oh no， 冰没办法抗火，没有机会把它冰起来啊！等一下，啥情况？是吧？还附带混乱效果。单方面是暴打， 等一下，我都忘了我有刺猬这招，我怎么都忘了呢？可是我刚刚刺猬怎么弄不来？No。既然这样，我不是地动高。哦，灵魂越来越多了。Oh no！ 哎，等一下，别想走，衰了！你不要跟我讲还有下一阶段哦，你太多阶段哦，先不要。鸣蝶骑士利剑 ，OK， 我要去斩星星。我就知道冰是最强的，毋庸置疑啊。注入灵魂，复活。圆满的结局，太棒了！ 歌也很好听。 对，我现在星星不够，我就不能进化那个利剑了。我看一下有几颗星。要5颗星哦，太狠了，太狠了！看来他们真的是午餐时间。那我只好再来挑战一次那个了，很难的。那这边，这超难的啦。 等一下，还在可以接受容错放，好，不能接受了。很难抓这距离呢。可以回血。10分钟。而且是 analyze， 代表距离差不多还有一段时间，一小段时间。这边稳稳的走过去比较重要。比起抢快，重点在于不能被路上那个搞到，就掉进岩浆就不好了。忘记要吹一下那个。好像没时间开车了。冲啊，车！加油！时间到，赞啦！时间内完成，赞啦！早安亮，好爽啊！看前几天一直卡在这个过不了，终于开车馆就是要给他一次过，不能有悬念。还有星星可以赚。 面好像没有。哎、这边我都打过了。这个锁起来了，天鹅吗？天鹅龙卷风。哎，有一个这个吗？哎，我拿过了，好吧。哦，可以。我要四处晃晃。横冲直撞，什么意思？打到中。哦，我看到了，再来啊！OK， 然后我前面那肉一大堆，自动贩卖机。等一下，你看，死胡同，一直没绕上去。谁在分析啊？ 赛品，两个主播。怎么这么多隐藏密道？三颗星，很难欸。他说这个超难的，来，我来挑战一下。必须的三角锥怎么可能把我难倒呢？开玩笑。也不是，可以了，安了，安了。那么隐藏地点。应该没有。之前就是瓦豆无敌小镇。哦，有没有找到了？原来这么多密道啊！这个也3颗星，阶梯塞满嘴，没有问题，没有问题，简单了。怪怪的。因为我没有看出来啊。第一个已经不是动力了。 好像有点欠揍。应该这边吧？对。完蛋了！等一下，那边应该就是终点。Oh no！ 怎么会这样？等一下，刚刚那边没有看出来。Day2赛完者，关键来了，这边到底要怎么过？5个开关代表5个音都有意义。应该放这没问题。这个放最里面，应该这个放这边，对，哦，我知道。我要先进去，不是吧 ？No， 怎么刚好差一个？过来！怎么办？好了，我下次我知道怎么放了。 们休息到什么时候啊？其实我不知道。奏。50秒，来啦 ！Yes 啊！好，我来了，新的剑。鸣蝶骑士利剑，哦，手把在震动。来，我看一下。这个攻击力3，连射力4，这个3.5，连射力1，这个是5跟5，哇哈，怕爆怕爆！这看起来超猛的啦！续系一次是一个龙卷，续系2次2个龙卷，然后续满是有闪电再加龙卷。 这是什么爆炸性的伤害 ？Oh my god！ 好强哦，这把！哎，哦，等一下，我蓄力完我会瞬间刀变大哦。怕爆怕爆！再看一次说明。他说明都不会明说所以要的是自己去探索，真不愧是探索发现。这把真的太酷了！他就没有超过3000 KG 的吗？3000 G 还是 KG 啊？哦，是 G。哦，说我8000啊，那种有8000多，不知道有没有超过1万的。钓鱼赚钱蛮好玩的。这是什么？哦，记录吗？我有钓过9000哦，这么猛，我自己都不记得。他们是不是开始了 ？Sorry， 抱歉，他们开始了，我没注意。Sorry， 刚刚第一场没有看到，跟各位道歉。主播赛评的反应看起来是好像有招 miss。敢修 match， 我想说 Rosemary 好像是主播，你们要看这个吗？没有，男女没有分开比。你们要看这个吗？还是要看我玩这个好难游戏？表演赛蛮有趣的，解币榜，然后另一边是带着什么酷怪吗？哦，双杀。OK， 他们不要，他们应该是有在玩的，应该不是完全没玩的那种。靠，这游戏好难。对，双方都是女主播的样子。我现在在玩这游戏超难玩的，完全就是看陀螺仪。不是，来来。耶！滚啊卡比，这还有最难的。算了，我是陀螺仪手残玩家。疯狗巨魔、铁臂膀海兔，好可怕的队伍。
Earthquake is just doing, hardly any damage to it instead of being super effective. So I'd love that if Lou could lead Sylveon, use the hyper voices, try to just whittle everything down, but then not feel pressured into terastallizing, because I don't believe Fluttermane had Terra Blast unless I'm misremembering. So it's not like there's a steel attack that's going to go into Sylveon, who has obviously incredible special.
应该要实况练怪，有没有人有多的色尾右击拉丝？啊，应该没有人有这种东西。
No, I mean I don't think the Sylveon needs to be the Terra, especially if you have Grass Iron Hands as well. Looking at Rose's team, I think we've spoken about this quite a lot. To be honest, I'd like to see Rose bring the Lycanroc. Why did I not get to see it? I mean, just we're having a show match. Let's see a cool Pokemon and see how much it can do here.
I'm all for that. Plus, you're already up 1 in the series. I'm a little bit I would like to see that Pokemon. Lou is bringing one of the favorites. Why not bring this Lycanroc? Let us see what it does. Even if it doesn't do much, I mean, what's the worst case? A game 3?
I feel like Lycanroc is the literal only one Pokemon that probably shouldn't come in this match because of Corviknight, because of Gastrodon and Iron.
我看一下他们的对战
like。I just think it's a really
臂
tough
膀海
spot.
兔宽。
Okay, all right. Let's see, Rose. What do you got?
Called it. I wanted to see it, and now it's right there. Of course, being able to play around
that
quite
caster
nicely
hive mind.
when the sand is up. It's really good. But
可以招有料。
really either of these Pokemon do. I'm quite interested to see what what potential we got out of this Tyranitar that seems to be just not rock slide. No, never the rock slide.
No, it's always the rock slide. If
No.
if
等一下，他双眼哦，真的假的？岩崩又坚实。
It's a flex. This is a caster battle, Adam.
That is true. There's nothing more infuriating than sitting on the other side of the field and just seeing your Pokemon get flinched over and over. But Rock Slide missed the Iron.
If Gastrodon attacks, I'll be impressed.
All right.
Okay, that's pretty bad.
Ooh, all right, you only get one set of Rock Slides down. That Tyranitar is not going to stand up to those hands whatsoever.
Yeah, that's the Tyranitar gone, so now just the Lycanroc left. Let's see if Gastrodon gets a turn.
KO!
It's going to be a Muddy Water connecting. Not enough for the knockout, but yeah.
先打到哪？等一下 Top Cut， 可是我不知道他什么时候要开始。
So, the Lycanroc.
我不知道什么时候开始。 好像是许八强，对不对？刚看牙医说是许八强，不知道，好像是休息时间吧，应该是午餐时间吧，应该。
Rock Slide double flinch, Talon Flame, set up the Tailwind, set up the Will-O-Wisp. I mean, there's options.
Oh, we have some items. Okay, Sharp. I saw Sharp Beak,
a
Assault Vest T-Tar, Life Orb on, what was that, Fluttermane? I couldn't remember. We're trying to piece all our information together in our closed team sheet.
We're trying to build the open team sheet as we go.
对面蛮厉害的，臂膀海兔开，有点厉害，有点东西。为什么打？哎，等一下，刚好像是剩最后一轮，对不对？所以，我怎么记得刚刚是剩最后一轮？
Yeah, and obviously using the Terror to get away from
最后一轮还没开始啊。
just getting hit with a wild charge, certainly helpful move to avoid and try not to get completely done by. But Lycanroc's just going for it.
这个就是真的凹位去凹到底，我觉得非常母汤。
Will-O-Wisp is going to connect as well. We know the accuracy of that move, and it sometimes is just not the greatest. So Iron Hands. That's definitely going to be a little neutralized going into this, but still will be able to fire back a Wild Charge, significantly less damage this time around. And now, time for the Gastrodon. Will be able to go for the Muddy Water, but connecting it's a little bit of a different story.
Okay, fair.
Rose got the dodge, but not the one that you wanted. She wanted Lycanroc to avoid the Muddy Water, because then you'd obviously get another, be around for a little bit longer. But I do think the Terra was the right play. You were facing a water type and electric type as a fire flying type, right? So I think that was the correct play. Just unfortunately the Muddy Water didn't miss for her.
I'm the only one patched into this, but Rose is talking like that's what I get for trying to go for the Rock Slide flinch. It was deserved. Okay. I mean, she knows that's a little bit of karma coming out.
Well, we got like the really fun lead from Rose as well, where we got to see this Lycanroc Tyranitar. Now she's gone back to just like straight pure meta. She's like, Tailwind Great Tusk, let's go.
Oh no, 这是不信任地震吗？
It's been fun, Lou, but now time to get
我刚好像瞄他是命语，
This is the.
我应该没有看错。
I mean, this is the pairing that we've gotten to see players just steamroll through the competition with this weekend.
The only thing, Talonflame is no longer a flying type, right? So if you try to go for the spread Earthquake, you're going to hit your own teammate.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a problem as the Brave Bird goes into. Ooh, Gastrodon Protect looking good there.
战鸟有点不够。
Okay, kind of cheeky, kind of cute. The Headlong Rush, though, that's going to be the Iron Hands dealt with.
Yeah, but it does lower, because as you said, Joe, you can't Earthquake. Every time that you go for an attack with this Great Taz, you're going to lower your defense.
你说的对，地震会震自己，所以他只能点单体招，好惨。
Try and close this one out.
你说的对啊。
But the Talonflame's getting lower and lower. Could be a good game 3 coming up.
It could be. I'm excited because all right, Sylveon, we got to see this before. Now it's coming out. Get those spread hyper voices.
Well, as well, the Talonflame isn't fire type.
不过他这个
those are going to hurt even more.
命运的那个 土匪猛扑是不是可以带走限制？好像可以。
A lot of them, if they are the 3 attacks and protect, are focus stats.
不过海兔应该出招就赢了，连个浊流应该就赢了。
Of a boost to damage that Lou might not be anticipating that additional 30% damage coming out.
I mean, we got to hear it from Colin yesterday. I mean, you could worry about how much damage they're going to do, or you can just try and take a KO, but critical hit.
Yeah, let's see if that's going to be important.
双点他，
Well, it did like
这不能给浊流吧？
Rose just. Okay, didn't want. She wanted to win this game legit. She don't want the crit. She wants to see how it goes, but not the strength
Double kill.
too much now. The muddy water.
I mean, yeah, you
不要再开双杀啦，
很
不优啊！而且刚刚那场面看起来也不是岩崩，看起来你应该是要腰打太妃爆发吧？
We're 50-50 right now.
腰打或者是腰打下体。
Your favorite statistic, 50-50.
腰打下体应该可以。
You could argue everything is 50-50, Adam.
可能打不死，所以可能要飞转然后下体。
It either flinches or it doesn't, baby.
So hold on, if you have 2 rock sides hit, is it still 50-50 on flinch?
Well, okay, I'm not a mathematician, so I don't know. Like, do you have 2 flinch rolls if you double rock slide, or is it still the 1 flinch roll?
I think based on your math, Joe, we have to follow the rules.
I don't know. Let me just text Masuda real quick.
First of all, we follow the bid mass to get through that.
No, we absolutely do not. It is PEMDAS. We are not going over this again.
All right. Well, at this point, we got to see the 2 games come out. We got to see both players be able to take the win, but thing is I think that we have a match soon on our horizon. This was fun. But we do have a tournament, and
everybody's a winner, Sierra.
We're going to leave this as a cliffhanger?
We're going to leave it as a cliffhanger. This is to be continued. So we're going to send it to a quick break, and on the other side of it, we're going to have Sam Pandelas going up against Alberta Laura.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Joe Brown here. Let's take a quick look at some of the highlights from the 2023 Pokemon VGC Regional Championships in San Diego. This was the first official VGC event played in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. So the singular goal of the over 500 trainers was to become the very first champion in the new era. This was also the first opportunity for trainers to earn championship points on their journeys to the World Championships this summer. The story of San Diego was Dondozo versus the field.
Even though players have come prepared to this tournament, I actually would put my money on Dondozo winning the tournament.
With almost a quarter of all trainers bringing Dondozo to San Diego,
the
odds were high that Dondozo would order up a victory.
Showing how the Dondozo can just win games on its own.
Emilio Forbes proved that the Dondozo Tatsugiri Commander combo deserved to be feared by going undefeated through 10 rounds of Swiss. The lone player that has not lost. Flying was the Terra type of choice for Dondozo.
系列1真的是我觉得飞太超级答案，最棒的答案。
With a top cut of 32 trainers, some traveling from as close as LA to some as far away as Korea, San Diego was an exciting debut for Scarlet and Violet on a global scale. Wolf Glick started day 2 where we left off, with a dominant victory in top 32 over international champion James Beck. Then, in top 16, 2 New York friends faced off in Angel Miranda and Chuppa crossed the 4th. Chuppa continued the Dondozo domination with a special twist of his own, Paw Mop. The hands-on Pokemon has access to Revival Blessing, which can bring a fainted teammate back into the fray, and led Chuppa to victory. Dondozo wasn't the only water type surfing it up in San Diego, because Rain Team showed up in a huge way. San Diego was Aaron Brock's first regional tournament, with Pelipper setting up the Rain and giving Dreadnought double speed.
Would you believe it? Dreadnought. Okay, I can't believe it, Aaron. We actually get to see the Dreadnought in action.
Aaron used that duo to swiftly defeat the competition.
你说色尾的吗？真的假的？
Giovanni Costa in top 8 and waited until game 3
这么好吗？
to finally let his opponent know it was time to bite back.
Now comes out and sweeps this endgame, gets the liquidation off into Toros, and Aaron's going to move on to top 4 here in San Diego.
Aaron's rainy day would come to an end when he faced off against G-Sock Lee in top
4. 差不多把那一队弄出来看看。我思考一个喜欢的队伍。
trainers weren't prepared for that duo, so G-Sock was perfectly positioned for this round. And if those two weren't enough, Terra Poison Garganackle was the rock that held the team together. In the finals, Chuppa and his Dondozo tried to prove that the most popular strategy would prevail, while G-Sock wanted to show that variety in Bax Caliber reigned supreme in San Diego, and Paldean Tauros was the right metacall for G-Sock Lee to bring home the title.
And the final knockout crowns G-Sock Lee your 2023 San Diego Regional Champion.
How will San Diego's results
1788是不是？
Will Dondozo be back for vengeance, or will a completely new strategy steal?
感谢你，
Make sure to check out
感谢 Kit。
Pokemon.com/compete for all the
哎，这个是
information you need
这个是呛吗？
or join in on the action.
应该不是劝，呛。
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We hope you enjoyed that little
赞啦，感谢你，
showdown.
大感谢。
I am Joe Brown. I am joined with both the winner and loser of Backcaster Showdown, Rosemary. I guess it's just going to be, I guess you'll have to finish game 3 off stream.
I think we're gonna have to get another game going at some point. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know I did. What a fun experience getting to do that on stage, and also get such a good friend of mine too.
Yeah,
we
that
were
was
just having
really
a
fun.
blast.
I mean, even just watching that.
还是干果球，太棒了吧！
Bring Sylveon against you, you know
I
what I mean?
know.
Did you feel upset?
I was so upset. That's not okay. I didn't want to attack it.
不吃光周围的泥土就无法到地
Yeah,
上。
well, see that was my mistake.
听起来是一种
If I
惩
knew she
罚
was gonna，
图
bring
片怎么这样写
Sylveon,
的？
I would have run.
Exactly. Understandable. We'll get them next time. But we are moving on to our round 13 coverage here at the Oceania International Championships. There are
我会来练一下
rounds of Swiss
那组队伍。
So I know as we have that lunch break and everyone's getting everything set up on the stage, we get ready for it. And there's just 2 matches, or there's 2 rounds left for each of these trainers. This is really where it starts getting tense.
Absolutely, because at this point we are looking to see what trainers are going to make that top 8 cut, and a lot of these matches are very much like winning in, or just making sure that they are staying on the right path, or like the cusp. They might be right there and just need one more win.
Yeah, and so that is
腰太
hopefully
冰
something
太
we get here.
水
And
太，
the
然
further
后
rounds go, the more dramatic it gets, and when we eventually get to that round 14, the winning in scenario. So let's see how everybody is doing here.
等一下，原
in
来
our day 2 coverage. Gavin Michaels is still the #1 overall seed.
原来右击拉是有地面系哦。
With 11 wins currently. Then we saw Alfredo
抱
win
歉，
earlier
我
today.
真的不知道。
As well, winning going down. There are 5 players that are 10 or better.
And I think what's really exciting about Gavin Michaels in particular is that he actually came into today at an 8-1 record.
好，
So
谢谢
he's
Kit
won
大大，
every single match
再
that
次
he's
感谢
played
你。
so far today, and everybody else as well. Like there was nobody coming in today #2 that had a perfect record. So things are still up in the air, but you can tell these 9 and 3s. This is where it's going to get really risky. They have to win out from here to secure a spot in the top 8. There's a little bit more wiggle room there for our trainers that are at 10 and 2.
Yeah, you have more, especially for Gavin, right? Because you have 2 rounds left, and you only have the 1 loss. So the worst you can do, I know you don't want to think of worst case scenario on Gavin's end. The worst you can finish is 11 and 3, which is still.
That's a very, very good spot.
And I believe I saw online that there's a chance that somebody at 10 and 4 can actually make a cut, depending on how everything lines up. So
absolutely.
Even if you lose this round, you still you want to play it out for the final round anyway for championship points. You want to try to get as many as you can, but you never want to give up too early in Pokemon.
Well, there's also a pretty big jump there from top 32 to top 16 when it comes to the championship points. And so you just want to try to do what you can because there's still a lot on the line for trainers when it comes to travel awards. Looking forward to the next international championship in Europe.
Yeah, that would be exciting if you could take that money and have it propel you, those championship points propel you forward into UIC later this year in April in London, which is where we held the World Championship last year, which was an exciting time.
Oh yeah, so I kind of like that we get a chance to go back and see the city again and see all of our trainers meet up in that location to battle it out once more. UIC last year was so exciting, and it's living up to the hype again, being back here in Oceania for another international championship.
No, absolutely. I'm having an absolute blast this entire week. Like, I flew in a couple days early with some of my best friends, and we were all, you know, patrolling around Australia.
Okay, I gotta ask you about this because there was one trip that you did that I have to hear more about, and that's the trip that you took up the coast.
Yes, so we went on the Great Ocean Road. I don't know if it was a tour or whatever. We used a tour bus. We left at 6:30 in the morning. We got on the bus. There was like 20 people on it. Our guy was very nice. He was having fun, and as the players were set up, I'll quickly wrap through the story. It was a 12-hour journey through the coast of Australia. So we went and hit so many highlight attractions. Some of the biggest things in Australia, some beautiful beaches as well. We went in the rainforest. That's where I learned about those carnivorous snails that we have to be worried about. So it was a 12-hour adventure, but it was absolutely so much beauty and scenery that Australia had to offer.
And it's all led back here to the Oceania International Championship.
It also led me to buying aloe because I got so sunburned.
I wasn't going to bring that up.
So I'm very happy I did that early in the trip, and it let my body kind of recover from the sunburn.
Yeah, it was a little rough.
Yeah, when I saw you the first day, I was as red as the background on stage right now.
Hey, it's all good. It's all good from here, Joe, because we've got two more incredible trainers waiting on stage for everybody. We've got Alberto Lara and Sam Pandelis. So Alberto Lara being from the United States and Sam Pandelis representing Australia here. Two players that have done an incredibly good job over day 1 and 2. And I gotta talk about Alberto Lara's team first. We didn't get a chance to see him on stream yet, Joe, but I know that there's a Garchomp on there that you're a big fan of. But there's also another Pokemon and also the Corviknight and the Klefki.
Yeah, double Dragon, double Steel Core out of Alberto Lara. I feel like he's the only trainer that could get away with building a team like this and performing so well. Obviously, I guess you can say that these Pokemon have similar roles, like Roaring Moon and Garchomp are both fast Dragon types that don't really need their Dragon attacks. They use other attacks to do most of their damage, and then Corviknight and Klefki are two steel types that
真的有钢凯呀
The Klefki has Prankster, so you can try to set up priority screens or do other shenanigans with the Klefki at a boost.
看一下，一样是一个班基拉斯爱好者，没有问题。然后队伍是不是有点太慢速了？右边的，左边还有，左边有烈瑶、钢凯呀、酷。
Yeah, I think something that
右边的快的好像只有那个铁包袱，剩下都是慢速怪，所以它是不是 MQ 有空间啊？感觉就有。哦，左边还有药圈儿哦，真的酷，真的酷。
And looking at Alberto's Volcarona, it actually doesn't have Tailwind. Instead, it's more of a
药圈儿的话是，其实我觉得药圈儿反而比巨魔好。理由是他不会弱那个正义法，跟赛不好，属性上比较好，钢加腰比较好。
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, that's one of Tyranitar's biggest weaknesses, and a lot of the Tyranitar sets.
论开墙这方面来讲，因为其实他跟巨魔在做的事情是差不多的，跟巨魔。
Okay, yeah, we're doing good here.
只是他在攻击招巨魔是稳稳的魂冲啊，那药圈儿就是不稳的嬉闹了。
Yeah, so it looks like actually okay.
可是我真的觉得药圈儿有比较好。如果你要问我在这个规则下的话，因为你开巨魔，你看到正义法你就痛苦无比啊。所以仔细想想，你要电磁波控触，你要开墙壁，怎么看都是药圈儿比较好一点。哦，药圈也可以加空间，没错。它可以加空间，确实是好像也是一个蛮好的。
definitely changes the matchup once it can turn into a Terra flying type.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's something really special about Roaring Moon
要先是配
right
闪光
now.
哦
And I love that you bring that up
真
in
的假的
terms of the double dragon, at least on Alberto's side. You have the Roaring Moon, which has historically been
好
kind
像有
of
道
looked
理
at as a flying type attacker. So you've got the Terra flying, you get the
可
double
是我觉得他可以
same
铁
you get
头
the
哎
same type attack
他铁头可以
bonus.
确
And
正
then
一
you
发哦
also have acrobatics as a great way to be able
还是
to
他不会
keep
铁
some of
头
these other Pokemon in check. So I'm really looking though, is there really a safe option on either team to bring the Roaring Moon when you know that
哦
there is a super
我又忘了
speed
把
Iron
置顶留言
Bundle on both sides?
等一下
Right, there's the Iron Bundle. It's obviously a Pokemon that we have seen just completely threaten everybody.
每次买早餐都买很久的样
Today,
子
also, if you don't
忘了把置顶留言
terrestrialize,
先
you're
移
kind of
除
susceptible to some of the other threats on Alberto's side. For example, his Garchomp, which actually does have access to a dragon attack. That Dragon Claw
那刚刚只是啥？是他们自己的队伍 Open Team Sheet， 就是他们自己队伍的那个配招道具。
alive going into the 14th and final round of Swiss next match. And
比赛开始的时候给配对到你的对手看，这样就互相看对方的队伍表这样。
Yeah, it's always tough to tell because
他不会铁头，
terrestrialization is
太可
always
惜
going to
了。
make that feel a little weird. You can't always just rely on the dragon or the steel types coming into the matchup where you might want to kind of look at, oh, well, I have my iron hands. Maybe I could go for a close combat into those steel type Pokemon. You also have access to the fake out if you want to help buy yourself a little bit of time. But when you look at the Terra types that are on Alberto's team,
不过耀圈儿
it's a lot
没有办法，就是开完墙壁之后狠化走。 巨魔是赢他一个狠化可以轮转，开完墙壁我就走人，然后让我的输出手上来。耀圈儿就不行了，就会真的卡在场上了。
Yeah, that would be very interesting if Alberto is going to terrestrialize his Klefki because it's a purely defensive mechanic at that point. So let's get into a round 13 match here in Oceania between Sam Pandelis and Alberto Lara.
场上的后面乐有两体，完全遮住了整个画面。
matches the Roaring Moon as well on his side.
Yeah, we can see the photosynthesis activating for both of these Roaring Moon as well, and so you can see that the attack is going to be the boost of choice here. So Roaring Moon at this point for both trainers, I think they get a lot of information from that, just to know that both of these Roaring Moon
相较于先前比较多的是顺风暴飞，现在已经改成是龙舞比较多了。
Iron Bundle though coming in here for Alberto Lara is still going to be one of the fastest Pokemon on the field, and so if you want to try to negate a fake out there from the Iron Hand since it's pressuring that, you're really looking at trying to play this a little bit safer.
And the only thing I'm thinking of from our match with Sam Pandelis yesterday is I felt like he was
对啊，这次后面是真的有点大只哎，有点太大了。
that Sam had. So if Alberto is aware of that, he might not think that this is necessarily a pure speed tie between the two Roaring Moons. You can take advantage of that. For now, we'll have one Terra on Alberto's end. That was the Terra flying from the Roaring Moon, and Sam Pandelis agrees that is the optimal strategy. So these two dragon types have both turned into flying types.
Yeah, look at that.
我感觉是马威铁包
So we are going to see Alberto Lara's
不马威。
actually
不马威，不马威不是要完蛋了吗？
be a little bit of an indicator that Alberto's is trained to be just a touch faster and maybe
这样
not
不是完蛋了吗？
emphasizing too much in speed. The icy window going to help
他打这里
that this acrobatics moves first.
Yeah, Iron Hands is going to go down to under half.
那好像换我放这边完蛋了。
for a knockout. Then the acrobatics in return to Iron Bundle, not knocking it out, but the close combat goes into a now flying type, which is resisted. So Iron Hands is not doing too much damage to Alberto's Roaring Moon. So I would say Alberto probably got the better end out of that turn, especially because of the Icy Wind too.
Yeah, I mean, you've got that clutch survival there coming through from the Iron Bundle, and the Iron Hands is sitting way more vulnerable now because it didn't get a chance to use the fake out, and it also just got that special defense and defense drop coming through from that close combat. So really easy here for Alberto to just kind of try to go pick up some KOs, but
Freeze Dry! No, Freeze Dry misses the KO there. Roaring Moon just barely hangs on, and Alberto doesn't target it. Instead, he goes for the Iron Hands, who was low and enough to secure a KO. So that's the first Pokemon knocked out in this match. But who does the acrobatics on Sam's end target? It is Alberto's Roaring Moon. And because Freeze Dry didn't get the KO, Alberto's Roaring Moon gets knocked out.
So it's a trade for a trade here with the Roaring Moon on Alberto's side going down, and then you also have the Iron Hands for Sam. That Iron Bundle is still
后面还有更疯狂的速回烈咬。
Depending on what Sam Pandelis ends up bringing in that Iron Hands' place, Alberto still has one of the fastest Pokemon on the field to be able to go for something like another Icy Wind and really help to enable this Garchomp. And especially when you look at the Mimikyu, you could use the Icy Wind here to break the disguise before the Garchomp gets to move.
Right, and because of the Icy Wind, naturally Roaring Moon would be faster, but it's actually going to be slower than the Garchomp here. So any type of attack you would use would obviously knock it out. You could try to go for Rock Slide to both do the exact same thing.
对面守住腰打烈咬
and also knock out Roaring Moon.
是不
Yeah, so I
是
would love to see
要赢啊？
what Alberto is going to end up doing in this situation. I really love just kind of spreading out the damage here. If you end up going for that, I mean, the Garchomp for Alberto is holding a Choice Scarf, so it's also going to be really fast.
That would have been gigantic for Alberto to knock that out, because then Sam doesn't get an attack with his Terra Pokemon. It all works out anyway. It's all cool because Icy Wind says, I'll pick up the slack for the Rock Slide there. Icy Wind would have done a little bit more damage into Mimikyu since it would have been single target, but ultimately, you know, kind of wipe your forehead there, because you can relax that it doesn't matter. But that absolutely does play rough. Misses the Garchomp.
Oh, no way. That's so many misses happening in that last turn, and it all goes in favor of Alberto Lara getting that huge knockout onto the Roaring Moon and also breaking the disguise on the Mimikyu. And yeah, your Garchomp just survives. With that Choice Scarf as well, you can see that Garchomp was able to outspeed Alberto Lara's Iron Bundle, and it could be the same case when Sam Pandelis has brought in his own Iron Bundle here. But he is locked in because of that Choice Scarf.
The Rock Slide is really not that terrible of a thing to be locked in front of the Iron Bundle, since you know it can't Terrasilize. So Iron Bundle on Alberto's side does get taken down thanks to Shadow Sneak from Mimikyu. It's going to have that priority attack, so you don't care that Iron Bundle is faster. Rock Slide, Mimikyu avoids! It does hit Iron Bundle, which brings it down to under 50%, so you know another one would knock it out. But Alberto's not going to get the chance to get another Rock Slide because that Freeze Dry is 4 times.
我真的觉得烈咬超弱铁包袱。
Yeah, already
这个规则
using
真
the
的是
terrestrialization on the Roaring Moon
要
means
做好
that
准备啊
Garchomp is super vulnerable.
我觉得
And
烈
in
咬
the back here, Alberto
偏弱
does
势
have that Volcarona as his fourth
要
and
地面系的
final.
话，我还
And
是
when
比较
you
推
look
荐
at the
大象。
Volcarona, it has access to just single target attacks. So Alberto's gonna have to pick very
各位这边是不是看那个啊？
based on what
这边是不是就看水炮啦？
biggest threat. Just locking in the protect for now.
Yeah, just want to take a little bit of time to figure out what his opponent is trying to do. Is the Shadow Sneak from the Mimikyu and Hydro Pump
好像是看水炮
to the Volcarona slot. So now Alberto has that information. I get you can only target one, and you know you could argue it's probably Iron Bundle's the better thing because Mimikyu can burn itself if it hits you.
不是大哥，这边应该是
flame body activate.
这边应该是超级吸取吧？
Because that's definitely an opportunity here
确定不是超级吸取？
to help kind of control
确定不是吗？
But Alberto is just gonna go for the Quiver Dance here, and there's the Shadow Sneak. Does it get the burn?
He needs a Hydro Pump miss. There is no burn, it looks like, on the Mimikyu. Hydro Pump does
他给力
connect, though, and Alberto nodding his head, understanding he needed that miss to try to stay alive in this game. It would have been nice for him, but instead, Sam is going to win game 1 of this match.
What a close game, though, between both of these trainers, because it really was just kind of back and forth there, especially with the misses that came through, and then some of those critical survivals. So I absolutely love that we have such a series on
不是
our hands.
他跳一次舞是可以过铁包袱，是不是？不然他为什么是这样打？
That game to figure out a game plan to go into game number 2.
Yeah, and I'm thinking of adjustments like obviously the play rough miss in the moment felt really bad, but fortunately for Sam, it did not affect the outcome. He was still able to clutch through that game. The adjustments that either of these two can make, it kind of came down to just the calls they made in each turn. Will I target the Iron Hands? Will I acrobatics target the opposing Roaring Moon. I feel like the core 4 Pokemon that were brought seemed to be very effective. It just came down to the right turn to, you know, which decisions they made at the right moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I'm kind of looking at whether or not, you know,
我觉得他要打利奥，你就要先守住，你就不能不守住。
Iron Hands on Sam's side is going to have that Wild Charge and the Volt Switch. So just making things a little bit.
轰鸣月吃趋近能量又吃太极，我觉得他在消耗队伍资源上是很大的。
To that flying type, so you do have the ability to hit Alberto's
有轰鸣月这只怪了。
super effective damage, and on top of that as well, you're just pressuring so much when it comes down to being able to have access to the close combat as well.
I do kind of like the Corviknight though in this matchup because of Mimikyu being there inherently as a steel type. You have somewhat of a wall. Let's say your Garchomp, you want to reset your attack because your Choice Scarf. You want to reset what you can click into.
读对面守住一盒偷强化，对面应该是不会给他机会。水炮硬冲一定是对的。
It's Dragon Terra Corviknight. Once you deal with
有时候那个趋近能量给轰鸣月，然后钛金又要给轰鸣月，可是它带来的收益到底有没有这么高？就是打个问号啊。
Yeah, absolutely. And even if we see the same leads in game 2 as we did in game number 1, there are still adjustments that both Alberto and Sam can actually make to navigate through that first turn, right? I mean, maybe we don't see that terrestrialization on both sides, but it doesn't even matter because we've got a switch up coming in here from Sam and from Alberto.
We went from 2 Roaring Moons to none in the lead in game 2 as Sam
突然就崩个钥匙圈出来了。
Garganackle and Iron Bundle Klefki is aside for Alberto, so we know it is Ghost Terra Garganackle, and this Klefki can be a real big menace with its monster.
100分，完全正确。腰闪电波双响。
But Sam is wasting absolutely no time here and is going to terrestrialize that Garganackle right away.
Yeah, you got to go into that Ghost type, so you are no longer a rock, which would be taking super effective damage from the Hydro Pumps. Light Screen is going to be used though by Klefki. Maybe Alberto feeling like he was his opponent was doing a little bit too much damage in the prior games. You're going to miss.
Oh no!
Misses Garganackle though. It's a giant target. How does the Hydro Pump miss? Look how big Garganackle is. The Salt Cure does hit into Klefki, and damage over time for every turn that Klefki is in is going to rack up very high because it is a steel type.
Oh my gosh, that is absolutely devastating here.
Oh no, 水炮
really not going his way for this game so far, as the Iron Bundle could have been able to do a good chunk of damage to that Garganackle, but at this point as well, that really
你好像不要打那边比较好哎，你为什么不好好的闪光加干冰呢？先把那只 Iron Bundle 打掉不好吗？
Could cycle through Protect in order to also get that recovery. It's going to be really tough to take it down, depending on what Alberto does have in the back for it.
Yeah, and that's what.
等一下，等一下。
Because besides Roaring Moon, it is the only Pokemon, or I should say, Roaring Moon is the only Pokemon that has a Dark attack that can hit this Ghost type super effectively. Thunder Wave does go on to the other side there, wanting to paralyze Iron Bundle and make its speed lower so that Alberto's can outspeed. The Freeze Dry does nothing though as the resisted Steel type there, and there is the second Salt Cure that is super effective. And Iron Bundle is a Water type too, so the Salt Cure is going to do more damage at the end of every turn as well. These two Pokemon on Alberto's side are not long for this match unless they switch out.
And I love that Sam has taken this approach to this game number 2. Maybe recognizing that Klefki could really help out here with the screens, but Saltcure doesn't really care about that. It's just the residual damage at the end of every single turn. And so while there is going to be a knockout into the Iron Bundle on Sam's side, there's a lot else that Alberto's going to have to chew through, and one of those things is going to be the Salt Cure damage coming through that's just going to take out this Iron Bundle.
Yeah, the Klefki is very low as well.
难以置信，他被延2次居然还没倒。
HP remaining, so you know
big survival.
At the end it is the Covert Cloak though, so that's why it was able to hang on at 1 HP. It didn't take that secondary effect of Salt Cure. It still does super effective damage since he's an Ice type, the Rock attack there, but he doesn't take the damage over time the way that Klefki has. Iron Hands is the switch in though here for Sam, and he's full HP, gonna be pretty strong.
Yeah, I still think that Sam is just going to want to target down that Iron Bundle. It provides a lot of pressure into the Iron Hands here. Oh, Iron Hands going for the fake out will not get the knockout here, but it does stop that attack.
等一下，他铁爆符从头冲到尾没有被惩罚，怎么回事？
Lefty obviously flinching because of the fake out, and Salt Cure is finally going to be able to take that one remaining hit point left on Iron Bundle's side. So the freeze side there, does that like scream to you trying to go for the freeze instead of a stronger Hydro Pump?
好像也可以。
I think you just want to try to go for whatever damage is possible.
好像还是换着赢。
That's definitely an opportunity.
这两只胖子卡在这边。
At least you know that freeze try's not going to miss. And so I think at this point you really are trying to get as much guaranteed damage down as possible. And if the secondary effect goes through, I think you're pretty happy about that as well. But the final two Pokemon here for Alberto will be that Garchomp and that Volcarona. And neither one of these really want to look at that Garganacl either.
It is Grass Terra Volcarona. I was just sitting here, I'm like, if you choice lock into Earthquake because of this matchup, then you're always going to be hitting your teammate. But one way around that is Volcarona. If you turn it into a Grass type, it would then be taking the resisted damage. And Alberto did want to try to sweep with Quiver Dance. Last game, he kind of just was one turn too late, so we'll see if it works out this time.
Yeah, I mean, the terrestrialization here is also very smart, just knowing what the Iron Hands has available as well. You're just trying to get as much resistance as possible to some of those electric type attacks. That could be really handy, but this Volcarona is definitely a good target here for this terrestrialization.
Stomping Tantrum is the lock-in for Garchomp. It is not enough for a KO, though. Iron Hands is going to be able to get an attack off on this turn. The Quiver Dance does come through for Volcarona, though, so that will raise the special attack, special defense, and speed on stage. Now, Grass, it is a neutral hit into Volcarona instead of what would have been resist. You're going to have the defense
一定全力打火，没错。
and the Salt Cure
没有问题。
will hit into Volcarona, so now you'll have
全力敲。
start racking up at the end of every turn. It'll be somewhat mitigated by the leftovers, though.
Yeah, and it still feels better than if you were a fire type and you were taking that Salt Cure damage, right? Yeah, I think the
仿佛只是一倍。
here in Alberto, very
为什么要选猎鸟啊？为什么不选大象？
It's really unfortunate because there's no safe play for Alberto.
都要树尾了，我觉得大象就更好了。
You're kind of hoping that Garchomp is not going to be
the focus
here, and Stomping Tantrum still has a chance to miss.
So the other thing is we don't even know what Sam's
我需要开始抄袭了。
in this matchup yet. We haven't even revealed that. We will get to see that eventually since Iron Hands was just knocked out.
你飞过去的，如果是突飞猛扑，不是跺脚就好了。这位置为什么是猎咬？
One way to mitigate the Salt Cure damage every turn is if you can recover some HP with your Giga Drain, bringing them back into the green here. So now it's all up to Garganacl deciding to Salt Cure the Volcarona slot yet again instead of getting some damage onto the Garchomp.
I lied. I was thinking about Durant and Hustle misses with Stomping Tantrum. No, it'll be secured damage. And hopefully whatever Sam has in the back will be a nice target there for that Garchomp to go for those single target ground type attacks. But yeah, the Salt Cure, I mean, look at how little this Garganacl Sam really is doing to this Volcarona now. Oh, the Mimikyu now being in the back, it still poses a lot of problems with that disguise being intact.
The choice scarf. You see him trying to click the Earthquake.
It's like, I want it so bad.
Come on, Game Freak. Let me break through my choice scarf here just once. That's all I asked for. But no, they're not going to let him do that. He is choice locked into the Stomping Tantrum here. Not going to be super effective into either of Sam's Pokemon. And then the lower that Garganacl gets, he does have access to recover, so he can try to get more HP that way. Mimikyu's disguise has been busted, though, so now it's going to take the full brunt of damage that would be from the Volcarona on this turn. If he targets it, the answer is yes. But Mimikyu brought down just two.
这就是双强叠火的魅力吗？
For a full one-hit KO. If it was maybe 2 Quiver Dance boosts, obviously that would be it. Life Orb is actually going to bring the Mimikyu down because of the 10% recoil. It knocks itself out, which is really nice for Alberto. And Salt Cure yet again into this Volcarona.
你知道吗？他就是没有鼓起勇气，他就是没有鼓起勇气，腰打。
able to come back in this one in a very big way. Still has to get through the rest of the HP of this Garganacl. But at this point, that Garchomp being locked into the Stomping Tantrum feels pretty good. You're still doing a lot of damage. You've got that confirmed hit onto the Garganackle with the Stomping Tantrum. And at this point, the Volcarona is taking so little from Salt Cure, which is the only actual attack on this Garganackle.
Right.
You can try to get some recovery based on going through the Protect and getting that leftovers healing, but you're really waiting to try to buy out the clock.
Then the Giga Drain is negating the Salt Cure damage because you have +1 special attack. Garganackle is more known for its physical defense than is its special, so it is actually doing a solid chunk of damage to Garganackle every turn, which means the Giga Drain and leftovers are out recovering the Salt Cure damage and damage over time.
Absolutely. I mean, you're still going to see Sam try to play this out, and whether or not he is going to try to play for that Salt Cure damage to really just knock out this Volcarona is kind of... You could go for a double Protect here, actually. With the Volcarona unable to reheal itself, you could see that it's exactly what he's going for, but he can't get it.
No, you don't get that 30% chance, and now you are free to be targeted by both of Alberto's Pokemon. The Stomping Tantrum does a little bit, but more importantly, this Giga Drain is going to bring down really low and recover up Volcarona's HP. So now, at any point, any type of attack is going to be enough to secure this game 2 for Alberto.
好厉害，剩饭火了。
attack here, and there's no way that either of the attacks that he's been choosing actually miss this Garganackle. So a little bit of leftovers recovery here, but at this point, Sam is really trying to take a look at whether or not he can adjust for this third game. That Salt Cure damage would not be enough unless Sam is able to get something like a 3 protects in a row. And even then, Garchomp has been able to hit his mark, and you can't outstall the PP left on that Stomping Tantrum.
And the battle has been canceled, so we will be going to game 3. Alberto says not just yet. Sam, you might have a home field advantage here, but he has the confidence in his Pokemon, and that Klefki and Volcarona adjustment here in game 2 was pivotal.
Yeah, and even still, you could see the work that the screens on the Klefki were really doing for the team. Like, it did stop a little bit of the initial damage coming through from those Salt Cures in the Garganackle, and it also helped to get some survivals down there as well when you had the Iron Bundle also on the field. So really, really nice sustainability there from Alberto, and maybe we see the Klefki again.
Yeah, I think so, and I'm thinking on Sam's end, like, we praised the Garganackle at the start because it was an adjustment, and even though he won game 1, he understood you have to try to switch it around there. And while I like the Ghost Terra because there's really nothing that hits it super effectively except for Roaring Moon's
Miss 跟无效倒是真的。
If all Garganackle does
或是打在那种飞在天上之类的。
for a little bit of damage, but really not provide much else for the rest of the team, it was somewhat able for Alberto to just target everything else down and deal with it later.
Yeah, that's a really great point. Is sometimes when you've identified that the Garganackle isn't like or honestly any Pokemon on the team, I feel like we've seen that a lot in at least the Dynamax format that we had for Sword and Shield. It's kind of like, well, you could leave this one Pokemon alone, and then it's manageable next time. But we are going to see a bit of a switch up here. The Roaring Moon hitting the field for Alberto right away.
Yeah, we went from 2 Roaring Moons to none to 1 in
it's
this
balancing
set
out.
for the leads. Exactly. Roaring Moon Klefki is the lead for Alberto. We saw how important Klefki was last game, just helping set up with those light screens and reflect. Also, though Thunder Wave into Iron Bundle was huge, in this same scenario, Roaring Moon would then be faster.
让自己痛苦了。
Absolutely.
开轰鸣月看到包袱就是痛苦。
Here, I mean, you're really looking at Sam just trying to get some damage down. Alberto still with the Roaring Moon is putting on so much pressure, but the Klefki's going to be able to keep it really safe, whether or not this Iron Bundle on Sam's side goes for an Ice type attack.
起床好像是150。
For the Salt Cure.
The light screen was used to help mitigate the special attack damage coming out from the side, and so that's why the Roaring Moon took that attack so well. He does not get a KO onto Iron Bundle on Sam's end, though. It's just going to be very low, and the Salt Cure process begins on the Klefki every turn. Going to be taking that very solid amount of damage.
good amounts of damage, and this is kind of how Sam tried to play out that first part of game number 2, where you're just trying to get the chip down and see if it's going to be enough to start securing knockouts. Sam did have some really nice Pokemon in the back for that game number 2, just kind of looking at the Mimikyu as well as the Iron Hands being able to put on a little bit more offensive pressure, but the Garganacl has one job right now, and it is to stay alive and stay on the field.
Iron Bundle does protect this turn, as does Roaring Moon, actually. Does not want to have that Salt Cure potentially start racking up damage. Dazzling Gleam from Klefki is not going to do anything to Iron Bundle, obviously, and then just a little bit to Garganacl. We're not really using Klefki for its offensive prowess, really. It's just in case you need to have an attack if you're taunted or something like that. But by going for the Dazzling Gleam that turn, he can try to stagger the Reflect a little bit later compared to Light Screen.
Yeah, really
他开枪之后真的是有够硬。
You're kind of looking at some of those physical attackers there for Sam, likely being in the back, like that Mimikyu and that Iron Hand, so you can preserve that for just a little bit longer. And the light clay that this Klefki is holding will also help to extend those screens so that you can make it to the mid and end game with that type of support being active. So you'll see Alberto trying to think about whether or not this is the right time to go for the Reflect.
And Sam has not brought the Amoonguss in the previous games there, so wondering with his 2 Pokemon in the back what he selected to decide for this pivotal game 3. We're going to find out one of them on this turn as Iron Bundle is going to switch out. The answer is Iron Hands at least.
这样也可以抓得到的吗？
Pokemon
那么猛。
not taking too much damage on the switch in, especially from Klefki, because it just clicked the Reflect. Acrobatics is a neutral attack, and he has not terrestrialized, so it does even less damage. And the reason you don't is because you don't want to become a flying type in front of that Rack Attack Salt Cure for the super effective damage.
I love that Alberto is taking his time and figuring out when to go for the terrestrialization here. Because like you said, there's 2 really big threats on Sam's side of the field, with that Iron Hands having that Wild Charge available and that Volt Switch, as well as the Salt Cure coming in from the Garganacl, both very super effective into that Roaring Moon. But the Iron Bundle as well was one of those Pokemon that Roaring Moon would just not want to terrestrialize in front of either. So nice choices though in the back there for Alberto if he decides to terrestrialize something else.
And if I'm Sam, I mean, obviously we saw that he has Volcarona in the back, and you would assume it since he brought it to the first 3 games. But the fact that he is not willing to terrestrialize Roaring Moon screams to me, at least, that he is trying to save that Terra Grass for Volcarona in the late game because it was so effective.
You could also actually save the terrestrialization for the Garchomp as well. If you really want to go for something like the Earthquake, then you do have the available to do that. But there also isn't much synergy on the team for the Garchomp to safely lock itself into that with the Choice Scarf and then end up being able to clean up the game without...
哇塞，哇塞！
Switch goes into the Garchomp as a ground type. What a nice play from Alberto. Because now he is not able to switch out and get either Iron Bundle back or Sam revealing his 4th Pokemon. So that was a cheeky little switch that worked out for Alberto.
Yeah, that was super nice there. And yeah, Garchomp is going to have to eat a Salt Cure on its way in, but I don't think it's too upset about that one. Alberto would really like to know what that 4th and final is, but as long as Alberto has at least 3 Pokemon in this game still, he would have the ability to switch out and try to get a reset on the Choice Scarf if he so chooses. But it's Volcarona time.
Yeah, Volcarona is going
墙壁回合过多，
so we know Alberto
我可以轻松跳舞，不被惩罚。
in the back, and it's time to terrestrialize Volcarona yet again, and that Quiver Dance, who knows, maybe you could get a couple Quiver Dances off if you play your cards right.
Yeah, Volcarona is one of the fastest Pokemon on the field right now. You're not super threatened by the Iron Hands or the Garganacl hitting you before you get the Quiver Dance off, so you know that you're guaranteed to have a little bit of a defense boost going into the latter part of the turn. So let's go ahead and see a terrestrialization though, as it is time for that Volcarona to shine.
Yeah, Volcarona goes from 4 times weak to the Salt Cure as a Fire and Bug type to actually just a neutral hit. It's not doing too much damage to it, and the leftovers in Giga Drain will be able to out-recover the damage that Salt Cure does every turn. Sam is going to respond in kind with a terrestrialization of his own, and that will be Ghost Terra on Garganacl. He's used that so effectively all day yesterday on stream, and then so far in this matchup. The Stomping Tantrum, though, is going into Iron Hands. That's super effective. That will be a knockout, but Alberto has locked himself in to Stomping Tantrum right now. The only way he'd be able to get around it would be if he switched out into Roaring Moon so he could reset his attack there from the Choice Scarf. Quiver Dance will be used from Volcarona, so that's going to boost the special attack, special defense, and speed by 1 stage. The speed could potentially be, very nice against what Sam has in the bag with either the Iron Bundle, who is, as I'm looking at Iron Bundle on his end, he's the Oh, sorry about that. I read that he's
我要看到剩饭互补现场。
That's what I was saying. Is there a boost energy to negate the speed? No. Your Choice Scarf, Garchomp, and your Quiver Dance boosted speed, speed tiers on your 2 Pokemon are better than Iron Bundle right now.
Well, I think the other thing about that is, like, even though there is that Iron Bundle waiting in the wings, the rest of the Pokemon on Sam's team are relatively slow. So you're not super worried either about seeing anything else come out. There's the Mimikyu that is going to be the 4th and final, and that's also not going to really be able to do enough to this Garchomp with the Volcarona as it stands right now. The Mimikyu, yeah, it does have a couple of super effective moves that it is running when, especially you look at the play rough, but did miss in that first game. Alberto is still playing in such a great way with this defensive grass Terra type.
Yeah, I was going to say it might be super effective, but it still has to hit in order to do that super effective damage. So obviously that is the scariest part of when you run play rough, that 90% accuracy. From what we saw on Alberto's side, the Stomping Tantrum was locked into Mimikyu so that it can break this disguise, which is what Alberto has done in all 3 games.
现在是火神和我大哥
of that free hit on Mimikyu's end. So now you can take the flamethrower from Volcarona, bring it down to really, really low, and Mimikyu is going to curse itself, cursing into the Volcarona. Now Mimikyu
他把所有的伤害全部灌在 Volcarona 上面，我就要你死
hurt Volcarona along with the Salt Cure, the curse turn.
Yeah, that's definitely going to do a little bit more damage to this Volcarona, but at this point, the Garchomp is such a big threat, and Alberto still has that Roaring Moon in the back. And with the Iron Bundle from Sam being one of those final few Pokemon here, it's going to be really rough now to figure out how much damage Sam can really get through. But look at this chip damage right now at the end of this turn.
Yeah, we also have a lot of post-turn animations happening here with the double Salt Cure and the double leftovers and the curse as well. So we kind of have a lot of time to talk out these plans between turns, Rosemary, because
不是啊，现在包袱又过不了岩崩，很好广防。哦，他那些不能点岩崩，那是过不了那个跺脚。那这样结束了吧？那个帮斗出到招啊。
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Garchomp is sitting pretty right now, and Sam on the Iron Bundle does have the Protect, so we'll see him play this just a little bit safer, and it does buy him a turn to try to go for a little bit more recovery on the Garganacl, but also to try to get this curse onto the Volcarona and this
他补伤害之后就是视为猎咬，开始要压烂你的铁包袱了。
Yeah, that double Protect makes a lot of sense from Sam trying to keep his Pokemon safe. He is losing the Pokemon count right now against Alberto, 3-2. He's just down to that Iron Bundle and Garganacl, so it's getting down to the wire for him. Not a lot of wiggle room for any mistakes. There is that first curse, and then we're going to have these 2 Salt Cures as well. But if you're on Alberto's end, you kind of just make the same play, right?
Yeah, I think you just try to go for the damage because you never know if a double Protect here would fail. If Sam is trying to protect both the Iron Bundle and Garganacl again. That would be huge, though, if Sam does go for that play and it pays off.
Yeah, that might be the best way because Alberto did lock in Flamethrower and not Giga Drain to recover HP here, so he's not going to be able to get any boost back there, any HP recovered besides his normal leftovers, but that has been mitigated thanks to Curse and Salt Cure actually hurting against both, or 2 times lowering his attack or his HP every single turn. Here's the Iron Bundle double Protect. It fails. Sam had to go for the 30% chance. He's not able to get it. He does get it on Garganacl though, however, so that is one thing that can help out here as Stomping Tantrum will KO the Iron Bundle, but Garganacl is not going to take any damage from this flamethrower.
No, it's not. At least at this point, Sam is in a little bit of a better position where you still have the Garganackle on the field. You know that that Garchomp is on a timer here based on the amount of Salt Cure damage, and this Volcarona is going to be knocked out here thanks to the curse that Mimikyu put on it before it also got knocked out. But Alberto still has that Roaring Moon.
Yeah, he is going to have to bring it in. It is obviously has not been Salt Cured yet. Garganackle is going to have to waste the turn clicking Salt Cure into that slot to start to have that damage rack up. Then, so he's already pretty low actually, so the combination of maybe one Salt Cure and then a Protect or even double Protect, hey, if you got it already,
他要自回到 Garchomp 的死去，然后我还要换了银红影月，不然你这边点炎炎好像就输了，应该是要自回吧。
Yeah, well, I mean, you still see the Garchomp do a decent amount, and the Throat Chop as well is super effective.
Because it's super effective.
You called that out earlier.
And Salt Cure into Roaring Moon. I like when I accidentally make the right call. I felt like so many minutes ago. It's the only attack Alberto has that super effectively hits the Garganackle, and now I don't even know based off how the HP rolled down. There, we look at it with on Roaring Moon as well. Oh, it also looks like Roaring Moon potentially would not be knocked out from.
你再熬一回合也没用。
You're gonna have to go for another double protect.
Yeah, Garganackle, this is the win con that Sam needs. Gets the first protect, of course. So, the Stomping Tantrum and the Throat Chop will not be able to get the knockout this turn, but it all comes down to the next one, Joe.
Oh, this is so intense. This is what we love to see in round 13 of the Oceania International Championships. The best trainers in the world giving us the best matches possible. Is going to have that leftovers recovery helping him out a little bit.
你要被淹死啊！
is brought down into
哎，又跑过瘾哎！
and now the Salt
最后一回合了，这是最后一回合。
He's at 2
来。
HP. There is a 30% chance that Sam can win this game.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Alberto at this point just has to lock in these attacks, but it comes down to whether or not Sam gets the double.
失败。
And he doesn't!
And he doesn't get it. It fails so many times. If you just try to protect, it's not enough. And Sam is going to lose this match. Alberto just barely is going to squeak this one out and keep his hopes alive of making it to top cut after next round.
Holy moly, what a hard-fought endgame there by Sam Pandelis. Against all odds, he still found a way to keep himself in that game with the Garganackle. It never left the field, Joe. It never left the field in games 2 or 3.
Yeah, it really just didn't. It didn't care. It had its role. It was to Salt Cure and bring everything down little by little. They say slow and steady wins the race, but unfortunately for Sam, he was just one turn too slow. And I know I saw online Sam was talking about how, you know, making day 2 was really the huge first hurdle he was hoping for in his home international, and everything else is kind of just gravy at that point. So if Sam can try to squeak into top 8, or even if he falls into the top 16, that's all just benefit.
Absolutely. I mean, still though, what an incredible performance by both of these trainers. Sam really, despite the loss here, just looked so good and so commanding of how to play that Garganackle endgame. And there was a 30% chance it could have worked.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot, you know, even on Orlando, Toller's 10% freeze, right?
Yeah.
We've seen scenarios like this come down. A Rock Slide 10% miss, and all the Hydro Pumpkin miss. Obviously, this is the game we choose to play.
二宝是一个 bug， 我们让他会成功是因为出了点 bug。他现在就告诉你，好几个世代以来，二宝其实是 bug。
comfort pick, but the Clef Key was just so cool. It's so cool to see a Clef Key performing at the highest level in the highest level of competition.
Yeah, and you could see how those reflected light screens were really playing a role, and just to make sure that at least the initial damage just wasn't doing as much as it could have done. The other thing that I think about Alberto's strategy there that was really awesome was the preservation of that Roaring Moon. You had called out that that Throat Chop is one of the only attacks that's super effective into the Ghost Terra Garganackle. And after Alberto had seen that get forced out from the Garganackle, when he did have the Volcarona in front as well as the Garchomp, both threatening super effective attacks, Roaring Moon just got preserved for the end, and that's also a great way that Alberto also was able to shore up the end game.
Yeah, that's a great point. That is a good display of preserving your win conditions, right? Yep. If he got a little careless at the beginning and Roaring Moon gets knocked out, then you don't have that 60+% damage that went into the Garganackle on that turn from Roaring Moon. So many little back and forth decisions like that are why Pokemon gets so intense and so exciting.
It's so exciting. And the fact that we will see like Alberto just get another win under his belt, get one step closer. It's not over yet. There is still one more round of Swiss to go, but let's head over to the stage with Sierra to hear a little bit more from Alberto.
Thank you so much. I am here with our winner, Alberto Lara, after a really close game there.
Yeah.
And we're going to start off by talking about that because it came down to a double protect.
Yes.
That went through. You're done. You're toasted. How are you feeling then?
I mean, at least it's not stressful. I don't have to make any reads or any plays. I just know this is how the game's going to play out. If I win 70% of the time, I lose 30% of the time, or 66-33, I believe. So yeah, I knew that it was stressful, but like once I got to that position, I was like, okay, I know what I have to do to win. It's just up to the RNG basically in the game. Yes.
And then this tournament just seems like it's been stressful for you in general because you're at 4-2 yesterday and had to be winning out to make it into day 2. Yes. Obviously, things are going a lot better now, but talk to me about your run so far.
Yeah, so I lost round 2 against Yuki, who's been on stream, and then round, I believe, 5 or so, I lost to Nails, who had basically an auto win against me. So that put me basically at 4-2. So immediately I was like, all right, well, basically pressure's on. I can't lose from here. And since then, I've only lost once. So it's been, it's been a rough schedule. I've played a lot of great players, like a lot of players that made day 2 I played against yesterday. So yeah, it's been a really, really difficult run. So I've been having to play well.
Well, to be the best, you got to beat the best. So taking some wins, you're doing really good.
Yeah.
And then I want to talk about your team a little bit because it's definitely unique. Talk to me.
To say the least.
Yeah. So how did you come up with this team to bring here?
Well, I mean, basically since Series 1, I've been sticking with Garchomp Corviknight. I think it's just an amazing core. It's really underrated. There's not many ground resists or immunities in the format. So just Scarf Garchomp automatically can basically... If I chip everything, then I can basically get everything knocked out with Earthquake. And then my team supports it with Acrobatics. So basically the way you beat it is you Terra Flying or you Terra Grass. But I have Iron Bundle, I have Corviknight with Brave Bird, I have Acrobatics, Roaring Moon, and I also have Volcarona with Flamethrower. So basically I can deal with all the grass and flying types. So yeah, basically my team evolved from Series 1 where I was using that. And then Skeledirge is no longer really viable with all the Paradox Pokemon. So yeah, I've just been basically trying to figure out what are the best last 4 members of a Garchomp Corviknight team.
Well, it kind of seemed like Garchomp didn't necessarily seem as viable with the introduction of Great Tusk being also to take advantage of the fact there isn't too many ground resist. Is there a particular reason why you haven't moved from the Garchomp into the Great Tusk? Or is it just because it works so well with this core?
Yeah, I mean, Garchomp just has amazing stats overall, so you can basically run a good amount of bulk on it. Like, it's just naturally really bulky, and the speed tier is really great, so you can basically run Adamant, and you can still outspeed Iron Bundle and Fluttermane with the Choice Scarf. So basically, the way, because it's trained, and the way that the stat distribution is of the Garchomp, I just like it better overall than Great Tusk on the team.
And then last team question. I'm sorry there's so many of them, but it is a pretty cool team. Is the Clef Key. Because as well, we haven't really seen too much screens happening. And when we have, it's maybe something like a Grimmsnarl. So how have you found just being able to have this screen mode and this Clef Key working out for you?
Yeah, so Clef Keys has actually been amazing. One of the MVPs of the team for sure. So back in Orlando, the team had Grimmsnarl and Hydreigon over Roaring Moon and Clef Key. But because Fluttermane is so popular, it's really difficult sometimes because that was a common core I would bring. I would often bring Garchomp, Corviknight, Hydreigon, Grimmsnarl, and it would be really difficult to deal with Fluttermane at times. So basically, I decided, well, Klefki basically does the same thing, except it resists Moonblast, and it has really good defensive typing. And it does the same thing. So I replaced Klefki, or I replaced Grimmsnarl with Klefki, and it's actually been a really great change. Like, there are some benefits to Grimmsnarl on the team, but for the most part, Klefki, I think, is the more solid screens user to bulk up the team.
All right, and then with this victory as well, one away from cut, how are you just feeling in general?
I feel good. I mean, honestly, I usually don't do well in day 2s. Historically, I've struggled in day 2s. So now that I'm like, obviously I want to cut, I want to win my last one. But even if I lose my next one, I'm like, all right, I made top 16. I should get a potential travel award or stipend. to London, so I'm calm. It's obviously going to be stressful, but I'm like not too stressed out.
So proud of the journey that you've made so far.
Yeah.
And then with this journey, is there any shout-outs, anybody you'd like to thank or any final words?
Yeah, shout-outs to all my friends that are here. Shout-outs to my girlfriend Ellie, who's watching on stream. Shout-outs to Gio. And yeah, so shout-outs to everybody.
It's awesome. Best of luck with your next round, and thank you. As for us, it's time to head back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Sierra and Rosemary. It's so cool to see Alberto saying, I don't do great in day twos and all these kind of negative thoughts, but here he is on the precipice of making Top Cut at an international.
It's awesome to see. Yeah, there's still one more round of Swiss to get through, but I hope that's a little bit of a confidence boost to Alberto to have navigated the matchup in that way. And also despite the RNG in that match as well. He got a couple of unfortunate misses onto some of Sam's Pokemon, but still found a way to end up winning the match overall.
I love the throwback to the Choice Scarf Garchomp as well. Like, what is this, 2017? When everybody was running the scarf? Like, even in Series 1, when Garchomp was around, I feel like the most common item was Clear Amulet, right, compared to the scarf. So it just seems like Alberto, all of the decisions he made have led him to this moment.
Yeah, for sure. These are very intentional choices, and as we enter into Top Cut, we might see things that are a little bit wonky, but even like the Klefki, for example, or the Corviknight, not two Pokemon that you would consider to be very popular in the meta as of right now, but still have a very specific purpose on Alberto's team. We'll definitely see more of that.
Yeah, and we will see our last round of Swiss when we come back. It will be the decisive round 14, hopefully a win and in scenario for the trainers that are on stage. So if there was any point you wanted to watch this weekend, it would be right now for the last round of Swiss. We will be right back.
Pokemon to play with right now is Arcanine. You always see me holding this little guy at events. Yeah, it's just a fun Pokemon to play with, and I always like it when Arcanine's kind of on top of the meta.
My favourite Pokemon to play with at the moment is Garchomp. He's bulky, he clicks Sword Stance.
I think my favourite Pokemon right now is Great Tusk. Like, it's pretty strong right now.
My favourite Pokemon is Greninja. I just love its ninja-like features.
I think some team that is getting pretty popular is like the Great Tusk, Talonflame.
One of the most relevant strategies is Psychic Spam with Armarouge and Indeedee Female.
Key strategies would be, fast Tailwind teams, slow Indeedee, Armarouge, Psychic Spam teams, and you've got to make sure you have answers for them.
I'm honestly looking forward to playing in my country again. It's been a long time. I haven't played since Worlds in August.
Taking a different approach to this one, just being a bit more relaxed, not focusing on the result, just enjoying the experience. So
yeah, it was one of my favorite tournaments. So just playing the game, I think this format is really fun and I'm really enjoying it. So
it's good just to see everyone and do live events again.
This was my first event as a master, so obviously it was special.
I think it's really interesting to meet everyone from all over the world.
It's really great to see people in different places like now Australia.
Just do your best and have fun.
Hey trainers, Adam Doricott here. Let's take a quick look at what went down at the Orlando Regional Championships. We jumped right into Series 2 with Paradox Pokemon becoming legal and mixing things up immediately. Fluttermane, Iron Hands, and Iron Bundle all topped the usage charts and made good showings, with Great Tusk, Brute Bonnet, and Screamtail getting involved too. Day 1 cut the field down from over 700 to 32, featuring top trainers throughout. Games came down to the finest of margins.
Also, then have the risk of a freeze!
And we saw the shape of the new meta. With a quick turn to Day 2, we boiled it down to a final for the books. Ashton Cox brought a refreshed Dondozo team up against Wolf Blick with something he knows really well, Perish Trap. We got to see the depth of these teams in a tense and tantalizing 3-game set. The Perish song prevailed once again though, as Wolf used it beautifully in games 1 and 3, taking out big threats like the Dondozo. Turns out, the Screamtail might have been the Paradox Pokemon to worry about all along. With this win, Wolf added a 7th regional title to his already overflowing trophy cabinet.
Wolf Blick taking the series, your Orlando Pokemon Regional Champion.
Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for all the information you need to follow or join in on the action.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here for the final round of Swiss in Day 2, ready for the winning in time. Once again, I am the Visor actor of Chromie, joined behind the desk by the wonderful, the glorious, the esteemed Joe Brown.
Wow, I don't know if I can live up to all that, Fred.
I'm going to keep adding an adjective each time it happens, okay? One day we'll get to like 10 adjectives, it'll be great.
Oh, man, yeah, that'll be pretty big. One day I'll have as many last names.
That could happen, you never know.
I'm very excited, though, for this last match here as we look at the standings. Going into just how everybody is facing right now, what their goals are. Some trainers have already locked their fight, their battles into Top Cut, and so obviously we don't need to showcase them because we know others. This is the pressure cooker, right?
It definitely is. Things are getting really tense at this point because you want to battle it out to be one of the remaining 8 trainers left in contention for that international champion title in Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, so we know that 4 of the trainers here, Gavin, Ragav, Alfredo, and Yuya, are going to go in no matter what. They won't have any more than the 3 losses. So it's these 10 and 3s right now, from Colin Hire down to Tomal. Those are the really difficult spots. And obviously, Colin Hire had that unbelievably dramatic set against Eric Rios yesterday in the latter round. So I know if there's a player that can handle the stress, I think Colin proved it yesterday.
Oh, certainly. And, taking a look at, the European players that have adventured all the way down under here, you've got Eric Rios there in number 11 spot. Unfortunately, in that 9-4 situation. The player I know a lot of people were rooting for, being a European international champion in his own right, but hasn't quite had the showcase that he wants. However, one step above Tomat Grov, he has a 10-3 record. He's going to be representing France, trying to get that title.
Yeah, so you have 2 Europeans there on the kind of the fringe, 3 actually with Aurelia, actually.
Yeah, Aurelia, yes.
So they're 3 of the last hopes for that area of the planet there, where there's a couple of Americans, there's a Japanese player locked in as well. I think as well as the Australian and Alfredo, we have a really nice spread potentially for our top cut.
Exactly, and unfortunately the Gastrodon that wasn't meant to be on Jesse Beard's team there has dropped down to a 9-4 record, but I certainly enjoyed seeing it on the broadcast earlier today.
Yeah, we actually got to see it twice. If you think about it there, since you kind of forced it on the screen the second time.
Hey, I should not be left to my own devices when it comes to picking a team. I saw a Gastrodon, I knew what I wanted.
Yeah, also, because I asked Rosemary when we got in, Was it a flex that you locked in Sylveon turn 1 in the game? Okay, right.
That was definitely a strategy. 100%. I was kind of like, need to make sure that I bring it. It could intimidate Rosemary in a way, but she took a critical hit on it in the game. She's ruthless when it comes to that.
Yeah, well, it's kind of you get what you wish for, right? You're like, oh, I'm going to use it against her, and then she punishes you for it. So.
But I mean that sometimes, the issues that you have. I was obviously running that muddy water, and it just wasn't meant to be. And sometimes those moves, they come with prices and vices, and you'll miss, and sometimes you'll connect. And we saw that at the end of game 2. It got its redemption. Did my little sea slug?
Yes, absolutely. I guess that's one way to put it. For sure. So we are getting ready for our match on stage, though. So as we head over there, Lou, this should be exciting.
Oh, I'm so excited for this match. Some players that we've already been able to showcase, and we get to now bring you a little bit more of their story and carving out their Pokemon history to be made. We've got Colin Hire on your left-hand side and Aurelian Sula on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and Colin Hire became a big star online last night with his pop-off, with the just pure excitement being exuded from that climactic match against Eric Rios. So that will be really exciting to see if Colin can complete his goal. He started 0-1 actually yesterday and moved on to day 2. And now here he is in a win-in scenario. Can he make it to top 8 of the Oceania International Championship?
I mean, you have to credit the grit of these players. I would end up in crisis if I had that 0-1 at the beginning of a day. I would be completely panicked. I would lose my kind of focus. But Colin just showing what an established player he is, that he's able to kind of come back from that early loss and just get here to this stage of the competition.
Yeah, and then Aurelia Sula on the other side obviously had a great match yesterday, winning his stream match as well. Some of the cool things were the
白痴，我没有开麦，我又没有开麦了。耍什么白痴啊
mirror too, actually, for both of these trainers. So I think that was definitely what stood out to me. And then the
看到我嘴巴在动，然后没有声音。
saw actually last round with Alberto how strong Volcarona can be if you are not prepared for it.
And I love you mentioned the Maushold, because we've got 2 apiece here on our 2 trainers with no Annihilate, like you mentioned. But of course, Maushold is a Pokemon that can kind of hold its own as well. It has a little bit of flexibility in terms of that supportive role, bringing the Friend Guard to help out its partner Pokemon with a little bit of defensive support, as well as being able to go for Follow Me, redirect attacks, Helping Hand to boost out even more damage. And it really is the best friend that you could ask for on the battlefield.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, if I'm counting correctly, there are 4 of the same 6 Pokemon on each side right there. The Dragonite, Maushold, Great Tusk, and Iron Bundle. So obviously these trainers are going to be very aware of what their opponent's win conditions are, not only just because of the access of open team sheets, but because they're using those same Pokemon. They understand those win conditions.
Oh, 100%. You can see the team sheets have now been exchanged. These trainers will be focused, looking at their opponent's 6 and thinking, what 4 am I going to bring in order to try and guarantee myself into the top 8 at the Oceania International Championships. I mean, looking at Colin's side, he's got 3 of the big 3 that we've been talking about. You've got the Iron Bundle, the Great Tusk, and the Fluttermane, and they really have been so dominant in this Series 2 format.
Yeah, and it was the Steel Terra Fluttermane that was actually what helped him out yesterday in his set, being so strong. It's a great defensive typing, obviously, since you'd be able to try to switch the scenarios. You go from
真的还没有确定耶，10-4没有一定，不过以他的对手胜率应该是确定吧。好像还是蛮刺激的。11-2那个确实是确定的，机会就会别人。
the fast 2 Pokemon on Fluttermane and Iron Bundle, Aurelia does not have the Fluttermane, so he doesn't have that same access to that speed tier. How is he able to make up for the speed difference?
That's the thing. Speed can be such a key part of this Pokemon format. We've seen some Trick Room teams fall by the wayside, and it really has come down to actually who's going to be the faster. Going for things like that Icy Wind or Tailwind have been key things. But let's jump into the battle. It's going to be King Gambit and Fluttermane on Colin's side of the field, and Aurelia's side, you have got that Maushold and Dragonite.
King Gambit is a really nice bring in game 1. You would expect typically people will have King Gambit in the back if they don't really think something's going to get intimidated. There is no intimidate on Aurelia's side anyway. So to lead King Gambit shows that you actually want to output a lot of pressure with it early on. And looking at Colin's King Gambit, it is a flying Terra type. If you wanted to get rid of that 4 times weakness to fighting, but the other thing that is nice is by having access to low kick, you would have a super effective attack into the mouse hold if it tries to redirect any attacks towards its direction with a follow me.
That's really true. Of course, Mousehold, has that flexibility, and we're going to see a terrestrialization right off the bat here. It's going to be that Dragonite going for its flying Terra type, going to be able to deal even more damage with any flying type moves that it is rocking in the form of Terra Blast here.
Yeah, Terra Blast we've seen just so strong, it gives you the same type attack bonus, and critically you are now no longer weak to Dazzling.
Yes, exactly.
No.
Defensive Terra here. You can see in retaliation here.
他为什么对那边点门牙？什么东西？
Dragonite going to connect down onto that opposing Fluttermane, and it is going to get the one-hit knockout.
That is not a bulky Fluttermane. Surprised that it lived the hit yesterday, but not that one. Obviously, it is much weaker on its defensive side than it is its special defense. So that's definitely why it doesn't hang on from that attack where it hung on from the Iron Bundles hit yesterday. But the Mousehold, it's
换血打得也太快了吧！
The
高火力对轰可是一边是掩护，一边是双高火力，我觉得这样子依然是 Colin 这边比较有利。
This is an assurance dream scenario for King Gambit because Icy Wind, as long as it connects onto both targets, will activate Assurance's double damage, prerequisite that it needs to do the extra attack on it, and King Gambit would be very strong into either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, King Gambit having a great time there. I did like the coverage option from Aurelia there, going for that Super Fang just in case the mouse had wanted to switch out there, you'd be able to catch an attack on the switch in. But we're going to see a Nulla Terrestrialization
如果是没练术老鼠，他有自信超车是不是？好像有机会哦，他铺展是很快的那一种，所以老鼠如果不练术。 被降一速可能就真的比铺展慢。
wants to go for are going to be able to deal even more damage, and particularly as the Dragonite is still flying type, it's still got that weakness to ice, even if it has dropped the Dragon typing. King Gambit's going to go first with a
哦，他是点沙克胖血
哦。from the Mousehold and Iron Bundle just going for a spread attack to bypass that redirection with the Icy Wind. It's going to be able to not quite get the KO, but does do a little bit of chip damage and lower the speed of both of Aurelia's Pokemon.
Even with the extra stab that Terra Ice provided, the Icy Wind was not enough to knock out Dragonite, and you're going to have to pay for that with a critical hit into the Iron Bundle.
This Dragonite is on fire right now, getting two big knockouts with that Terra Blast. Amazing play.
威力80而已，就算你再数球再加成下去，感觉还是不够啊。
Obviously, you're hoping it goes for a regular attack, and you activate the Sucker Punch. Icy Wind plus Sucker Punch would have been enough to knock out the Mousehold, but he targeted.
不过这边还是一样啦，就是他老鼠是有可能会比铺展慢的，被吹过动风。
Assurance, it's not like Terra Blast is in any threat of knocking out your King Gambit to begin with as well. So kind of a wasted Sucker Punch.
他没教太极哦，就扣你这边也没有到劣势哦。这种是老鼠有没有先出招？老鼠如果这边门牙先咬过来，那应该就输了。哦，他选择先制的圆筒。
But King Gambit can retaliate with that Iron Head so that Colin guarantees a double knockout in this turn.
Right, and so if that attack went into Mousehold last turn instead of the failed Sucker Punch, that would have been the KO. Would have forced Aurelia to bring something in this turn like the Great Tusk. But considering you are a flying type in Dragonite, you're not really too concerned about that, and you could have extreme speeded anyway into that stuff. So it's just
哦，他冰太了，对不起，因为他钛金掉的也太快了，钛金倒的太快了。干嘛？口里想跳 game 了吗？
Exactly, and that's where the critical moment are for these players to make those adjustments, because you might have a look and Aurelia's obviously 2 Pokemon down. Colin has the utility to possibly switch one out here and reset.
Yeah, but as you are able to, or excuse me, I'm like just kind of hung up on the Flying Terra because would it help you? Yes, you'll do more damage with your Terra Blast on the
Rage Quit,
but at the at a cost of wasting your Terra, or being forced to use it. Shouldn't say waste, being forced to use it.
Also, is the Fluttermane down on Colin's side?
The Fluttermane was down because of the Terra Blast earlier on in the game. It was able to one-hit KO it. Sucker Punch fails critically for Aurelia. That's huge because King Gambit gets no damage on the way out as Great Tusk is able to one-hit KO it in return, and Colin is down to just his Dragonite now.
Amazing. Can focus back on the Dragonite. That's on me, Joe. Throwing you, of course, having a look at the Pokemon. But this is the key thing. Aurelia has been able to now make sure that you've got the Great Tusk and the Iron Bundle in a great position to deal some damage to this opposing Dragonite. At the end of the day, Dragonite's still in a good situation against the Great Tusk. There's not necessarily a lot that it can do. You know, it's running those
Rage
quit. We don't see a Terra on the Dragonite, obviously, to be able to put itself in any kind of grounded position. And close combat's not going to do too much. But of course, there is those Ice-type moves that can come out from the Iron Bundle.
Yeah, so either way, if you Terrestrialize or not, Dragonite is still weak to the Icy Wind, right? All it does is just change the... he actually... I'm also just thinking about the Terrestrializing wrong. That's on me. Totally forgot Iron Bundle actually did Ice Terra earlier on in the game. So that was used. Obviously, Colin does not have access to Terra anymore. That's on me.
Well, the Dragonite's still hanging on here, Joe.
他刚刚主页有卡比吗？有吗？
edge into this match at some point, but considering the 2v1 deficit, there's really not a lot that
刚好是看到是其他游戏。
Again, in a position where they don't have single target attacks, so Aurelia really just needs to go.
你要打开你的圣火降魔录啊，那个是圣火吗？
You can always go for that freeze dry as well, and that will clean up game 1 for Aurelia.
啊，等一下都实况完圣火降魔录，对手一脸错愕。
It was such a problem that even on turns it wasn't doing anything. Just the threat of it, its pure existence was somewhat of a nuisance to Colin's team, and that's really thanks to the friend guard. You take less damage from your teammates take less damage from hits on the other side. So like it forced Colin to really try to target down Mousehold as quickly as possible, which let the other Pokemon on Aurelia's side actually take advantage of it.
Exactly, and you can see a commanding victory there from Aurelia in game 1. But of course, this is a best-of-3 set, Joe. Everybody can reset going into the next game and focus down on how they're going to make these adjustments. Colin obviously 1 game down. He really, really wants this. We saw yesterday how much it means to him to keep advancing in this competition. What adjustments do you think Colin could make going into game 2?
Well, we did just see his North American brethren, Alberto, lose game 1 against Sam and then win the next 2. So it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. I really do like King Gambit in this matchup. I think the Sucker Punch scenarios are very difficult to deal with as long as Mousehold's on the field.
老鼠快龙可能要用，我觉得椅子对面没踢倒的人，所以可以继续铺展开。然后不管怎么样，先把老鼠打掉。因为你不打掉老鼠，那个一直在那边掩护减伤很不舒服。干脆直接 all in 老鼠。
I completely agree. You know, it was nice seeing the Ice Terror, but really, you don't need it for that Icy Wind chip damage. You know, you're not going to reap the benefits from it. You're right. If it was possibly saved for a more defensive play, then King Gambit could have had a little bit more longevity on the field, and those Sucker Punches could have maybe found the connection it needed.
Yeah, and then so looking on Aurelia's side, obviously the strategy worked out very well. I think it is important to use Mousehold as effectively as you can in having the access to Super Fang. Make sure you don't Super Fang into the Ghost type. He obviously anticipated the Fluttermane to change Terra typings there, so it would have been able to hit it. But Baby Doll Eyes is really nice into the physical attackers like Dragonite that are on Colin's team. Don't Baby Doll Eyes the King Gambit because, you know, I guess you'll have to find out why you shouldn't do that. Hopefully, Aurelia at this point being 10-3 is a strong enough trainer to understand that interaction. But those physical attacker like Great Tusk or Dragonite really don't want to take it. So I think a lot of this matchup comes down to can Colin get rid of the Mousehold so his strategies work, and can Aurelia conserve Mousehold long enough?
That is the question, but let's jump into game 2. You've got Mousehold and Fluttermane on Colin's side of the field, opposing against the Golden Go and the Mousehold. Now, I really like this situation here. Golden Go is able to hit really hard with something like a Make It Rain. That's something Fluttermane has to avoid, and Mousehold doesn't want to take that either.
This was the interaction we talked about.
你就不要等下被 follow me， 等一下你点的也太快了吧，这么笃定哦。
Colin is pumping his fist. He's really excited.
Yeah, well, it looks like Fluttermane has called the Shadow Ball, not veering about the follow me. A helping hand Shadow Ball gets a one-hit KO on that opposing Golden Go. It's down and out.
that is the perfect turn 1 out of Colin by calling. Obviously, if the Shadow Ball gets redirected into a normal type, that would be disastrous. But I guess, as Colin Hire likes to say, it doesn't matter how much damage they can do if they can't do any damage.
You got to be brave and bold to make the plays, and that's exactly what Colin has done here, calling that read perfectly. Now, if you're Aurelia, you've got to come back from this. You still have your mouse hold in a good position, and mouse hold can still apply good support with something like the Follow Me. You've still got access to the Super Fang for the partner Pokemon to that Flutter Mane, but Flutter Mane is going to be a problem at this point. Great Tusk comes in though. You could possibly go for, you know, some big damage with those ground type moves, but really you need to deal with this Flutter Mane as soon as possible.
And now that both trainers have a mouse hold on the field, they both have that friend guard utility, right? You both are able to negate some of the is outputting on the other side, which we know just from Colin's set yesterday, every little hit point matters in a matchup like this, especially when you have so many similar Pokemon.
Yeah, knowing how vulnerable the Flutter Mane is there, switching it out, bringing King Gambit in on the action. You got to watch out for something like an Earthquake here, but Colin actually protecting the mouse hold as well, so that Friendguard's going to stay active and help out King Gambit a little bit. King Gambit's going to have to take Super Fang though, 50% HP has been taken away as close combat just goes straight into the protect.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage for King Gambit to lose right away.
他觉得 King Gambit 用不到啊，
It's not looking as great of a Terra.
所以我这边先小写，反正我做局给正义法收头就好。
Those attacks will still do a lot of damage. It does make a
飞太没有飞太爆发
just to completely get rid of that 4 times ground fighting weakness or the earthquake weakness that it would have as a steel type right now. But that is something that Colin is really having to waver on right now. Am I willing to terrestrialize a half health Pokemon to keep it around compared to a full health Pokemon in the back?
Well, that's the thing. Friendguard's got nothing on a Super Fang, you know, it's going to still be able to take that damage. One terrestrialization out of the blocks though, and it's going to be the ground terror on that opposing Great Tusk. So it's going to be able to hit really hard with something like a Headlong Rush here if it wants to try and get the KO, or possibly just go for the Earthquake, protecting up that mouse hold, do that spread damage. You know, the King Gambit is limited HP at this point. Mouse can have something to say about it first. Goes for that Super Fang, takes down the damage. However, here comes that Earthquake.
This is the Terra boosted Earthquake though, so it essentially negates the Friend Guard.
That's very true. Gonna hit really hard onto both the Pokemon. Mouse hold hangs on. King Gambit, not so much. It's down and out.
Yeah, that is super effective. So Colin wavering back and forth. Do I flying Terra my King Gambit, expecting the ground attack?
Flutterman the Furious.
Unfortunately for him, Aurelier does
气不服的正义法，是多气。
Terra ground on the Great Tusk, really making the difference there because of the additional boost because of a same type attack bonus. Great Tusk was already a ground type. It did that extra damage that, who knows, maybe without terrestrializing there, King Gambit, depending on how it's trained, could have potentially lived. I still think it is super effective, so it's probably not. But now it is all up to this Flutter Mane.
Yeah, all eyes on Flutter Mane at this point as it tries to do some big damage. You got the Protect on the mouse hold once again. Has Colin called this correctly with the Helping Hand boost? It's going to go for the Dazzling Gleam, so regardless of any redirection, it's still going to be able to hit on the opposing Great Tusk here, and it's enough to get the knockout. I mean, I think you made a completely excellent call about, you know, possibly going for that Flying Terror on the King Gambit, because particularly when you look at Flutter Mane, it's running Terra Steel. That's not going to be an ideal thing either, but it looks like the Flutter Mane's trying to redeem itself.
It's not ideal when you're facing down ground Terra Great Tusk, but now that it has been knocked out, all Aurelia has left is the Mouse Hold and Dragonite. Dragonite has a Dragon, Ice, and Flying type attack, so the battle is canceled. I think Aurelia understood once Flutter Mane went into Steel, all of its attacks that could have hit towards it would be resisted, and Friend Guard would have been lowering the damage output as well. So great job by Colin to force Game 3.
Exactly, that Flutter Mane, I think, preserving it as he did at the beginning of that game, putting it in the back, making sure that it had the time to come out later and apply that offensive pressure once again to Aurelia's team, just made him force this Game 3. I mean, you have to say that Game 1 was a little bit of a grind between the two of them, a lot of back and forth. Game 2, Colin just comes straight out of the blocks, Helping Hand, Shadow Ball, goodbye Golden Go, and now we're in this Game 3 situation.
Yes, Game 2 was a lot faster pace there. Colin makes the correct call that Mouse Hold was going to protect instead of Follow Me. Those are the really dangerous plays in VGC because the differential swing between making the right call and falling for your opponent's trap can be disastrous, especially they've played 13 plus rounds of Swiss of best of threes against some of the best trainers in the world that have made it down to Oceania. So to still have your composure and not be too stressed out to, trick yourself up on the plays, that's what's really impressive.
Exactly. It's been a long battle for both of these players, and they're now at this final hurdle to advance to the next stage of the competition. It's not just about getting through to day 2, you want to get through to the top 8, and then there's one more hurdle ahead as well to get into that championship Sunday. But at this point, there's one game. That's it. One game separating them from being in that top 8.
Yeah, and I think just looking at how, obviously, you can't just be result-oriented and say Fluttermane got a bunch of KOs, therefore just do the same thing over again, because Aurelia is a strong enough trainer to make the adjustments. However, I do think that Fluttermane showed that it is a very key factor in Colin's success. And I don't think you're going to be able to get away with the same trick twice, which is why he doesn't lead it again.
Yeah, exactly. Aurelia has gone for the Golden Go and Mousehold, but is not facing up against a Mousehold and Fluttermane this time. Instead, it's
笃定对方已经会赛跑将了开，直接开大象。
Colin right away going for ground Terra on the Great Tusk. You know you have a flying type teammate next to you in Dragonite, so it's going to be up to Aurelia's adjustment. Last game he did not terrestrialize the Golden Go right away. Instead, he just left it stay normal. This time around, even if he does, it's still a steel type, so this ground Terra boosted Earthquake is going to be really strong. What does Golden Go do?
Oh, I love
Miss.
It from Colin. Great Tusk.
Oh my God.
It's now able to go for this Earthquake. You don't need a helping hand when you can Terra into your ground type. Get that 50% boost. It's going to connect on both of Aurelia's Pokemon. Golden Go is not going to be able to appreciate this. It doesn't get the knockout though, but look
how much HP is oh my God.
Pokemon.
Looked like he crit the Mousehold as well, so now this Make It Rain is not going to be enough. If that Super Fang hit, Great Tusk is sitting at right under 50% HP, that would have been a knockdown.
That's devastating for Aurelia. Great play though, identifying that condition with the kind of the text in terms of getting the HP down. You got to know your calculations to be good at this point of the competition. Going forward into this next turn, Great Tusk surely is at risk.
No, well, with Dragonite on that Tailwind on that turn, now you have the speed boost over both of the Pokemon on Aurelia's side. You don't care about a Follow Me redirecting Earthquake, obviously, as a spread attack, and now it might be just safer for Aurelia to let Golden Go down and get a free switch into something else next turn.
That's true, and particularly if you're going for Make It Rain, you're going to get those special attack drops. You need a way to either reset them or get off the field to bring in a Pokemon fresh to do some more action. Earthquake comes out once again from the Great Tusk, obviously not affecting Dragonite. The only target really here is going to be that Golden Go, and yes, it is going to go down, but Aurelia now has the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon from the back. The issue, like you've identified, is that Tailwind though.
Yeah, because now you are going to have a really fast Great Tusk, depending on what Aurelia has on the other side. It is the Iron Bundle, so because of the booster
这边有一个无敌的 Iron Bundle
by one stage, I think I'm
还有那么点机会
still going to outspeed because of the double speed that it had thanks to
这边他已经冰，然后打冻风
Dragonite's job is to get rid of Mousehold, get rid of this
意下如何
I want as much damage as possible to hit into the opposing Iron Bundle. And with access to extreme speed, you don't care about the priority. I guess you're going to want to save the 1 HP Mousehold for later for a potential redirection later on.
That's true, and it was obviously a sitting target there to something like the Extreme Speed. Bringing the Great Tusk is going to be able to take that much better, but of course it's still going to sacrifice its focus sash. The Iron Bundle goes first, able to go for that freeze dry and remove the Great Tusk from the fray. You know, who needs to tell you can get the boost?
他好像是想卡一只
Okay, so that is, so that's where the booster energy speed does negate the tailwind there. I wasn't too sure.
不然你顺风中后面那两只进来就灾难了，直接就是灾难了。这边卡至少卡那块龙。
Hey, now we know.
Depending on Jolly, now we hit out. Unfortunately, Kyle finds out in Game 3, but it's not like he can make any adjustments. And now his Terra has been used in this matchup.
Yes, that's really true. You know, unfortunate turn of events there for Colin, but we have seen him come back from worse. Let's have a little look here at the Iron Bundle. Now, it's in a position that has the benefit of the Tailwind here as well, so it's going to be able to face down against both these Pokemon. Great Tusk has had its Focus Sash broken, so possibly something like the Freeze Dry here is going to be hurt against Aurelia's Pokemon.
Yeah, they both are booster energy, so it is huge that the Tailwind is up right now, so you are actually faster than it protects being used on both sides, though.
Yep, going to see some protects here, just trying to stall out this turn of the Tailwind. Dragon Knight going to go for the extreme speed, however, into the opposing Iron Bundle, do a good chunk of chip damage against it, as it's able to retaliate with an Icy Wind of its own. Not going to be able to catch the opposing Iron Bundle, however, so it's still going to be able to have that benefit, and Dragon Knight is down and out. So now Colin down to just 2 remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, the Iron Bundle protecting on Colin's
这样子
meant that as Tailwind
有
peters
悬
out
念
here,
吗？
that was your last turn that you guaranteed had the speed advantage from the opposing Iron Bundle. So going for a protect instead of an Icy Wind on your own end, which still would have been super effective into the Great Tusk as well, meant that now it really is a toss-up between who is faster.
对面是不是只剩干冰结冰？
This is it. It comes down to it. That speed control between these 2 players.
等一下，
This is the last game. One of them will then advance into the top 8. It's going to be Colin Hires. Iron Bundle here going for the Icy Wind. Doesn't get the KO on the opposing Great Tusk, but will of course get the speed drop.
Yeah, and then obviously
只剩把正义法冰起来吧。
Now the Flutter Mane is going to have a
对对对，
speed advantage.
这是拼结冰，只剩这个赢法。
Because it's naturally faster.
OK OK。
It's faster than the Great Tusk, and the spread attack gets it.
Oh, that is an amazing moment for Colin here. Gets the double KO. We know there's a very, very unhealthy.
他最后打是对的，他只剩结冰啊，他确实得拼那个。
It can't even touch the Flutter Mane, so this seals it up for Colin.
再开你的老鼠富豪，直接被惩罚。
Understand why 50% of the player base in Australia are using Flutter Mane and Iron Bundle. I think this exact scenario says it.
It definitely does. Huge congratulations to Colin High, who will be advancing into the top 8 here at the Oceania International Championships.
Wow, an incredible match. And the confidence, I'd love to speak with Colin about his turn 1 confidence in those 2 games.
他开那个老鼠富豪直接被地震，然后重点是那个门牙还没咬到，所以后面再给他再多震一次。
His confidence in game 2
太狠
and
了。
game 3 to right off the rip just lock in his attacks. He knew what his was, and I think called Aurelia's bluff that he wasn't going to play it safe, and it worked out.
I completely agree. It's a tale as old as time where you often get this, game 1 loss, and then a player just comes out and is able to completely dominate the field. In that game 2, going for that helping hand Shadow Ball, straight KO. In game 3, going for the Terror Ground, and then going for that Earthquake. Huge, huge damage, and I really like the switch to the offensive there for Colin. This one won him this set.
Yeah, absolutely, and as another North American trainer that will be participating in Top Cut here through today. Obviously, we are through Swiss, but we are not done with the day here, Lou, because we have to decide who the 2 finalists will be for tomorrow's matchup.
Well, that's the thing. As this final round does play out, we'll obviously then have our top 8. We'll have a couple of top 8, top 4 games, and then all eyes forward for Championship Sunday.
It can't get more exciting than this. I know we're down to our final 8 trainers, and obviously they're going through much more stress than we are, right? We're having fun here backstage, getting to enjoy some great VGC action, but they're the ones actually clicking the moves, having to sweat the Iron Bundle speed ties, having to worry if their moves are going to connect or not, or do I call the protector follow me correctly? It's just so Pokemon at the highest level is just exhilarating to watch.
I mean, I definitely do not envy them. Just my 1 game with Rose earlier. I think I'm going to wake up screaming from dreaming about Muddy Water Misses forever, because that was, such a terrible moment at the end of that game 1, and you see it sometimes in these games as well, where sometimes you get the miss, or sometimes you get that critical hit as well, and it can be so unfortunate. We saw that in the mouse hole in this game as well, and it just put it in such a dangerous position where Aurelia couldn't bring it back in safely, couldn't use its full potential with that friend guard.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how the bracket breakdown is going to work for Aurelia, as they also are they're now at 4 losses, and it looks like maybe there is a trainer with 4 losses that can take it into Top Cut. We'll see. Obviously, we'll get that all sorted out right now. For now, we should just be celebrating Colin's match there and not worrying about what is to come in the future.
Exactly, and it's going to be our time casting for the last time together in this broadcast as well, but it's obviously been very awesome. I very much enjoyed our matches together. What's been your highlights so far, do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, obviously, your superlatives for me have been, I've appreciated them very much.
I'll keep them coming, don't worry.
It's been great. I mean, we've known each other for years, Lou. We've been friends, so for us to get on the stage together, have this opportunity to work together has been an absolute, it's been an absolute joy.
Oh, it definitely has. And of course, the Pokemon action has been exhilarating. So let's kick it over to the stage with Sierra for an interview from our winner.
Thank you so much. You two have been great. I am here with Colin Hire, now locked into Top Cut. First off, that is amazing. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I have never gotten better than top 16 at a
先听一下
Internet 4.
采
So
访。
this will be my first ever top 8.
我在捏队伍。
Top 8 Worlds, but I just failed to top 8 these Internets before, and now this is my first chance to potentially win one.
So then, what does that mean to you? Like the culmination of all the hard work to make this top 8. I mean, the team's looking strong. You're playing awesome.
It means so much. Like I did put so much work into this, and I'm so proud of my work, and I'm glad it's like showing on the stage and in my play, and I'm able to finally.
这两天他真的秀到，他说他觉得他真的投注超多心力在他这支队伍上，然后也确实在舞台上呈现这2场胜利，确实值得，真的强。
So after game 2, when I completely swagged on him with the helping hand shadow ball, I was feeling so confident. At turn 1, I was like, I broke him here. I'm ready to go. And then in game 3, I did get a little lucky with the Super Fang dodge, but I again read what the lead would be, and I was super confident with Dragonite Tusk, and they pulled it through like they always do.
And then that confidence, how far does that extend? Because now you're looking ahead at top 8. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling good. I started out 2-0 today, and I did lose.
他说他第2场那个直接无视老鼠，直接点协力赢球，是不是？他超自信，他觉得他讲你一定对，然后他就真的对了。
I think it's back. I'm feeling good.
Let's go, and then I'll let you go celebrate with friends in a second. But before, any final words?
I got to give a shout out to my boys, Raghav and Kimo, as always. I got to give a shout out to my mom again. She's been supporting me through all this.
感谢父母。
My friends Ingrid, Caleb, all the people watching me. I sent out the link to as many people as I could, and I really appreciate all you guys. I love you all, and thank you for supporting me.
Congratulations once again. Best of luck going on into Top Cut. For us, we're going to send it to a quick break. We're back with more Pokemon action.
Hey, Pokemon trainers.
他又要追跟来 comeback 吗？差不多啊，差不多，这个也看很多次。
This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsuba. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego,
那个班级他真的是遗传的。
rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs. But the real star of his team was Celesteela.
部长不会自学吗？
Many trainers feared Celesteela's
不过
ability to
不过我可以回忆。
single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat.
那
And Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep
那
his
遗传留到最后好了，我先练我的
not
歌
only
的
did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moon from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not a really big special attack, but it's still one of these as the trainers actually round out the game, shaking the hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
你要改得太水，感觉歌要太水。
In this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not
钢也可以，可是水更安全。
Especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turn stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered
the
most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these players would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the fighting type Buzzwole faced off against a fairy type and a flying type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his team to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think. A Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling.
看，好像有人在吃我努力值，可恶！给我小心一点。
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3,
知道，
Ryota could see his
照
hopes
理来
of
讲
victory
是
slipping away.
这样，
This was Celesteela's
然后我再
last
吃，
chance to launch Ryota into the annals of
再吃
VGC
4点，
history.
我把速度吃回来。这应该是速满。哎，白痴哦！等一下，我应该没有练到物防跟特防才对啊！重来，真是受不了。 顺便增加亲密度。
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki, and would go on to lead Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPoker.
To play with right now is Arcanine. You always see me holding this little guy at events. Yeah, it's just a fun Pokemon to play with, and I always like it when Arcanine's kind of on top.
然后最后就是遗
favorite Pokemon to play with at the moment is Garchomp. He's bulky, quick sword stance.
I think my favorite Pokemon right now is Great. Like it's pretty strong, right?
My favorite Pokemon is Greninja. I just love its ninja-like features.
I think some team that is getting pretty popular is like the Great Flame.
One of the most relevant strategies is Psychic Spam with Armor Roots and indeed female.
Key strategies would be, fast tailwind teams, slow DD, Armor Ridge, Psychic Spam teams, and you've got to make sure you have answers for them.
I'm honestly looking forward to playing in my country again. It's been a long time. I haven't played since Worlds in August.
Taking a different approach to this one, being more relaxed, not focusing on the result, just enjoying the experience. So,
yeah, it was one of my favorite tournaments. So just playing the game, I think this format is really fun.
反正 PP 提升机可以用买的，所以就买回来。
This was my first event as a master, so obviously it was special.
I think it's really interesting to meet everyone from all over the world.
It's really great to see people in
这件
different
事情，
places
我的
like
模仿香草在哪？
Just do your best and have fun.
OK， 你说他们在直播的吗？他们刚刚只在直播很老的东西，真的很老，老的不行啊！而且是重播好几次的东西了。来，关系要是我们来洗香香。好，想必你已经学会恶意追击了。 也是遗传铁头干嘛？Bro, what are you doing? 我刹车放学。哎呀，算了，到底搞什么？真的是。先把这忘了。对，我放了。然后他学到铁头啦，他先学到铁头啦！我的天啊，到底干嘛？好，这样对，到底干嘛？真的是。铁头学回来，那个突袭就猫再过来这样子。然后班级要先放回来。开始了吗？还没，还有1分半啊！给我一点练怪的空间啊！哦，所以是我按照截群先输出吗？这样是不是好一点？回音太大声是不是？突袭学回来没啊？可以。排序是很讲究的，要这样子。那铺展有需要用的时候再把 PP 灌回来吧。然后就这组队伍。OK， 看起来没问题。AS、CS、恋爱、家务房，这个是爽朗，这个是胆小、固执、爽朗，对。OK， 可以来试一下刀了。先预测他倒在8强，你也太狠了吧！剩下的时间偷打一场。 我在考虑那个重磅是不是要下体。所以我还是带包袱。等一下，我哥德配照有没有修好啊？不过我这场没选哥德，所以没关系。这边开场跟我想的差不多啊，就直接顺风好了。就这样吧。我不知道他会不会太鬼可是我不想抓，还是我应该要第一太突飞猛扑。好，他们，那你不要跳命带就好了，我有难过。OK。这边要喊，这边要喊会更早。蛮意外的。我想一下，这一只后面是这样。一件 burn， 我先守住看一下。哎呀！谢谢鬼火。等一下正义法出来就会告诉他什么叫做健美是零。那直接这个过去吧。OK。这好像还不一定死。哦，我还是死了。哦，我已经降2阶物法，也是啊，也是。好，正义法。 啊！干我腰闪呢？干我没改到招。我想一下。哦，他铁头还是会蛮痛的。那我知道了，飞太战鸟，然后又爆到这边。这不用要，他也会死啊！我脚飞太了，闪光怎么不见？没配到。他们没有比火种快的，等一下。等一下，冷静一点。他投了，我刚说还有点悬念，先把闪光换回来。不知道我怕他顺风愤怒拳啊！他进没2次。所以他愤怒拳是原本伤害，是吗？我耐不住愤怒拳啊，我是这样想的。不是刚好顺风停了，然后他顺风啊，我是这样想啊，合理吧？还是你说战鸟再衔接一个水炮，他进没2次？好，他们差不多该开始了，先回来。不对，他们在闲聊啊，所以是我可以再一场吗？哦，从那个判上也是合理。可以照摸对，等一下。哦，这是对，这是对 ，OK。 大象好一点。哦吼，哦吼！你不要再 U 转了，我真的会受不了。那个等一下，你应该打得死吧？他是练术，然后他是钛金超，所以你下去啊，没问题啊。OK， 他爱管事。Redo。啊，为什么？哦，不会 ，OK。速为热风 ，Sorry。我想说我一法会死啊，所以我直接开空间。哈哈哈。啊，有点像哥德班，一把大象，这是搬什么钛金？正常的太妃。嗨，中午好。他们 Top 8好像还要一小段时间呢，来让我打级别的。 我开场没一法，有一法他就快爆了。哦，等一下，他对我杂技吗？哦，这里这边，好，这边可以接受。哦吼！哎，谢谢班，哦，你好猛，你好强，哈哈哈。我现在还是有点围啊。啊！没事，莫急莫慌。他刚好是没有跳那个，对不对？糟糕！应该先轮转下，好像太冲了。这边不会点顺风啊，点顺风我真的要哭了。对，那我就还有一手抽速。什么？等一下哦。潜在的夫展，然后那红玉好麻烦哦。你要丢月爆了。应该是要打大象啊，我是这样想。哦，不够，没关系，等下马威。这个是为什么我要一起果？因为我够坦，所以我就是觉得我可以是大果子。他会守住对不对？好像只能拼我空间开出来了。好像只剩下我空间开出来了，糟糕！空间，空间，空间！ No！ 好啦好啦，我觉得我开场被对面压了，所以我得脚飞太，那可能是开场问题。干，no。他怎么可以开一个这么怕异法的开场呢？完全不尊重包袱异法，怎么会这样？他已经太早交了。大部分情况我是比较想要走疯点，很多场合我都是比较喜欢去挂那个没关系，我会把你血先盖掉。那我们就来 battle 吧。让我利用一下你的血天，然后再适时的切班，看起来很棒，就这么决定了。妈，我会不会不好打猴子啊？算了，假设真的有问题的话，我再太废我的班也 OK。你要几轮？等一下 top 吧。先打给大家。等一下，讯息跳太多了。算了，不管了。给你拍是没关系，按点 B 转。背心。背心了一球啊！对不起，开始了是不是？开谁？开谁？哦，我还在这边打这个，我就把它拿起来，然后马上切回来。属猴，然后老鼠被打掉。对面派铁毒尔，看下铁毒尔怎么发挥。
Well, the breaking swipe is at least spread damage, so while
鲁小后明月，鲁小后明月确实是蛮厉害的，不是我在说，真的是蛮厉害的。好强，直接把对面速度降到不行哎！再加威吓。很好，去耗掉对面回合，有点猛。可这边不是应该要赶快解决对面吗？因为这样撸下去，好像那个后面会先死哎。不是，现在不是爽爽剑没问题，是他这样那只狮头霸还是活得好好的，他只要不去打气势头，一直把他旁边打穿，然后最后对面全部打不赢气势头嘛，应该也不会有受死语的，就是他这样轮转好像。对吧？他现在就狂打左边，对啊，打穿猴子隔壁啊，这样好像赤红那边还是会赢的。Huh?
at this juncture.
Yeah, not going to do very much. In fact, it kind of looks like Dondozo might have taken even more in the recoil. Player is still going to be a little bit of a trouble to try to get through this Dondozo, but this is exactly what Toma's going for now to try to whittle away this.
他可能没有想到你的那一手啊，芊芊。
Get through the attacks.
And this is the power of Dondozo's unaware ability, right? The Annihilate got to sit there for 3 turns, just bulk up, bulk up, bulk up, and it just doesn't care about that.
这还被哈欠。Oh my god.
Slow the game down even more. Try and weave in more leftovers recovery with a yawn hitting that side. These play roughs just aren't doing much, even with the boost of the Terra typing.
Yeah, I think Toma is just trying to make sure that he does have that HP recovery going for the.
是有没有上菜？好像没有吧。他是波隆冲地震。跟什么？ 哎，好像快打穿了。那就神速了。哦，对，有重磅，忘了那个重磅。对，他没有上菜。Extreme Speed。 不是 Extreme Speed 吗？先不要杀，是不是？他要卡他。 他应该是要，他希望这回合醒吧，这样才可以双杀。双杀之后，后面火儿应该是打不赢。对他应该是拼这个了。啊哈哈哈！哦，也可以，也可以，也可以吗？哎，哦，真的给他拼到哎，而且他还是打最贪的那种顺风。哈哈。 诶，不过如果这边是维米利，嘛，等一下，等一下，他这边得 all in 掉一只诶。嗯，他没 all in 掉的话，是不是要被酸叶爆弹加龙心啊？ 你确定不会被酸叶爆弹吗？这么危险哎！哦，不过他这边可以先手打死你。哦，那没事，那没事。对，那 OK。 对啊，这边已经酸叶爆弹了，降临特防啊！啊，不过米莉死了就没有悬念了。
And Toma
起床的时机拼到了，没错，打得真好。哎，等下，雅艺，你说优雅就是这一位对不对？瑞士第一吗？瑞士轮之鬼，好像，确实这个称号确实很符合他。瑞士轮之鬼，大家应该知道其中的含义是什么。就是他。大家应该听得出瑞士轮之鬼其中的含义吧？再正常不过了。这是猜拳了。哦。哦，稳稳的先杀老鼠 ，OK。啊哈哈！优雅。优雅。现在对面就看着你卡那个影子球，很明显你是眼镜，应该众所皆知啊。不过这边对面应该先热风吧，应该热风，然后那个老鼠应该是会死啊，所以对面打热风啊，只是老鼠就守住，然后我这边太火。我知道是被吸走啊，就是因为会被吸，所以我觉得风险太大了啊。哇，不管怎么样，我一定要毒弹这边呢。应该说酸弹。哦，他法命域。哦，那我看错了，所以他可以换招。那他也是够狠哎。哎，这手好像要打回来。那他后面还有 AOE 吗？那个寿司鱼上来左柳，好像事情变得不太一样了。这边米粒吧，对啊，米粒龙上来了。哇，啊左柳越爆怎么办？二宝啊？狮吼地震不是吧？先上米粒啊，因为 这边两边都降特防啊。其实他最稳是不是龙星加引球？因为左流有风险，左流有风险，他是不是应该是啊？他要守住都知道，真不愧是瑞士轮之鬼，抓到底耶！被愤怒拳会爆开的那一种，抓到底！哇塞，真的假的？来，乖乖听话，照我的做，照我说的做。天哪，好猛，好猛！要地震了 ！Oh my god！ 真的要地震了欸，好疯哦！可是考虑到会先被那个先被降务工，是不是他会先点水冲啊？他是不是先点水冲？波浪冲？点波冲应该结束了。啊 ！Earthquake， 刚才疯狗还有火。地震有险哦。是我的话，我一定波龙冲因为不管怎么样，我都觉得拿人头比较赚啊，没错吧？不然对面现在这样子再回收再出来，这样子疯狂威吓，不太舒服呢，对吧？啊，他要波动冲，我就觉得他刚刚就要先波动冲，不是现在，现在这样就有点晚，可是应该是不影响啊。哦，你说你不要扣那么多血，是不是？也合理。你不想扣那么多血，因为你直接把疯狗撞掉，你确实会扣蛮多的。我懂你意思，现在。红米越长那样可以被震到，我也是很纳闷啊。精彩精彩！ 究竟我们瑞士轮之鬼能不能继续鬼下去？等下第3把，来看他怎么发挥。骗猴子守住真的是有够猛，真的就是乖乖照我的话，照我说的做，猴子守住，老鼠不守住，对不对？老鼠就是点其他招，因为他守住过了。哇，好有道理哦，好有道理。我觉得你们讲的都好有道理哦。祖先一直被震，所以我好想飞。天哪，我的尾巴被震到了，好痛好痛！我的尾巴被震到了。我的尾巴好痛。两边都是真的经验丰富的玩家不过左边好像2022年蛮活跃的，右边的话就比较没有。这2022年比较忙。这个优雅参加一些那个线上赛是猛的不行，可能去年比较忙吧，没怎么参加比赛。今年回归。这个怎么好像给人压力反而没那么大？他怎么开这个？但是他吃我爸是有超车老鼠，不然这样开很危险的。有超车老鼠吗？不对，好像必超车因为这是恋爱老鼠，那没事。必超车的话，就直接把它撞死就好了。反正老鼠也不会练太多鼠，他们全部都练弹，直接撞死。哇，这样又没围攻到啊，然后老鼠又合掉。空，哇！他这个战术变换真的有猛到真的是蛮厉害的。是我之前都忘记那个老鼠好像可以直接把它撞掉 我一直忘记这件事情。到底打穿一边战术？哇，这个扛之后把它扛得好累耶。打穿一边战术，哇，好痛！他在玩困难模式，哎，等一下要抓个时机点到顺风，不然等一下后面一发上来也要爆开。哎呀，被哈欠啦！他什么都知道，什么都读到了。不过好像还好，就是不管怎样，我就是先 breaking swipe。问个问题，这边是地震吗？哦，应该是波浪虫撞红明月，还是你连这都知道 ？OK， 正常。疯狗绝对不能死，绝对不能，死了就没了。这两只已经要被正义法暴打了，那个疯狗一定得留。虽然疯狗留着好像还是要被暴打，所以等一下一定要开顺风，然后打顺风中解决正义法，一定要做那个局出来。对耶，他其实可以重磅啊，他是忘记自己有重磅。有悬念吗？精彩！不用冲，兄弟，你是不是忘记自己有重磅？哎，不对，可是重磅打红明月好像会很少，会太少，会非常少，因为红明月太重。争取回合吗？我觉得你先点个守住，他没问题。你节奏好像错了，好像要守住，然后 breaking swipe， 然后再顺风。 红月超重哦，非常重哦。说话虚胖，可能是吃欧巴以为自己有吃到东西，其实都没吃到。他把迷龙吞进去，然后迷龙每次都跳出来，然后他就以为自己已经吃到饭了，所以他其实根本没在吃饭。重量才这么轻。哦，后面太重飞不起来，非常合理。你的后代叫你减重啊。减重啊，后面约你得飞起来啊。不是，你要选招，然后选到剩下那个大表的时候，你再应该慢选，不然你时间会先到啊。你时间先到就好笑了。哦，真的是抓痒。中网打8，超级少哎、僵持不下的双方。那什么姐，请说。直接启动我其他的游戏吗？然后发现玩完一轮回来，他们还在这个场面。我都打完一个挑战了，一个卡比那个的挑战了。然后他们还在这场面，还在那边互相 breaking swipe 哈欠。半小时倒是不至于，因为一场最多就20分钟，但他们要打满20分钟是很有可能的。我现在没看到时间已经过多久了，可是我看应该是有过一段时间了，10分钟有了吧？应该也不会太久了啦。卡比了耶！啊 ，PB 用完，还有道理。不对吧？风控冲有那么少吗？不是吧？他是不想扣血吧？对吧？他是不想扣吧？我们先进一段广告。 他那手把还要这样扭动身体，然后告诉你我现在在 TOD， 然后扭一下。他好像要开始拼一下地狱图是 crit 吧，或是2只冲出去把这边打死。对，没错，他对观众使出了哈欠。我的午餐在楼下，请问这场还要打多久？请刷一波777 sleep。Quit 没有。哎，他有在地狱图示 range 吗？好像难说哦。可是这边不能打死他哎，这边打死他就输了。辛苦你了 ，Sora。没有，他打死会输，因为对面是四维米莉跟那个。难度是很高哎，他要怎么样才可以做出把他打死又有顺风啊？是这回合顺风，然后把他打死吗？下一回把他打死吗？应该是这样吧。他得拼这一波了，这边顺风，然后下一回把他打死，然后接下来后面就碎了，没关系，我吃我爸那个，不是我那个气之后去解决你全部的人。哎，兄弟，打自己，打自己，打自己愤怒拳，打自己愤怒拳啊！你得打自己啊，不然你的愤怒拳够吗？够秒正一法吗？我觉得他得打自己，他没有打自己，应该是取的。哦，他加3A 了。哦，对对对，那我忘记了。那他不用打自己。没错。我忘了他的健美次数，因为实在磨太久了。 关键混打队友不行。有3分钟了，他再不赶快破局，真的就要去了。TOD 胜利，伺候吧。没有守住的，居然还有办法拖。不知道他没守住还可以 TOD， 真的是有点厉害耶。问题来了，那个东西要回来了。哎，先上独尔哦，好像也行。时间到。Oh my god!先不管内容会不会太无聊，可是我觉得他真的打得好哎，他那个哈欠都点得很好，他才有办法在没有守住的情况下，还有办法 TOD 对面，太厉害了。双方回合呢早就结束了，虽然是 TOD， 但是还蛮好看的，他控制真的是真的好。重点是在那个，感觉他在随时随地都可以变换他的策略。我看到你老鼠，好，我直接上米粒，然后直接撞死你。然后接下来，叫你上疯狗，我本来想打穿你，但是我发现我打不穿你，会被你一直 breaking strike， 我就改走 TOD。他完全就是适应着当下该打的节奏，在不断改变他的打法。真的是蛮猛的。我去拿一下我的午餐。
back on and something to reflect on is obviously you went to 3 World Cups that game, and you do have to wonder maybe if you worked in an extra attack on one of those World Cups, because now you still like the defense wasn't helpful. So how much attack is really good, and that's sort of something that you can give a reflection.
刚是哪位观众说要看雨天的？他现在在4强，等一下打 U 呀。打太久了，所以其他干脆就不实况了。主办方挺用心的。我觉得他们应该本来有想要安排2场8强，但是因为实在是打太久，所以就干脆请他们就先全部打完了。可能啦，也有可能没有啊。不是说 Lara 啊 ，Colin 岛啊，因为刚刚有人当吃欧巴 TOD 还可，看你要不要拉回去看。刚刚那场很好看哦。是他突破瑞士轮之鬼魔咒，他即将要瑞士轮之鬼再加淘汰赛之鬼了吗？他这种玩家叫做无敌耶。 听人家采访。应该不会吧？接下来就播4强吧。他说：“3年前的 OCIC 我8强输了，现在我赢回来，很开心。”他说他打倒只有决定 TOD， 没错。他们很喜欢用，就是你有没有想感谢的人作为每次采访的结尾，我觉得还不错哎。问题啊，我觉得他队伍好像不是很好打雨天，他接下来要打雨天，那个海豚那一头。要感谢的人太多了，没错。首先，我要感谢我的爸妈。主要他打黑雾海豚侠，然后他对我又有点尖，感觉很难突破哎。御前螳螂勾魂眼，御前螳螂。 这样是开了。尾盘的话，这个像铁包袱吗？感觉是加铁包袱。哥德一法开铁包袱大将后面，因为我破关了，我卡比前面破关了，呵呵。差不多。我很怕那个，怕他搬家弱保不见闪光好了。哎呦，巨血吗？很痛呢，这样还是很痛的。哦，没有砍半，砍半它不会痛。真一法好像要防御太近。不然这场面不是很舒服。他们有点子弹拳，抓这么多，在路西亚吗？或摇碎？抓这么多，真假的？Top 4 here， 我随时注意他开始了没，好吧？他开始我就马上切画面。 我发现打对面班级好像没有很好打，你要修改一下。还有就是刚刚那一发好像点闪光好一点，可是怕他点墙壁，墙壁的话应该还是穿得死。他手速，真假的？是啊，刚刚那个伤害好像不是背心。看割的好像不够哎。好像只能希望够了吗？可能是要把那个冰旋换回来，不然打太飞不舒服。啊哈！哦，没关系，没关系，顶上飞起来。熊尾牙，你要耐住啊！还好在不起啊，不要。啊哈哈！啊哈哈！哦 no！ 好像需要冰选，真的需要冰选，不然那个场合真的是太不舒服了。哪个造型？ 钢铠压火儿，风果老鼠，哇！反弹你的威吓。怎么办？现在2只都没输出那对面是不是过得蛮舒服的？钢铠压进甲有料，真的假的？他用药圈打到冠亚了吗？有点期待。哦，直接咬，那火为什么要走啊？哦，这个鬼火那可以，打铠压你就直接鬼火他就好了，那个铠压就什么都不能做了。哦，他要把它咬一下算进去，合理。然后圆筒控场，控的不错。Rolling Moon。这一只是加 A， 我好凶哦。我记得那猎咬是什么树尾是不是？我如果没有记错的话，好像是树尾吗？英文是 Baby Doll Eye， 是不是？应该没错吧？然后药圈我就觉得比巨魔强啊，在这个 meta 上，他的铁臂膀是不是小小只的？好小啊，怎么那么小？刚刚是上一场是大轰鸣月。这场是小小铁臂膀，你是播语气吗？现在有点难，现在有点难。不如我们等到之前说的2000订阅女装再说。我跟你讲啊，要模仿呢，我们就是要模仿到最像，甚至是根本就是已经演到都不知道原来自己是在演戏。我跟你讲，要扮的话，就是要直接扮到连自己都可以骗过去。最强的演戏就是不知道自己在演戏，对不对？就同理嘛。后面因为加 A 比较好吗？你对我要控输啊？没有啊，你知道他们现在流行什么吗？他们现在流行有掩护，然后加龙舞的。他们现在超流行这个，干脆就不加速了。顺风。 不是吧？21攻188速血没有212吧？对吧？不太可能是极限攻极限速吧？191攻188速。我觉得是合理啊，加速也过不了包袱，本来就很烦了。还是好痛哦。可是这边这一发好像是更痛。哇！游戏的不公平之处，就是我要害你。我不知道他会不会死因为后面因为误防不太行。好，苏维利奥拯救世界吗？我们利奥苏维亚那边现在好像还真的不太好受啊！我怎么好看到药圈的上位了？你知道代价是什么吗？他等下就回收烈药，然后等下出来地震，两只一起倒。他等一下一定收烈药上火了。你我都知道那边一定上火了，所以我直接点电招是不是？烈咬铁火，真的是你我都知道，但是无法阻止，怎么办？铁臂膀 hold 不 hold 得住啊？用打这里，错边了吧？他为什么是战鸟吹疯狗？不是去吹那只铁臂膀吗？把它锤到地震 range 啊！哇塞，哇塞！ 啊，好吧，那全开地震应该是没了，那这样就没了。再扣血。不对，地震还不会全开。那就跺脚加随便一招吧，看他火是配什么。他尽力了，可是看来是不行。太多了，这个太多了。好稳啊！我都忘记他是喷射火焰，是不是？他是叠5喷射火焰，抄袭，然后守住。没有不好说，因为有跺脚啊。人家是数维地震跺脚都有啊，怎么输？海鸭是装莽，笑死！他其实没做什么事。有啊，就巨魔Version 2啊，然后你不弱异法不弱异法跟那个赛富好啊，跑得赢打不死耐不住，至少你跑得赢了，可圈可点。那个斗地那个双抢电波魔法闪耀。来了，药圈耳。哇！红明月怕到要钛金了。为什么这个场会需要钛金呢？因为有人打你4倍啊！药圈耳，在你头上开一道锁，魔闪过来你就要残废了。然后右边还会扑击，怕爆！可是我觉得问题就是在于他们每一次都把钛金给红明月，可是能打出破口吗？这是我的疑问。他等一下要点电磁波了，相信我，他等一下一定是电磁波。然后，哎呦，继续炸鸟。啊，继续跳，是这样吗？电磁波他已经知道了，所以我不攻击，我继续跳舞。真的假的？宇智波反弹，宇智波反弹好像是他们想不出招式的时候，随便掰一个宇智波出来，是不是？我记得那个来源是这样，他们要想不出招式名称，干脆取个宇智波反弹，把人家招式弹回去，超白痴的。哦， 直接把钥匙咬起来，直接把你咬住，太狠了，兄弟！哎呦，咬到什么东西？请问你咬到什么了？咬到一只龙，没咬到。加2S 攻击出去。哇，那一口没咬出去耶，好亏哦。要过电波又要过岩崩，辛苦你了。他全过了，哇，打死一只，哇哈！他真的出到招了，莱恩，他出到了。回应主人的心，动作啊，轰鸣乐。两边都是加 A。哦，哇，好痛哇！太狠了，太狠了！太狠了，太狠了！总算是副连局势，好像很危险。他又点到招了，这个回血超致命！哇！哇哦！轰鸣乐你好 carry 啊！那是紧咬，因为紧咬就是你咬到谁他就不能走啊。那只猎咬就卡在场上，被迫卡在场上。等于像那古代火星加成直接蹭上去。对啊，叠加。那个反射壁好像还在。哦，已经不在了，刚刚很多回合了。Sorry， 好像这边再开一个，那开始往药圈那边咬过去了。赶快把老鼠弄掉，可是被他那个门牙咬一口，药圈我快扛不住了。后面还有疯狗。 他开凹了。怎么输吗？就这边一直动不了，然后最后被魔闪啊。哦，我没把握到机会嘛，不好意思。我等下注意一点，好不好？宇智波反还蛮有梗的，我觉得蛮有梗的。塞不上去，怎么办？是不是不要走药圈了这头？1打4轰鸣月，无敌。我觉得轰鸣月要这样玩才是真正强。理由是他那个他加 A 又龙5，然后旁边有掩护。因为我觉得轰鸣月要强，就是他一定要打出巨量伤害，因为他太吃你队伍资源。你要保护他躲避包袱一法，你又要把太金威给他。那不如你就是让他全攻击，当他输出的时候已经可以打到最多的伤害，干脆不要走那种就是 A 没满，然后你调那个趋近能量是加速的，那反而是感觉是一半一半，好像变成是你没有真正一个用他的理由，就单纯想要一个可能2打点，然后队伍挂个顺风，你定位就会不明确了，因为你顺风有更好的活准，然后你2输出也有。其他人可以选，你可以选扑仔，你可以选其他人，所以与其这样子，你干脆就让他全攻击龙物，我旁边就放老鼠掩护，感觉他这个理解是最好的。右边其实也是啊，就是他们两次都是加 A 轰鸣月，他两次都加 A 轰鸣月，右边是选开墙的，左边是选老鼠辅助，那我觉得好像就是你这样看下来会觉得他们轰鸣月是真的可以当队伍核心在玩。好像这样配才会是让它的特色能凸显。这是抓对面铁包袱吗？太狠了吧！他抓到了。他又抓到了。这差超多糟，怎么办？超多，他打得对，可是被惩罚了，这就是鬼火 miss。开始颠簸。哦，30%，还 quit。 哎，出到招了，那还行。还行，这样还行，因为毕竟这边耀勋的是没伤害的。可是问题是你现在好像全家吃电波，只有铁胖不会。哦，你后面越不要转太近，也不会吃电波。你转了就会，转了就会吃。可是对面在墙壁已经架起来的情况下，是有可能点魔闪，所以好像是猜拳。我这边跺脚。哦，没有，他卡岩崩，对他知道卡岩崩 ，OK。你这边猎瑶可能要走，走了又怕被抓，怎么办？对。猎瑶不想走，怕走了被抓，超怕。把你控的不要不要的，电波岩崩，哇塞！你有再多的血量，我都可以把你磨掉，因为你不会动。到底是什么打法？老鼠四肢都脚麻了。铁臂膀，我好胆小，我不会动，我好害怕。你知道问题在哪吗？可能是他挑到了太小只的铁胖，比较小只就会比较容易被畏惧。
Especially if it gets caught by one of these nasty little thunder waves as well. That is going to be a big concern. Of course, you can buy a little bit of wiggle room if you bring in the Iron Hands again, get another one of those fake outs down. This Garchomp still doing a decent amount of work. Of course, there is a pivot available right now. You get the Iron Hands back in, you get the fake out pressure back there, and another Pokemon that can't be paralyzed. But Iron Hands did have a treacherous time against this Garchomp. Let's see exactly how he wants to play this one out. As Garchomp is trying his best, and all of these turns as well.
马威龙舞吧，对啊，没错。对啊，你说没错。我太近了，我要被电磁波啊！我不太近，我被摇闪，这边应该直接摇闪就会点过来。我看你是得转太近。可是我觉得对面可以抓一手哎。对面要不要点个电波？因为这边应该不会给你魔闪机会。对面要不要点电波看看？我觉得如果是很厉害，他点头了，他点头注意了各位，他点电磁波了，相信我，他点电磁波了。 对不起，他没有点，抱歉。Sorry.我觉得对面要勇敢一点哎。他这边如果没有杀到铁胖，那个电推就要过去了，很可怕哦。很可怕的事情。不过我这个反射壁好像就不会死了。打疯狗。哇，这样血是不够换啊！要恭喜耀圈耳了吗？好像要恭喜耀圈耳了，血不够了。宇智波靠赛，真的把人家赛下去，这真的是靠赛。那个门牙始终咬不出去，要怎么回事？哦 ，double kill。这样换不赢啊！这样换不赢。耀圈儿冠亚啊！这个中了就确定输了。My God！
paralyzed. So Garchomp is faster, brings it down into the red, and let Klefki
我只能说辛苦左边这位选手，真的是辛苦你了。真的很无奈，没有办法，这电波实在是太强了。老鼠直接脚麻，一家4口全部被麻痹，没有人会动。骇客，你要刷一只了吗？药圈儿。有没有好笑？他顶住了想要打爆对面的念头。当你想要海扁对手，发现自己还在实况桌上，我们只好先拥抱。我们事情私下再解决。另一组是优雅打那个雨天海豚嘛，不知道他石头吧有没有过不过去。应该要改一下置顶，改个置顶。现在4强，超热血，改个置顶留言。他到底要不要让我设置底？不是。好，设了。Crazy match， 真的。他很诚实他很直白的讲了，他说我的战术就是电磁波岩崩，消血。 明天冠亚。我很直白就讲，我就是电磁波岩崩，你有50%几率不能动，然后我就一直消血，全部打进那个后明月跟猎摇路杀 range。等一下应该播最后一场，因为他们现在还不知道，他现在还不知道4强就是另一桌结果。真的混曲，永远到达不了你出招的回合。真的是真混曲，太可怕了。Oh my god！我到底看了什么对战？我上个厕所，等一下回来。 封印药圈儿是不用吧？你看能不能找个比他快的恶作剧之星挑他就好了，没错吧？不过要比他快的话蛮少的，现在巨魔应该是不会比他快，你可能要等雷云，可是雷云进来就不会有药圈了，就会全部都是雷云了。来看那一组优雅打海豚超人，哪一方会赢呢？究竟是 IC 到目前最强的狮吼霸会赢，还是异军突起大家以为不行了的雨天？由 Michaels 操刀打到了4强。雨天海豚。对，雷云进来就换雷云电波了，就不会有其他人的份了。而且雷云还会 AOE 哦，还会 AOE 的电波，他不是丢那种没有伤害的电磁波，那是丢很痛的，他会丢有伤害的，然后再麻痹你，很可怕的。而且那招还是 AOE。要放电波，然后再你的配招是电波、雷鸣风暴、挑衅，然后怪异电波嘛。而怪异电波可能现在效益没那么好，可能再挂一个别招的。可是我觉得那个攻击招会从10万伏特改成那个雷鸣风暴，超可怕的那个招式。他怎么会给雷电女那个招式啊？虚张声势，然后加那个嘛，加电磁波，哦，好强哦！再加雷鸣风暴，跟鬼一样，大家都不用玩游戏了。有啊，他封锁了很多人前进决赛的道路啊，他的确是一个一个把它锁起来了。蛮标准的雨天再怪， 2只水刮一只菇跟铁臂膀，非常标准，但就是强。这边直接换上来雨天，那个菇也不会死，轻松睡。就觉得对面可以考虑先打海豚那位置。等一下，他太吵，对不对？太精吵！防睡。仔细看，这个人太狠了。哇塞，直接死一只，真不愧是 U 呀！Oh my god， 这个太吵，有点厉害啊！海豚也只有水招啊，怎么办？不过这边先丢一发花粉团，是不是可以打到那个喷射权射程？怎么会是日本人？这个太吵理解真的有酷到，有厉害到。他现在就完全无视那只香菇，好狠哦！这个血量应该有太水喷射拳可以打死。哦，你觉得？哦，这样打也可以，这样打好像不错，因为这样子有必要猜拳，然后你好像也可以不叫太紧。哇，厉害厉害！这边就打回来了。妈，双手柱，双手柱！我现在看你要干嘛？哇塞！然后顺便拖一下雨天。哇，这个是无效，因为满血。这边应该就得飞正一发，然后再睡那个位置。哦，有了耶，打回来了耶。有了，好厉害！我的天。这一定是耐不住了。然后再睡到石头吧，赚。对，果然不带米粒。打这个有黑雾的，我看是不要带合体比较好。带快龙是完全正确的。哦，痛的，超痛这个，多重鳞片还被打这样。一个厌反菇直接死去，天啊！ 超痛的。回转攻好强。因为很痛啊，很简单啊，因为很痛啊，因为他是海豚啊，很痛啊。我就觉得他很难打雨天这组，这是真的。你怎么可以质疑我们海超人？因为我真的觉得优雅那边是真的是很劣势。你看他 T1 已经抓成那样子，那后面还是很难打。只是按你队友要，队友就会可以有那个可以处理那个海兔兽的。这样你有看到海兔吗？好像有一只，我记得有。这真的是被扛，这毫无疑问真的被扛了。对面 T1 直接抓死大水哦，已经人头差了，然后这样回转攻直接打死菇，这样还是换血换不赢，你就知道海豚多可怕了。不过这个是限定在雨天海豚才有这么可怕的换血，不是雨天的就没有那么让人恐惧，对，那个输出就没有那么暴力了。再上一次大嘴哦！跟 T1 完全一样的打法啊，没有，不一样，换 Pelipper， 但是这边就不点碎粉，对面还是太吵了。是他果然要先打菇了，那个菇太烦，他一定得先打。这个还是蛮痛的，不过有雨天所以不会死。这个血掉真的很不舒服。你是说花粉团这个招式真的是做坏了。 哇，all in 大嘴哦，这样打应该是all in 大嘴哦，还是我魔闪？哇，好强，好会抓！正义法，你有被马喂的一天。没错，太不合理了。身为香菇，居然会有花粉，到底怎么回事？更何况你还是一只毒的菇。你那换的海豚是完全不怕被鬼火，是不是？我感觉是吃定鬼火。为什么疯狗就走了？他真的是打得美如画哎！马会顺风之后再接暴风，好强啊！这个人，这雨天控的是真的好哎。对，花粉团威力高达90，然后又可以补自己，这真的是做坏招式。没有，你知道吗？对方最可能选的一定就是暴风，因为水炮会卖。哦，还好，终于撑过雨天了。那怎么办？有办法力挽狂澜吗？疯狗。对啊，他准备回收了，没错。等一下就继续下雨，好惨，怎么办？优雅屌抓一个，不过他卡神速也没办法屌抓了，双神速。OK。他好像没办法阻止被碎了耶，他没办法阻止快龙那位置被碎了。这个雨天控的是真的有够好。今天刚好铁臂膀伤害断档，嘶吼可以输出一下。 这边一定不点花粉团了，因为有可能会补到空气。对面只要想打你，你活不了。哇，还被转走，体育馆活着，天哪！大嘴要飞太，哇！直接说，海豚小弟，交给开天气的大哥来处理这一波，没有错，太妃暴风要来了。大追侠，太猛了！OK， 神速点估吧，打自己会直接死掉。OK。水太不容收肥大，你可能会打不死吧？大嘴侠是会飞叶快要10比哪一只？那是什么东西？然后很上来卖一下，孤又再生力补血，这个换血简直是有够厉害的。稳稳点暴风就好，也不点水泡。哦 ，Wave Crush， 这个痛，会死，没错，然后会倒。尤其在大嘴哦，嘴里塞宝贝球，哦有是不是？笑死，什么东西？然后在嘴里放10万伏特跟飞叶快刀，太好笑了吧？他这个有逆转吗？好像没有哎，有吗？ 那很明显是作弊了吧？还是他们又说什么？我是大嘴后经过疯狂的锻炼之后，终于学会了这些招式，那也是有点厉害。看起来他没抓到。啊，好，那这样真的没了，真的没了。啊！恭喜海豚侠进到我们冠亚赛，太厉害了！最后一个 Jet Punch 打进了冠亚。海豚侠将面对电磁波的恐怖，好像是真的会。会不会知道脚软？希望不要，好不好？我觉得耀圈赢的就真的会配布耀圈儿，他们每次都是配布那个队伍里面的辅助角。语言喷射全秒钥匙吗？应该不行吧？有墙壁就不行了，没有墙壁应该可以，要看有没有墙壁。不是，主要是对手威吓，所以，不对，他是火神虫没有威吓。哦，那好像可以试试看放开场，然后我直接切，不对，不行，海豚侠还是要花一盒变身。我现在脚软了，我为什么要脚软？我很开心啊！我觉得看完这几场很热血。还有早上放到现在的蛋糕，好吃。我早上忘记吃了。好，我们等一下听一下那个Michaels 的采访，他有什么感言？他真的控得好好哦。轮转都在对的时机，该出拳的时候出拳 ，Jet Punch。哦，他是说 IC 他没有打进过 Day2， 然后今天他打到了冠亚，准备在明天的Championship Sunday 站上决赛的舞台。对，冠亚明天才打，所以刚刚我们看的是今天最后一场比赛，打得超级好看。没错，选手们也要休息啊！今天他们也打够多轮了，真的。好了，那我们就明天冠亚赛再见吧。今天实况差不多就到这边。明天耀圈儿对上海豚侠，我去准备一下那个封面。耀圈儿 VS 海豚。好了，那我们差不多到这边结束，就感谢大家，可以休息了，拜拜，拜拜拜拜。斗地什么你猜？